It's not working. Let's go, baby! Bomb arrows to the rescue. Ha! No way! Ah! No! Oh, that assist, baby! No! Don't touch him. No! You... What did I do? That's an accident. Freaking beetle. I got the triple collapse! Oh! Ah! Oh, Dinell, go to the fire thing. It teleports us. I trusted you! Trombone. This one is trombone. Yo, I got it! Yes! Let's go! Yeah! 24 hours done. 24 hours finished. Oh, time to beat 23 hours, 28 minutes. Oh my god! We did it! We did it!
We did it!
Oh my god! I couldn't have done it without you guys.
Holy shit!
Wait, it went through? I gave him 50 bucks. Lol. Oh. Let's... Yo, what's up, guys? Today's the first day, first hour of the Subathon. Speaking of which, I should get the timer up. I forgot to do that. What's up, Janelle? Custom intro? I've had that intro for like a year now. It's been there. You just were never there early enough to see it. Sheesh. Where did I put it? Oh, here we go. The Subathon timer starts at 12 hours, as you can see on the bottom right. And, weenus! And it'll go up for every... Oh, I should have put in the title. I'm so dumb. First Subathon ever. So dumb. 31 sub. Ah! I pressed save. 1 sub equals 30 minutes. That's crazy, right? 1 sub equals 30 minutes, starting the subathon now. A minute passed. Let's do this. Let's do this. I don't see a timer now. You do. Weenus, how you doing, churro? Limiting ass bots. Can't wait for this to end in 12 hours. I know, right? Ayo, subscribe with Prime. Hopefully the timer works. But yeah, we got a bunch of sub goals planned. The one sucky thing is every day I'm probably gonna be gone 2 to 3 hours because life, bro. So many people in my life just want to hang out with me. And also I'm tutoring this kid. But aside from that, I will be live and in front of this webcam the whole time. Hopefully we'll get some IRL streams. You know, hopefully we'll wax my arms, maybe even go bald. We'll see what happens. The first thing is just to put on wigs at 5 subs. So not that crazy, but you know. And the first thing we'll be doing is playing some Fall Guys. Where is the timer? There it is. Is playing Fall Guys. I'm actually pretty hungover right now. But just starting the stream pumped me up. Because streaming pumps me up. Alright, let me make sure the audio levels are good. You could song request music. Walk in the park. Well, I'm going to be tutoring at the park. And then after the tutoring, I'm going to try to stream a bit. You're really lagged out? Uh-oh. These ads? Uh-oh. Sag. Don't be lagged out. I just realized that the timer goes over the thingy-majiggy. All night. So I'm gonna move that. Where is it? Where is she? I want to get sub 20 in Mario 64 as well. I want to beat Minecraft for once in my life. And, yeah, I guess that's the stuff I want to do. Put it up here, yeah? I think that's better. Alright, that looks good. I got turbo, so no longer subbing. Hell yeah! No, you don't. Oh, you changed out the badge? You don't have the badge? Good shit, Dino. Keep your money. Are up with all these ads for shitty ass mobile games. Lol. Maybe we'll play some of those shitty ass. Well, he doesn't hear me. Okay. My controller is plugged into my PlayStation, so I cannot play. I was thinking of adding a crowd control shit. But we might do that later. I just want to play some regular Fall Guys for a bit. You got it? It doesn't show? Oh. Yeah, switch out. It's because 3 badges are the max. You would have to switch out one of the badges, I think. But you have the best 3 badges there, so I wouldn't switch them out. 12 hours, baby! Hey, Turbo! I also have Turbo. Let's go. For those that don't know, you buy Twitch Turbo, it's $8 a month. If you watch more than one streamer and sub to them, and you're only subbing for ads, bro, buy that. You don't get ads anywhere. Boom. Alright. If you guys want to play, you're more than welcome to join. Until more people pop in, I'll just play alone. Turbo-tastic! I don't know, I'm so energetic. Do you guys think it'll last? That's what she said. Wow! Turbo-tastic! I need to buy books for the kids, for the kid that I'm tutoring too. So, yeah. Stuff I do in my real life. Oh, you liked my tweet? Oh no, that's not you, that's someone else. David liked my tweet, let's go. So some of the things I do in my regular life, I'm gonna have to do on stream too. Like ordering shit on Amazon. So maybe you guys could help me out with that. Yo, what's up, Rosie? How you doing? Oh, that's a great emote. Of course, BK's emote. Very nice. This is music if you guys want to put in. How you doing, Rosie? Did you see the Oreo Frappuccino? No. Did you put a picture on the blah blah blah? I'll check it out after I beat everyone in this game. Janelle is supposed to be napping? Nah, Janelle is on everyone's stream at the same time at all hours. Unless he's napping. But yeah, my first ever subathon started. I still haven't showered either, and then this started. Oh, my bad. I'll stop the stream. When you shower, we'll start it back. I'm such an asshole. Nanimo. Subathon hype. What's up, Spicy? We just started. How you doing? Did you fix the thing you were recording? Did you get another recording in? I put it in gallery. Nice. Good. Hell yeah. I'm a little hungover right now, but I have energy, so it's nice. Wait, you put it in gallery? I don't see it. Oh shit, I do see it. What? I think I was really drunk and I didn't realize you put it there. My bad. Damn, that looks mad good. Look, chat. Oreo Frappuccino. Sheesh. Damn, and I could see all your personal information. No, I'm just joking. That looks mad nice, though. I was gonna nap and then I remembered this was happening. Lol. Yeah, I got one. Let's go. But yeah, song quest for anyone who wants to. What's the redeems again? Oh yeah, the redeems on the channel. Yeah, we have some stuff. I think I might add the one where I manually do stuff. So if you want, like, to punch me or whatever, you know. Ow. For sure, my security code is somewhere there. Lol. I'm hella excited. We have 3 objectives aside from money, because any streamer who does a subathon is definitely doing it for money. We're doing it to meet Mr. Beast, actually, to raise money so we could raise money, to give me money so I could spend that money to go walk to Mr. Beast, which is a whole nother story. But the other objectives is to get sub 20 in Super Mario speedrunning, have a good time, have some cool sub goal redemptions. Oh, are you asking what the sub goal redemptions are? The first one is on the top left. It says wigs. I will put on wigs. It's one of the least crazy ones because it's, 5 subs. But yeah, we have some crazy stuff. I'm not going to spoil any of it. Only mods know, I think, and maybe some other people. Y'all want to see my sisson? Check gallery. Social security number. So where you can see everything. Yeah, I want to see that. All right, guys, let's wait. Damn, that guy looks so cool. No, he doesn't. Oh. So, yeah. I'm kind of curious to see if my mental capacity will go down in the coming hours or days, depending on how things go. He gets in a maid suit later. I want to see that. True. One of the sub goals is getting into a maid suit. I actually bought the maid suit. I've never played on this map. What the hell is this? Oh, this is sick. This is actually mad cool. I like this. Ah! I hate it. This sucks. I'm actually terrible. But anyway, Lil Jon, I got the maid costume right here. Hell yeah. I don't know if this is gonna look good, bad, shitty, stupid. I don't even know if it'll fit. But I didn't want to test it out off stream, I don't think we'll get that far, though. Macklemore. Damn, a lot of rap music from Churro. Definitely. That would be cool. What else? What else? I really want to IRL stream. I want to test out IRL streaming. I even bought a microphone. Which is somewhere. Oh, it's right here. Look at this. By the way, if anyone wants to play, let me know. Here we go. Let me move the timer a little higher. There we go. That looks better. So we got this microphone that sticks to my shirt. This is professional stuff for IRL streaming. Anyway, yeah, if you want to subscribe with Amazon Prime, that's one way, and this is with if you're on mobile. Damn, these songs sound mad good. And if you do, I appreciate that. But yeah, imagine, I'm kind of hoping it only goes 12 hours, so I could just wake up tomorrow and just, do normal stuff. Nah, I'm just joking. A small part of me is like, it would be cool if it went on, not that long, but just a small part of me thinks that. Oh, I should have started it with some streamers. I didn't think about this that much. Ah, there we go. How many minutes? So it's going to be in the title, 30 minutes per sub. Wow. It's crazy, right? 30 minutes. Where's my wow sound effect? Wow. What is this song, bro? So 30 minutes per sub, and bits, it should be 30 minutes for 500 bits. Which won't go to the sub goal, but will still add to the timer. Bullshitty ass bullshit Amazon. What happened? Yeah, so that's that. What else? 30 minutes per sub. Nighttime, you guys will see me sleeping in my bed. So if I accidentally piss in my bed, which I do from time to time, then you guys will witness it. Except I've never done that. I've done that once in my life, probably. Sir, on top of spaghetti. Sesame Street, let's go, bro. That's exactly what I want to hear. Just making you go so round, about to do something. Just making you go so Huh? Just making you go around about so round about to do something that you're paying for. I don't know what you're trying to say, Churo. Gomen nasai. It might be a combination of me being dumb and stuff. But yeah, I'm lost. Oh, I should put my face on the left side for this game. Like somewhere here. You guys like the timer? Doesn't it look so professional? Or like cool? What games are you planning to play? We're gonna be playing Fall Guys. We're gonna be playing Minecraft. We're gonna be playing... Turn down for what? Nah, no shots. I had a couple of shots last night. I think I had alcohol poisoning. So turn down not for alcohol. Bro. Alright. I mean, what? Yeah, we're gonna turn down for sure. We will drink during this. Yes, it does. Wait, it doesn't make sense? I don't know. So we're gonna be playing Fall Guys, a lot of community games, which we usually do later on at the night. I don't know how we'll do it this time. So like Gartic Phone, Words on Stream, Fall Guys, Mario Kart. I have a list of games that we could play, and then some games against streamers. So basically 3 types of games. Oh, Super Mario speedrunning. 3 types of games. One is interactive that I could play with you guys, like Fall Guys, Gartic Phone, stuff like that. 2 is games that I play alone, but it's for like with achievements, like trying to beat Super Mario 64 in less than 20 minutes, speedrunning it in less than 20 minutes. And 3rd is playing with streamers, which would be like golf with friends, maybe even GeoGuessr, stuff like that. I'm so good at this game. Woo! No one qualified. Am I in first place? I'm a god. I'm a god amongst men. Oh no, I'm not. Never mind. I lied. Let's go. Let's go. It's better than Jimmy Snyder. Don't tell him I said that. His was black and he put it on his Blackador. That's funny. I actually want to take a shot now. Turn down for what? Some rewards are drinking, so just gonna let you guys know. But yeah, I just thought to start with Fall Guys because I'm still a bit hungover. I thought I would be lower energy, but I'm feeling pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. So we might go over to other stuff later. I'm also gonna see if others would want to play. Excuse me. I should make a group chat with streamers on Discordo. Wanna play Fall Guys? Streaming right now. Aww. Thanks for the sub, bro. I appreciate it. Churo. Arigatou gozaimasu. The timer went up, right? Ayo, it worked, baby! The timer went up! Let's go! First sub! From Chimichurro! I gotta play this. Thank you for the sub, Chimichurro! Yeah! Hell yeah! You're gonna be in the YouTube video because you're the first one. I'm gonna try to write notes throughout for a YouTube video that I want to do. Oh, I should write it down on a notepad. Shit. What is this song? Oh, it's this one again. This is kind of interesting. Oh, I know the song. It went up the right amount. Hell yeah, baby. Yeah, I tested it a bunch before starting stream. So it should theoretically work with bits, with everything. Let's go. It's as if Pink is better at setting up than I'm just the type I like doing this type of shit. I like trying to set up and stuff. I got a small cock. Sorry, I was singing the song. Where's the notebook? Let me go get a notebook. But I'm also shit at setting up some other stuff. Oh, I got no pen. No. No. I'm back. Oh. This is how much I love you. I spent 20 minutes reading 2 articles and watching a YouTube video. Aww. Hell yeah. Good shit, bro. That's right. Use your Prime. Don't spend your money. I appreciate that, Shuro. I love you too. Death Notebook. That would be cool. I'll say, as a streamer though, not setting up some stuff is good content on its own too. That's why I didn't check the that's why I didn't check the maid costume. I didn't want to see if it fit or not, because I'm like, it would be kind of funny if it didn't fit, you know? I suck buttholes. Bro, oh my god, I'm actually playing so bad. Let's go. Okay. Please don't write me in the death note. You sure? Alright, fine. You won't be written. Ah! Oh! I've never fallen in this map. I don't know what happens if you fall. Regular Chimmy W. True! Chimmy's all about W's. How did I not get that? Shit! Alright, watch this, watch this. Pro place, pro place. Let's go! That was almost bad. Ah! In my pocket. I actually got $30 in my pocket, not 20. How do you jump on that? What? Oh. Come on. This is so much concentration. Concentration camp? No, that's not what I said. These are good songs to start off with. Good shit, bro. Let's go! Alright, let me write you in the death note. I mean, the notebook. It's not a death note. Let's see. We got intro. We got first sub. That's what's going to be in the YouTube video, I think. We need some stuff there, you know? Okay. What did I want to do? I already forgot. I forgot. Is that your grandma's coat? What does that even mean? Mamma mia. Spaghetti. Okay, guys. Oh, it is spaghetti. I've never heard this song. It sounds amazing. What did I want to do? If I'm forgetting what oh yeah. If you guys would want to join for some photo, guys, that is my username. Or whatever. Black Betty. Что это? What's this? Oh. So we're going to play some Fall Guys. I want to do some Mario speedrunning today. And I want to message Jimmy and Gerardo to see if they want to play / talk and stuff. Thought the Subathon was supposed to be on the weekend. What's up, Clear? I wanted it to be on the weekend originally, but like, bro, my weekend was stacked with stuff. Bro, the song is just making it so hard to talk normally. It's so beautiful. Oh, is this for the dub? Basically Friday Friday, Saturday, Sunday was just mad busy. I mean Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And I'm pretty hungover today. Life happened, exactly. Weekends, bro. It felt like everyone in my life knew I was gonna do a subathon, so they all were just like, yo, you want to hang out? Or yo, you have to come do this for your cousin. Or yo, you got, which is fine. That's life. But like the timing was just impeccable. Yeah, you're. Bro, fight me. I mean, am I wrong? What's up, Joad? How you doing? Yo, thanks for the gift sub, Clear. I appreciate it. The timer should go up. It better go up. And I will sing a song for you after I get this dub, baby. Why did the timer not go up? Huh? What's going on? I can't see. Ah, I should have kept playing. Your fault for having friends. I know, I'm too popular, bro. Rosquila. Oh, you gifted. Rosquila got the gifted sub. Let's go. Oh, it just updated. Look at that timer, baby. 12 and a half hours. 2. Let's go. Let's play Fall Guys. Join. Green Armor 5 is my thingy. This song sounds beautiful, but I must. Oh, it's this song? Later in the day? I don't know if I'll be here. I'm just joking. Sure. Thank you for the gifted sub, Clear. Oh, shit. Thank you for the 500 cheers, Rosie. Look at that. 13 hours, baby. Working as intended. Appreciate it. Arigatou gozaimasu. This is godly. I know, right? It's so cool. How many subs do I have? How many do I have? Hype train is close. I don't know. I don't look at 35 subscribers right now. Shit, that's pretty good for me. But so far on this stream, 2. Yeah. There is a sub count. We're 2 out of 5 right now. And we just got 500 bits from Rosie. Arigatou gozaimasu. I really do appreciate it. I gotta figure out how to talk to you on PlayStation. Nah, we talk on Discord and play on Fall Guys or PlayStation or whatever. I'm all about talking on Discordo nowadays. You mean total number of subs? I don't know, too many things on the screen. We already have a lot of stuff on screen. But I just told you, it's 35. Small streamers... Actually, some small streamers have, like, whales. Bro, I never heard this whole song in its entirety. It sounds so good. What the hell? And I lost in Fall Guys. I apologize. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. But, yeah. You mean 36? 36, yeah, 30. Oh, did you just do it? Aw, that's so sweet. It says 36 right now. Here, let me show you guys what I'm looking at. Transparency from Ping Pong Moosters. Now you know all my life information. Add the hour? Everything got added. What do you mean? It's 30 per sub. We started at 12 hours. We're at 13 hours and 4 minutes. We got 2 subs and 500 bits. Wait, does that make sense? Was everything added? 12 hours, 12 and a half hours, 13 hours. Yeah, everything was added because we've been streaming for like half an hour. What are you talking about, Joanne? Oh yeah, if you subscribe, you might have to share it for it to show up on screen. And then it should add and everything. So Fall Guys is cross-platform now. So it doesn't matter what you're on, which is amazing. I'm playing actually with a PS5 controller on the computer. Darn, hoping to fool him. Yeah, I almost for a second I was like, wait, that doesn't make sense. You guys could have easily. Aw, Janelle. Oh, that's Nathan. That's my brother's IRL friend. Thanks for the gifted sub, bro. Yeah, I'm on the computer, but it's cross-platform. Arigatou gozaimasu. I must do it. I must. Ah! It fell. Chaos ensues. What the hell? It's stuck, stepsister. Thank you for the gifted sub, Gina. I'm sorry they're shortened versions. I just, they'll have to be a bit shortened. But thank you. Arigatou gozaimasu. I appreciate it. Clear. Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it, bro. Do what? What the hell? How much did you just gift, bro? Holy. Yo, Diego got one. Cortez got one. I haven't seen Cortez in a minute. Spicy, Daddy, Lando, Emily got one. Epicuro, Timmy. You gifted 10 subs? Jesus. Fairy. Oogie Cookie Conjoyer. Bro. Thank you, bro. Enough. Bro. The lights won't stop going because you gifted so much. Jesus Christ. I actually love that. It looks mad sexy. Thank you, bro. I'm gonna go get wigs, but I gotta play on guitar for you. Like, thank you for the 100 bits as well, Clear. There's so many people streaming for me right now. Sheesh. The computer maid still exists. Yes. You gave 10 to the best people. Yeah, those are awesome people to give it to. Wait, let me... 10 is a lot, bro. That's a lot. You didn't have to do that. But I appreciate it.
Bro, you better come with us Sunday.
If I'm not streaming Sunday, bro. If I am, then I'll come for like 2 hours. 10 minutes of singing for Gina. 10 minutes of singing for Gina. He gifted 10 subs to 10 awesome people. 10 minutes of begging for Gina. Oh shit, look at my shirt! Yo! The timing! I didn't even realize. Thank you, Rosie O'Donnell. I'm just joking. Thank you, Rosie. Thank you.
Stop giving him subs. I need him to go out with us Sunday,
and Clear Bright. Thank you for the subs and you too, Chuda. That was alright, no? Just pretend 10 minutes passed. True, Jawad, true. Stream Elements is such an ass, bro. Yo, these songs sound mad good, though. I like this song. Can you send this to me, whoever requested this? Sounds mad nice. Oh, I gotta put my face back to normal. Oh, I gotta get wigs, bro. I gotta get wigs. Shit. Alright. I get wigs. What's the next sub goal? Let me look. Oh! The next sub goal is dumb. Alright. Alright, well, I'll show you guys after. Let me get the wigs. Make OnlyFans is a sub goal, actually. I ain't giving any more because he didn't give me 10 minutes of singing. I'm sorry. Jadept, how you doing? Fix it, Pink. Okay, I'll sing more. I apologize. I'm sorry. Let me just get wigs. What do we got? What do we got? We got a box. I don't want to sing for 10 minutes. Oh, no. Okay, you know what? That's fair. We're at a level 4 hype train. Sheesh. I should probably sing, right? Janelle, do you actually want to hear me sing? Do you want to hear that? All right, which wig do you guys want? Mother wig or stepsis wig? This is kind of awkward. I'm wearing my mother's wig. Janelle, choose the wig. Bro, thanks for the 100 bits, Clear. Arigatou gozaimasu. Sing insert gun emote? What does that mean? What is that? What does that mean, step bro? What does that mean? I'm down to hear some singing. All right, let's sing. Which wig do you want, though? We'll put this wig on. 18 hours and 8 minutes. Shish! Zaddy. Hey, we got a level 3 choo-choo train emo. Look at that. That looks mad sick, actually. If you do step sis, you'll get stuck somewhere. True! Too late. I'm mother. I don't have glasses. Alright. This is the first time no one has ever seen this. Ow. In history. I'm pausing the music for now. I apologize. No one has seen this. Wait, what the hell is going on with my wig? Alright, we're just gonna keep it like this. Gun? Sing gun? Guns are fun. Guns are fun. Yo, nice emote. DNL asks for it. Guns are fun. Unless you get shot by a gun. Guns are fun. Yo, what's up, doctor? Guns are fun. Unless you get shot by a gun. Jimmy is cool. And so is school. I lied. School kinda sucks. But Jimmy is cool. We got 10 gifted subs from Gmail. We got some gifted subs from Gmail. We got some gifted subs from Gmail. What's up, Timmy? How are you? Thank you. I don't know. All right. Was that 10 minutes? Anyway, we got a wig on, baby, because that was our first sub goal that was crushed by all of y'all. So thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. Let me know. Yeah, let's play some Fall Guys. Join in. Wait, I have to invite you, right? But for anyone who doesn't know my thingy, that's my thingy. Join in. I'll update the sub goal in a second. And yeah, thank you so much, Churro, Rosie, Janelle, Clearbright, for giving me your hard-earned money. And I will invite Jimmy. Anyone is welcome to join for some Fall Guys. If you donate enough, you can get on VC. Stop lying to people. Stop it. You could get on VC for free. Just kidding. Donate 100 subs, and you get a chance to join VC and talk to Ping Pong Masters. Nah, you could join VC for free if you're chill enough. So the second sub goal was actually... the second sub goal... That was a good song, comrade. Arigato gozaimasu. Spasiba. The second thing was to order pizza. Which I didn't need to tell you guys because we crushed that at 10 subs. And then at 16 subs, this is the next thing. Are you ready for the next sub goal? Go. This is the next sub goal, guys. Boom. I take a shot for Mexican Independence Day, September 16th. How do I think yeah, it's only a chance. Ugh. All right, we'll start it with just us two, Jimmy, if that's okay. It's hard to put my headset on with the wig. Shit. God, this is actually impossible. You're launching? All right, I'll wait for you. Ugh. My wig! No! It's back. Emo boy, let's go. Your hairline is probably short. Look at this. You wish you had a hairline like this. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Bro, my hairline starts here. And I'm only 20. I'm 25. No gray hair. Look at this lush set of hair over here. Bob Ross, exactly. Emo boy. I'll take all of it. Let me check Discord though. The song sounds mad good. I'm just gonna ask Jimmy a question and see what. Okay. Sorry for taking so long to respond. What's my hair care? I don't do anything. This is all natural. I pretty much wake up and it looks this sexy. And like people always ask me, what's your hair care? You know, do you like Care Bears? Because it rhymes. And I tell them, listen, this is just how I roll. Like, my mom had naturally beautiful frizzy hair. My dad was bald. And I got my mom's genes. So, you know, I just tell people, you got to be lucky enough to, you know, have this. But my hair kind of falls apart sometimes. That's the worst part. One of your sub goals should be to order a sub. That would have been so good. Bob Ross stream when though? Oh, that would have been good. I'm writing that down. Bob Ross stream. That's a good idea. That is a brilliant idea. I'm just painting with this wig on. Hell yeah. I gotta order pizza, guys. Should I do Uber Eats? What is this, bro? This sounds great, bro. Oh my god. Wait, I need to write down stuff so I don't forget. Oh, I know this song. This is Black Betty? I didn't realize. I gotta order a book for tutoring. Bro, I'm sweating. I'm feeling it. Don't you hate when people go, What's the other thing I was... Oh yeah, ordering pizza. Uber Eats, bro. My mama's gonna be like, what are you doing, mother? I thought that was your stepsister's... Hey, no, this is my stepmom's hair. She doesn't want people to know this, but she wears a wig. But when she goes to sleep, she takes it out. So I'm just borrowing it. Invite you? I got you, bro. You wear your mom's jeans? Yeah, sometimes when I'm feeling it. You know, my mom said sometimes she comes into stream and then she sees like we say some weird shit and then she leaves. I hope she didn't come into stream right now. Japanese lesson when? Any day, baby. We have 8 hours to get the new skin. Where is there a new skin? Who's Vanny and Geo? Who's that? If you're Vanny and Geo, can you say who you are in chat, please? I meant... Sorry, I'm responding to Jimmy so late. I'm so dumb. Hit the top besides the housey thing. The top besides the housey thing. This thing? Kudos? Oh, look at the shop. Why does this sound like that? Like a curse word? Sheesh. Oh, this looks sick, bro. What the hell? This looks sick. All right, we got 8 hours. Oh, is that not it? Is that not the new skin? Who's Vanny and Geo? Who are you? Who? Far left. Georgia. Georgia. Yo.
You're big dumb, bro.
I am, bro. I'm hungover too.
The hosting at the top on the left side, like the home button.
This
at the top.
the home button?
Yeah, there's like a check mark with the notification thing.
Oh.
Click that. That's the skin.
Oh. The other one looks cooler, I'm not gonna lie, but
Yeah, it's free though.
but I'm doing a subathon. I have money. It's okay. I'm just joking. I'm VCing now, Janelle. My bad. Ooh, the song sounds mad good. The music is good.
Walked my neighbor's cat today, and
Oh, that's
cocksucker
today?
bit me in the hand.
Nice.
Yo.
Yo, who's Venny and Geo?
One of my viewers, if that's okay.
Oh yeah, it's fine. I was just wondering who it was.
Let me lower the audio so everyone can hear your beautiful voice ping.
Oh yeah, you're
Hold on.
streaming. I'm sorry it took so long.
You're all good. You're all good. My content was watching you. I'm not gonna lie. for a
Aw,
little
that's so sweet. Thank
bit.
you.
We watched you sing a song on stream.
Yeah.
It was beautiful.
Epicuro, what's up? Nice hairstyle. Thank you. This is all natural. Natural, as they say.
Can't ready to go.
Are you still wearing the?
Hell yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Are we doing squads? Or should I add the
Oh,
other
shit.
stuff?
Let's do squads. Yeah, I think that's the best thing to do.
Okay, sorry, Timmy.
It's fine.
Uh,
It's the same thing.
Oh, it's just to get that new skin, I think you needed to do something else. This is a great song. Can you send me this? It sounds
Oh,
mad
the
good.
long bean skin? I want to get that too. So after squads, if you want to do whatever that was, we can do that.
Nice. Okay, I don't mind either
if
way.
it's that skin. Because the one that looks like a dick on Twitter, yeah, I want that so bad.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. Epicuro, how you doing, bro? I'm so piped? No. I'm so pumped up.
So piped up, bro.
I'm so piped up. I was hungover like the whole day. I was trying to like eat, poop, sleep, so I could be ready for the stream. And I was still feeling kind of shitty when I started streaming. I was like, oh no, you know. But
You'll be fine.
I'm
Please?
good. Yeah. Please.
Oh, sorry. I asked mods to do something while I was muted, and then I said please unmuted, and I realized, oh, that might be awkward. I just randomly said please to them, and
Oh my bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
so no, it's my bad.
You're good. Yo, these are mad good songs. So yeah, how you doing, Jimmy?
Ping, I'm doing better now that I'm talking with you.
Aw, you stole my line. I mean, nice.
Aw. Sorry,
Gimme.
I will be taking a little break from streaming starting on Thursday, so you
Oh,
can steal my
snap.
viewers ping. I didn't mean to stream at so late today, but I don't know. I was catching up on sleep and it just happened.
Are you?
This motherfucker.
Is it like? Okay.
What's
Well,
up?
I hope you come back stronger than ever for
Oh,
stream.
I'm coming back. I'm just I have some other aspirations. I'm directing
Ooh.
a short film that I wrote, and it's probably gonna take about a week and a half to make.
Oh yeah, you told me about that. Hell yeah.
Yeah. So that's starting. Filming starts on Thursday, so I'm gonna be doing that.
Nice.
Let's go. We qualified.
Let's go. Doing fine. Thanks for asking. How are you? Stream Elements is
Look
an
at these
asshole.
losers
It's
not
the long
qualifying.
bean. I need that. I need it.
I'm doing great, Epicuro. I'm doing great. Just a little hungover. I went out for one of my best friends' birthday. What's up? But how you doing? Pong long, pingalinga ding dong bong.
What that?
Hey, how you doing?
They all
Sorry.
got ejected.
Dude, you can be like, stop me yanking my cock. It'd be great.
Whoa, hey yo.
Hey, yo.
Sorry, is this a plus 18 stream ping?
Yeah.
His isn't.
I mean, what? Yeah. I don't know. Timmy's here.
Bro, people in elementary school say that stuff, so.
All right, fair enough.
This is a what you say whatever you want, unless I would get banned off of Twitch type of stream. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that. This is a plus 18 stream. Let's go with that. Happy birthday to him.
Goal
Thank
should
you.
be getting yourself banned on Twitch if you get to 1,000 subs.
Yeah, I speedrun getting myself banned on Twitch. That would be a good YouTube video.
I've
It
been
would
banned on
be.
Twitch once.
Really?
Yeah, I streamed when I was underage. Stream.
Damn. So you mean like last week, or I'm just joking?
Where are we supposed to be on here?
I never know how this one. You have to like count all the shit.
I do follow the crowd basically.
I do for this one too, for sure. On me, take on me, take me on.
What?
Timmy. Oh.
No, I was actually so
Aw.
confused.
Just jump where everyone else jumps.
Yeah,
But nothing
basically.
showed.
Oh. Oh, that happened to me before. It's like a glitch in the Matrix, yeah.
Nothing showed on the screen.
That sucks. Happy birthday, Tim. Thank you. Yeah, I have a friend's birthday on the 17th, another friend on the 18th, my cousin on the 19th, his brother on the 21st, another friend on the 21st, and my brother's on the 27th. Oh, 27th. A month full of birthdays. And Cashew's birthday is today.
Ooh.
Which is a viewer, for those that don't know. Right? Isn't that a great song? I spent a week looking
It's
for.
one of the best songs ever.
Man's got
It
the full
is.
dick skin. One of them has pants on.
Some protection, you could say.
All right, I'm gonna deafen to talk to.
Okay.
What is this? Ah! I wasn't looking. What happened?
It was one
No!
tile, one
Oh.
tile only.
Yeah. All right.
Did we
See you,
qualify?
Janelle. Yeah, we qualified. Let's go. I like this song. Have an
Does that mean
enjoyable
I'm in
shower.
the next-
That means you
Am
are
I
in.
in the next
Yes. Yes. I spent a week looking for a night shift call center job and I'm not succeeding. World, let me enslave myself. Yeah, you could get that. That is an enslaving job. I believe in you. You got this. Time is the best. I don't know. There's a saying with time. But yeah, you got this. I do have Minecraft Java, yeah.
Please.
I love this song. I haven't heard this song in so long. Sorry, I deafen from time to time to talk to chat.
You're all good. That's what I just did.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. Someone in chat asked me, "What's that song that has "Take on Me" in it? That's like the Pitbull song." Chat, I know that's a thing.
On me.
Pitbull?
Like the drop is "Take on Me."
Oh, I don't know. Like
Like
they
they just flat out
sampled it?
sampled
Oh
it.
no!
I don't
got
know.
tagged.
Whoever just got tagged, you're not gonna be in the next round because how could you? Ah! I almost got tagged. Who was that? You, Timmy?
No.
Oh,
I'm
my
not gonna
bad.
get tagged. I'm built different.
Same.
Did I get that guy?
I want to 1v1 you in PvP. Let's go. I would get crushed, but yeah, I don't mind doing that. I have all the time in the world. Well, actually, no. I have 17 hours and 51 minutes.
Oh my
Unless
god,
more
that's
people
so much.
subscribe.
You know what sucks? Like, I have to do stuff and go places.
Today?
No, like almost every day. But I'm trying to.
No!
You got tagged? I'm
Sorry,
not
yeah.
tagged yet. Come on, guys.
Just take all the other people and we win.
No, I got tagged.
It's fine. We're gonna win.
If we lose, then
We take this one guy. Everyone's chasing.
where'd he
Got him.
Oh,
go?
we got him.
Nice.
No, this guy.
Nice. Oh, who missed him?
Got
Oh,
him.
yes. One left. Who is he? Where is he?
Oh, he's on the spinny thing. He jumped off.
Bro, spinny thing is mad good. Let's
we're good,
go,
we're good.
baby. Hell yeah.
Hold on,
The-
I
the
wanna
song
look
is
what that
so
song
good.
Is it I just want to feel this moment?
I don't know. I'll look it up right
I
now.
just want to feel this moment. What
Pitbull.
is...
Uh-huh. Take on me. It's Feel This Moment. You're right.
I knew it. I knew it.
Yeah.
What?
Bro, my hair keeps coming out. I don't want to bald. I'm too young to be balding.
Oh, I hate this one.
Actually, I
Oh,
love
look
this
at
one.
you.
Let's get
I'm
this shit.
grabbing people. I am grabbing people, so don't get in my way.
Are you gonna grab them by? Never mind.
If they have one,
By
yes.
the what ping?
By the butt, because by the bean? I don't know what to say actually.
By. Oh, okay.
Because they're all
There's only one
beans, right?
person that has the bean,
Oh.
or 3 people have the big bean.
By the penis, I guess, right? Because some of them are penises.
Oh, this one's terrible because it's like the floor falls or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this one. Why was there
Oh.
Japanese in that song? That was so random.
Oh, watch out! Watch out!
I love this song. Oh, this is just good song after good song.
Fuck. I just wanna feel this. No,
I suck. I suck. I suck. I got eliminated. I'm sorry, guys.
Dang. Pingu.
Oh, it's got eliminated.
Oh no, Timmy. Timmy and Jimmy are in chat though. That's how you know we're gonna win.
I got someone eliminated. I took someone with me.
Nice. Jimmy, you're last. You saw that coming?
Yeah,
nice.
Jimmy.
Clear.
No!
Ah!
Let's go!
You're
bitch!
good. You're good. Win this. Jump! Ah! One person off. Oh, that was a good try. That was a good try.
Jesus Christ. It was all my fault.
No, it wasn't. It was all of our faults because we all fell.
Okay, now we get to
Time
get
I
the
scroll
big
down
song.
your rewards. I read titties
big
instead
thing.
of text to speech, bruh.
The big bean song.
The big bean.
What do we have in our
Titties.
inventory?
Text to speech.
No. We
titties.
have to go do the challenge. What's it called?
Blast
let's do the
ball
challenge.
trials, right?
I
Let's
think
get
so.
that schlong.
Let's
Let's
get
do
that
it.
big schlong time, baby. Let's go. So I could feel less
think that's the
insecure
one.
about mine. What?
I think that's the one.
Nice, Epicuro.
Unless it's in the store.
When I get Among Us one, let's go. Boom, 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 boom.
Among Us. Sussy
Wait, no, it's in my
Buka.
yeah, no, it's in my inventory. I got it.
Nice. Let's
We
go.
don't have to do it. I got it. Check
Oh,
your
I got it
inventory. Check
too.
upper. Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Huh?
Yeah, we all get it.
Why? I didn't get it.
Ha, loser.
Wait, what?
Uh-huh.
Where is this?
Outfits. And
I
then
don't see a
upper.
penis. I didn't get it. Whatever. I don't
Yeah, you
want to.
did.
Oh, I
Yes, you
did. I
did.
did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, why did I get the penis? Why did we all get it? All right, let's just go,
That
penis.
sounds so bad.
Let's do it.
Well, what is it called?
PP
That's-
boys.
No, that actually sounds so bad. I got
It's
the
the-
penis.
It's the PP squad.
PP squad. Oh, we're all penises. Let's go.
Yes.
Let's
Jimmy has the wrong
go.
pants on though.
Oh, that's
He's
kind
I
right.
of.
have the right
Thing.
pants. You all have the wrong pants.
Damn, you're part of the alt, right?
All right, fine, fine. Oh, no. In that case, okay, let's just do that. Oh wait, shit, wrong pants. Hold on.
What's up, Chi? You're at school. You're gonna lose your first. It's okay. At least you could come through sometimes, you know. Oh, I love this song. Where did I hear this originally? From you
Some
guys.
balls with our penises.
We're gonna. Huh?
That sounds horrible.
Big peepee energy. That's right, baby.
Nothing but PP energy here.
Yeah,
Bro,
big ping pong energy.
The ironic thing is we're playing
Good one.
blast balls.
We're gonna blast those balls with our penises. Let's go, baby.
Yes, bro.
Wait, what are they called? What are the actual costumes called? Outfits?
I don't know. Probably elongated bean.
Yo, the song
I
is
thought
so
you were just about
catchy.
to flat out say elongated cock.
Oh yeah, guys, if someone throws one at you and it's about to blow up, grab it and you don't go anywhere.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
Alright,
it's
it
true.
does it.
Timmy is an OG. He doesn't lie. I don't know what that has to do with being an OG, but he doesn't lie. Except when he does. Oh, I just made you guys fly. Everyone has a penis. I can't tell who's who. I have at least 2.5 hours spare
Don't
wait time.
shoot the
Nice.
penises. Shoot the small cocks first. Okay?
Everyone has the big one.
Not everyone. I see some small dicks in here.
Bro, you didn't have to mention it on stream, man. Do you get the
Sorry,
joke?
my bad, Ping.
Oh,
Yeah.
my bad. Ah! You clipped it.
Oh, I'm about to fall.
By the way, guys, if you want clips to be sent automatically to the Discord, just press !clip. The only thing is you won't be able to name it, but it'll be sent to the Discord. Oh, I just killed like 10 people. How you doing, Emily?
Oh,
yeah, you can come down.
Oh,
Oh,
oh no!
Oh my god, so
Oh, no.
close.
guys, am I the only one that's a beast? Come on, guys, play better. Or
No,
you're
I'm a
getting
fucking
kicked.
beast.
So,
I'm fucking so cracked.
Ah! Oh,
Let's go.
let's go. Let me go open the door.
Yo, I got so many close calls.
I'll be right back. My hair fell. Ah! Hello.
Your
on
hair
stream.
fell?
Yeah,
You're a little
okay.
too young for that to be happening, Ping.
I
just heard My
know.
dog start barking by coughing.
Oh! You finished?
Wait, it's only this game mode, by the way.
Wait,
Give it to me.
wait. I have to. I want to stream putting it.
No.
Okay, fine. For those that want to know, I take my sister's puzzle piece. I take one piece all the time, so that I could say I finished her puzzle at the last second. I just put it in. But I'll be nice.
As you should.
As I should. I know, right? But
Where
I'll
is
be
it?
nice today.
Give it to me.
It's the stuff for Nissan's birthday.
You put it in the player.
Yeah, I put it underneath the box. Ah! It started, so it's there. Bye. Oh yeah, can you wax my... Wait, let me mute. Oh wait, I'm not mute.
What?
Whatever. Can you... Never mind. I died.
Good.
I'll
You
be right
deserve it.
back. Hey, thanks for the
No.
raid. Can you wax my arm later?
Hey?
I don't know. Yeah, when? Yeah. Not today, probably. Can you close the door? Thank you. Bye. Bye. Emily says bye. She seems disappointed. She is. She hates when I do that.
Bye.
Bye. I'll send them to the Discord. It's just that I like to crop them well. Fair enough. She's like, what is he doing?
This
go.
motherfucker.
I'll mute for a second, guys. Thanks for the raid, gamer. Appreciate it. How you doing? Howdy ho, bucko. Hi, pink sister. She just left though. Sorry, Chudo. She will be on the stream during the subathon later though, for sure. Cause she's probably gonna wax my arm and stuff. She's on stream sometimes. Let's look at this. Oh, we're all penises. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's
Jimmy has the
go.
wrong pants on.
Oh, we're all penis. Let's go. We're all penises, baby. All right, I'm back.
Alrighty, welcome back.
Thank you.
We're both
Oh, wait, we all got out?
yeah.
Oh, so we have to leave?
No.
Wait, no, I see two people.
I said me
No,
and you were
wha-
both out.
Oh, if you go out forever.
Yeah.
All right, I'm still in it. I'm still in it.
Same with the other person.
Gotcha.
Gio?
Yeah.
Yeah. Close to 50, bro. Close to affiliate, hopefully. Nice.
No, no, no,
Sorry,
no, no.
Dad.
Fuck.
These songs are
No,
mad
not that.
chill.
There we go. That's what
Oh,
Oh,
oh, that was close.
I've had that happen to me so many times this game.
Run, jump, jump. Nice. Oh,
Oh, shit.
nice.
You stopped that guy from grabbing the ball.
That's right. Your boy Jimmy grabbing them balls with his penis skin. Good job.
No problem. I'm a professional.
Professional ball
Wait.
handler.
Never
Nice.
mind. I fucking did that dirty.
That was good. That was good. Oh! 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 Gio is
God
still
damn
in. I thought
You
he
got
got
this, Gio.
Let's go, Gio. I thought he got out for some reason. Yo, let's go. We got a pro player in the lobby. I'm annoying. I know. I gave you the puzzle piece. Congratulations, Emily. She finished her puzzle. Can we get some
Nah,
claps
bro,
in
you
chat?
finished the puzzle, Pink.
Let's
No,
go,
I didn't.
Lee!
Yeah. No, I gave her the piece, the
Woo!
last piece. I felt bad. You're very good at basketball. Nice. You're black? Welcome black. And I hope you had a great shower.
Can't blast
Coming
that,
back.
them out right there.
Ugh. No, that's gamer, not Eugenel.
Stuck.
Stuck. Just like my stepsister. All right,
She's in the
Gio.
chat.
No, that's my sister, not my stepsister. Yeah.
I was about to say, did you just say that right?
I was
Jesus
gonna
Christ.
say, like, isn't she in chat?
No, that's my sister, not my stepsister. My stepsister is one of a kind, bro. I gave
Do you
her
actually have a
I
stepsister
did.
that exists?
Yeah, you never saw her?
No.
Monkey do good.
We have an emote of
Monkey
her.
do very good.
Oh! Oh!
Thank you, Chi. 4K to
No!
30. Ah, that was
He
close.
pushed him
Damn.
Good
off.
try, Gio. Good try.
Doctor was the top of Janelle, true. Oh wait, I didn't mute for that, sorry.
You need help for the challenges? Nah, I mean, I personally don't really care. I think everyone is fine, right?
Oh, we're vibing. We got the long shlongs, we're good.
Yeah, we got long songs.
Ping pong with his long schlong.
Yeah.
I got
it's-
2 of the quests
A
done.
big old ding dong.
Yeah.
Okay, we need to win the blast game, and then we need to win a squad show.
All right, we'll win Blast easy right now. PP is a PP. What's up, Cashew? And happy
And then
birthday,
we gotta do
bro.
solos.
Well, I gotta play a birthday song. I'll be right back. I forgot how to. Yeah, I am playing with chat. We have 4 people. We'll be rotating people in and out, though. Wait, how do you play Happy Birthday? Sounds like someone cares about the challenges. It's okay. We'll win. I'm pretty decent at this game. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Cashew. Happy birthday to you. I might have screwed that up a bit, but happy birthday. Best emote right there. Wait, where is? Oh, I muted.
Woo! That
I'm
was
back.
incredible.
Sorry.
That was
I'm back.
incredible.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I practice. That was
As you should.
So those emotes are mad good, right?
Alright,
Maybe-
go with it.
Happy birthday, music. That was amazing.
Let's ready on up.
Today's one.
Sorry, I was looking at the challenges.
You're all good, you're all good.
So many birthdays this month. But the best birthday is my brother's. Sorry, Cashew. I'm just joking. The best is yours, Cashew.
Yes, yeah.
Nah, it's not mine, so it doesn't matter. Just kidding. Oh, this song sounds nice. By the way, anyone can request up to 2 songs at a time, and then once one of your songs plays, you could request more. So if you want to play some music, that's how you do it. And sorry,
Everyone
I forgot
request
to
Gangnam
mute.
Style right now.
Ew. One time
Do
is
it.
okay. Caspy's emote is the
Uh,
best. True.
If anyone knows about your boy Jimmy's amazing song, you should request that. Ben did that.
Oh yeah, true. Your boy Jimmy.
Yeah, Ben did that.
Hell yeah. I've only heard it once. I
Yeah,
gotta hear it
voice is on
again.
You do. Maybe I'm gonna listen to it on stream.
When is my birthday? Ah!
Oh, I'm gonna die.
My birthday is May 9th.
Oh, let go of me,
Ah!
fucker. Stop it.
They're
Dumb
stream sniping
bitch.
us, Ping.
Yeah, we're
They're
getting
stream
streams.
sniping.
Ah! We're getting
That's
stream
1,000
sniped.
viewers.
Bro, we're too big, bro. We gotta play different games. We're just getting stream sniped to oblivion. I just want to survive until the final round at least. Penis.
You're
Okay.
gonna drop me.
Asuka, can y'all not watch for the next one?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Asuka is a bot, I think. Let's go. You need strategy? We'll be fine. We all qualified, right?
Yeah, we qualified.
Let's go.
Because we're cracked a Rooney.
We're crackaroony. Now we just gotta do that 2 more
Crackaroony.
times. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, Pingu.
This song sounds so good. It's like an 80s song, guys. And I have like 80s hair right now, so it's a good combination.
What's the song?
I
I'm
don't know.
curious.
I don't know. What is this song? Ooh, Claire requested Pitbull.
Pitbull?
Yeah. It's like a type of dog or something.
Oh. You're not referring to Mr. Worldwide?
Is that his nickname?
Mr. Worldwide? Yeah. You don't
Oh,
know
I
that?
didn't know that. No.
Oh, okay. Well, now you know.
All right. I saw Jimmy goes the winner. Jimmy did not. Jimmy is playing well. Bro, stop
who
hating
said
on.
that?
Who do you think?
Who fucking starts with a G and ends with for life that could be saying that? I wonder.
Actually, his name ends with 42.
A 420. Oh, yeah. You're
Yeah.
420. My bad. My bad. My bad.
It's fine. Why are you pushing me? Gio? Bro, I'm kicking you out. I'm just joking. Ah! Any friend of Jimmy's is a friend of mine. Unless you hate the Jews.
Oh,
Yeah, you tell him.
whoever is
thing.
blue tip. Who's
Ah.
blue tip?
Who's
Me?
blue tip?
Bro, we and you almost died together, bro.
I know. Shit.
Where? Don't step on it.
Oh my god, fuck.
Ah!
Disgusted.
I'm a beast. This
You
is
really are a
intense.
beast thing.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No! Oh,
Let's
Let's
go. Did you die?
No, I'm so close though.
I love another day.
Okay, gamer.
You mean another round?
I'm
You're
not
gonna
part
die
of
this
that.
round, Jimmy.
I know this song. What is this
Do you?
song called? Wait, I wish you guys could hear it too. Wait.
I've been streaming it, so I can't.
Yeah. Let me look at it. Sublime, What I Got. I haven't heard this song in a long time.
Oh, this song's awesome. I love Sublime. Whoever
Hey, let's blast
requested
these
that.
guys' balls,
Yeah.
guys.
That
Hell
band's
yeah.
awesome. What's his name? The streamer I'm playing with. You can check out his perspective. Give him a follow. His name is Ping Pong Masters. I'll give you the link in chat.
Aw, that's so sweet. Guys, follow Jimmy if you're not already. I don't know what you're doing with your life. This is...
Please don't play a clip. Oh, there you go. That's thank you.
Nathan. If Nathan was here, he would play a clip, but he would
I'm
shout
so
you
done
out.
with clips on my channel. Oh nope, I almost died.
Yeah, I'm gonna go through all the clips during the
Ask
subathon.
Theoballs, even Thea
Ah!
testicles.
Yep.
We gotta.
Oh, what's that? Clear Bright 99.
Ah!
Thank you so much for the follow.
No,
Is
I
that one of your viewers
died!
thing?
Yeah,
You motherfucker.
Clear
Thank
Bright
you
is
for the
great.
follow.
Just died,
Appreciate
Jimmy.
ya.
It's just you.
Jimmy, you
It's just
got
me?
this.
I'm cracked.
Do
I'm
it for
cracked.
Clear
I
Bright.
literally have this. I'll do it for Clear Bright. Thank you. Fuck, that wasn't enough.
Clear Bright is awesome. He is to stream too. He's gonna go back
fuck?
maybe later.
Oh,
Oh.
awesome.
Mad chill. Oh
Oh.
Isn't Triple G also return? Oh, this is not good.
yes, and oh, I saw it.
Oh
Oh,
my god.
that was. Oh, thanks for the follow, Gio. Appreciate it. But you
Push
you
my- push
died.
my-
No, I'm just joking. Oh,
Okay, good.
okay. Nice, kind of. Oh, that was actually very good. Only 4 people left, bro. Ooh.
What the fuck was I doing?
I
Oh
know.
shit.
Oh, you're dodging them like bullets, bro. Ah! What was that?
You almost literally just killed yourself.
Yeah. What is it? What was that?
No, that was bad. All right.
You got him. You got him though.
We got 3 more.
Not good.
Okay. Only 2 people left to
Hug
take
him,
out.
Hug him. Oh, you almost fell.
It's okay. They're going after each other. Oh, shit. Get him. Huh?
Let's go! No!
I have no idea what just
Fucking
happened.
What the hell?
Yo, let them hit each other. Oh, let's go,
Oh, you
baby.
let's
Hell yeah.
The haters can suck a cock! Whoa! Oh my god. Who's hating on me? Who's hating on me? I don't want to hear it. Let's fucking go.
Good shit.
Oh my god. Let's go.
GG. Hell yeah. This song Party Parrot. I've never heard this. I don't know this song. Why am I so long? We just unlocked the skin and we become longer with it.
I was hype.
For those that wonder what we do here, this is what we do if you're new. Challenges, streamer collabs, community games, and more. Very specific information here.
Oh, we all have to win individually.
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah, let's just do squad game then instead of this over and over again.
Yeah. Y'all are okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Gio's okay with that.
I think Gio wants to do a different one. Yeah,
Oh,
as
okay.
long as I keep being that mode, yeah.
All right, let's go squad show then.
I second that.
Janelle wants it. I should open.
Totally not playing Minecraft right now.
Isn't
And
there a way
Fall Guys.
to combine our streams so we could have it under one chat or something?
Yes, Cocobut's still here. Cocobut, if you're here, what's the website so people can watch my stream and pings?
I'll open your stream so I could look at chat, but
There's a website. I don't know where though.
I found a dead mount. Hey, thanks for the gifted sub to Elevate. Elevated loved the Wordle games and he made his own game. That guy was cool. Thank you. Let me just play the song for you.
Thank you.
I won't unmute for this.
Thank you make me cry with your singing.
Gamer. Sorry, Jimmy.
It's you're fine.
Just mentioning his name, I just kind of feel bad for you because you guys don't have the best.
It's okay. You don't have to say that every time.
I'm
You're
making it
fine.
awkward. Okay, I'm sorry.
You're okay. It's okay.
Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
We all tried jumping down the middle one.
I'm late. Oh. Another one. Damn. Thanks for the second gifted sub. And to Johnny Hart. That is my
Johnny
brother's Johnny Depp, yeah. Nah. Johnny Hart is my brother's IRL friend. He's playing a lot of Pokemon stuff, so he comes in during Pokemon streams, so that's nice. Someone who watches sometimes. Thank you. I will play for you again after this. Make it more awkward? Nah, it's okay, Dino. I guess I did by reading that out loud. Come on, Gamer. Every gifted sub I get from Gamer, I will donate that money to Jimmy.
Oh, I thank you.
I got you. Did you see what he said?
What?
Never mind.
Doing it to make Jimmy mad because he's missing out on money. I got enough money from the subathon. It's fine.
I think he's okay, yeah.
I'm okay.
Janelle, thank you. That was a good message to delete, even though Jimmy just read it out loud.
I'll give you half a penny for okay. I'm not getting thrown one bit at a time, damn.
One bit at a time.
Remember, I would what would I get? A few bit messages.
Yeah.
Some people still do that. I don't
Yeah.
have the bits to spend on that though.
People do that with me too, but
There's a way to get free bits.
I do
yeah,
that
there
with,
used to be. They got rid of it, from my understanding.
Really?
I think so. Thank you for the bit. Bits
No,
add
they
like
just-
8 seconds, I think.
They don't.
One bit adds 8 seconds. You're kidding.
Or it adds like a few seconds. I probably shouldn't have said that. What's up, Tyler?
Yo, I might just donate some bits. Holy shit.
Yeah, it goes up by a few. It's all basically for $5 an hour. It all matches up for $5 an hour, so.
Ping, you are actually insane.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh no, I'm sorry, $10 an hour. But Twitch takes half of it for subs and then taxes, so it comes out to like $2 an hour for subs. But for bits, we keep most of that money. I think like 80 or 90% or something. I don't remember.
That's better.
Yeah.
Which is a scam.
Yeah, kinda.
YouTube don't take any of your money, don't do they?
Yeah, but YouTube still. If you're a streamer, purely a streamer, you'll make a lot more money on Twitch. Like you
I
could.
think.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what's up?
I was just gonna say you could look up people who who've moved from Twitch to YouTube, and I mean a lot of the big ones have contracts, and they it's a lot of money, but the smaller ones they've lost a lot of money. Like they talk about it too.
If you got a contract with Facebook, would you take it?
Yeah.
No.
I don't know. It depends. If I could stream full time and like move out and do crazier stuff, I would take it.
I think from
depends.
what I would say as like from a small streamer perspective, I know some people that like even person that tried to just go on YouTube because like, oh yeah, fucking like when they see Ludwig's like all the
Yeah,
big ones
yeah,
moving,
yeah.
they're like, it must be the place. What they don't understand is those people can move and PewDiePie and stuff because they have the audience, and if you have an audience, like it's pretty good because then you have the
Well-
VOD and your YouTube videos all in one place. But if you're a small streamer, YouTube is really bad right now because like with Twitch, at least the recognition's better. Just like finding smaller streamers, like if you want to watch a game, go on the game category. Like at least there's a system in play. There's nothing like that. The interface on YouTube sucks for live streaming. It's actually terrible. So
Yeah,
I,
yeah.
I wouldn't recommend it if you're a small streamer. It's much easier to find newer people on Twitch, which is why it's more worth it right now for Twitch. And there's some bad stuff about the company, obviously. I wish we got a better deal when it comes to subs. But also, I don't know, pretty sure once you get partner, you can have a contract, isn't that right? Where like sometimes you can get a better deal.
They don't give that much better deals. Oh, Geo just died.
Well,
But,
anything's
yeah.
better than what we have now, I guess.
Let's go, Geo.
The thing is, on YouTube, there was someone called Stream Senpai who moved from Twitch to YouTube, and he lost a lot of money. And he was like, I don't know, 200 viewer Andy or whatever.
Yeah.
For Ludwig, it was amazing because he does it very smartly. After his stream ends, he just pushes everyone to a premiere of a new video.
Yeah, which is honestly what you
So
probably
smart.
should do.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Thank you so much, Clear, for the gifted sub to Sleepy. Oh, that's funny. Twitch for life. Honestly, I like Twitch. I think certain things on Twitch are amazing. Like the fact that there are leaderboards and so many integrations from other applications make it really fun. But yeah. Thank you for the gifted sub, Queer. Thank you. All right, I'm back. My bad.
No
I am
problem,
back. Oh, I forgot to order pizza.
You're literally
Damn.
doing it and you didn't order it?
No, I get distracted so easily.
Yeah, don't grab the gold.
Oh, thanks for the 50 bits.
Oh wait, where is... Oh,
Appreciate it, bro. Ludwig knows how to maximize everything. Ludwig is very smart, yeah.
Ludwig is my favorite big streamer. I think he's genuinely entertaining and makes great content.
I think he's really, really smart, but I personally like some other streamers more.
That's totally fine. And there's like a few big streamers I do watch, and he's just one of them.
Yeah. Me and Timmy were fighting for the same eggs. The only bad thing about Twitch is they save like half your profits and moderation is questionable. Yeah, I like Ping the best. Aw, thanks, Clear. Yeah.
walk with red.
The thing is, like,
Or no, get yellow, get yellow, get yellow, get yellow.
compared to everything
yellow.
else, as a Twitch streamer, believe it or not, as a small streamer, I mean, Twitch is probably the best, even though it has a lot of like things that are like messed up.
100%.
Yo, we're killing yellow. What the hell?
Yeah, let's get yellow. Let's deprive yellow of all their eggs.
Okay. Ludwig is very entertaining. He just knows how to make it. Yeah, I don't find him personally that like funny or stuff, but I find him so like it's so interesting to look at his channel because he makes very good content, and like I don't know, he collabs with these huge people and he makes these like he's always doing new shit, and it's actually really interesting to watch. I like watching his content more so for his content than for him, which is like interesting. I don't know.
For me, it's both. I
Gold
love his
egg.
personality,
It's
and I also
gold
love his
egg.
content. And I feel like they both, his community is pretty good too. And I don't know, even a Fall Guys video you just did was very entertaining. He's just a great streamer. And the newest Mogul Money thing with like that packed audience was crazy.
Oh yeah, that was crazy.
Like that was nuts, and that was really fun to watch.
Mm-hmm.
And having everyone there, that must have been very fun seeing all the big streamers live.
Yeah.
Yes.
I like
Yes, red lost.
Miskiff. Let's go. They had
Yeah.
0 and 1? What the hell?
I
Yeah,
really
we
like
had
Miskiff
everything.
too. He's very funny.
Yeah.
I like watching his content.
I like Miskiff. We're taking it down. We're
Blue
taking
is
it
always the W team. We always get blue and we always win.
Hell yeah, baby. We did humiliate the others.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, pizza.
Come on, please be hacks. Please be hacks. Please be hacks. No.
Should I get Papa John's?
You should.
Okay.
Yeah, douche.
Delivery. Oh, I'm so excited for pizza. And then I gotta take a shot too.
You gotta take a shot.
Yeah, Papa John's top tier. Okay, I think it's good. Yeah, I have to take a shot.
Ping, do you want to do a pizza tier list? Is that what I'm hearing?
I would do that.
That'd be kind of fun. I
Barbecue
gotta do more
chicken.
tier list
I
shit.
guess
Same with
we
you,
do.
Ping. We
Whatever.
gotta have our opinions out there.
I did them before. I don't know. They were fun to do, but I feel like, yeah, I should do them.
Well, not all the time. Just like on occasion, it can be very fun. I feel like.
You're right. I should have added that as a thing, but I'm sure we'll do it. You love barbecue chicken from. You know what I like from Papa? Listen, I live in New York, okay? Not like you losers who don't live in New York. Just kidding. I love you all. But New York has the best pizza in the world.
Bro,
I've been
I
to
do
I
Italy.
do.
Yeah, I've been to Italy. That pizza's not as good, okay?
Oh
Eh.
shit! Fucking hating Italians. Love to hear it.
Oh, my bad.
No, I hate Italians too.
Oh,
I am one of them.
self-hating.
I can say it.
Self-hating it down.
I know Italian Americans specifically. Italians are probably fine. It's the Italian Americans. You know, if you could like.
Bro.
Never mind. I gotta shut up.
I will say there's a good amount of Italian Americans in my neighborhood, and a bunch of them are pretty racist and stuff, like older generation and stuff. But
Yeah,
that's I feel like that's older generation of everything.
probably. They're just louder, I guess, so it's more obnoxious too.
Yeah, they don't care. My friend is going back to New York like tomorrow. Nice. I had L&B today. Hell yeah. Yeah, there's so much good pizza
We
in New York.
lost.
Oh, because of Gio? That's okay. It's fine. Yeah, I know you did, Emily.
Jump that way.
Boopa da boopy. You swapping people in and out? We should be swapping people in and out, right, Jimmy?
We probably should if someone wants to come in, we can.
Yeah. All right. Who wants?
Anyone in my chat want to come in either too? Or should we swap out multiple or just
can
one?
go.
We should
No,
swap.
it's fine. You're good.
We should swap out one person from mine, one person from yours. I don't know. The cheese
I don't know
sticks.
I don't know if anyone in my chat even wants to play. I don't even know if people watch me for Fall Guys. I gotta hold on.
Gotcha. I will say oh yeah, so what I was saying about New York pizza, that's why you get like local pizza, it's better than all the chains. But I'm gonna get Papa John's because you guys want me to. And honestly, the cheese sticks from there are mad good, so it's okay.
Oh yeah,
We lost, by the way.
Oh.
we did. Damn.
Yeah, we should put people in and out, right?
Oh yeah, that's fair. You can kick people. You're in charge. I don't care who you kick. You can kick whoever you want. I will be back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. You can entertain my chat ping. Kick whoever you want, whether for mine or yours, doesn't matter.
All right.
BRB.
I'm
Alright.
playing Minecraft right now.
All right, so that's okay if I kick you out, Timmy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't mind.
I've never had one, but deep dish pizzas from Chicago look 1,000 times. I will say I've never had deep dish from Chicago, so maybe that could be better. That is true. I want to play, but I can come later. Yeah, I'm online. Okay, now I get Papa Murphy. I don't even know what that is.
Papa Murphy's good.
What is that?
Maybe I can try and stream snipe you.
Huh?
I'm gonna try and stream snipe you.
You're gonna try to stream snipe me?
Yeah.
You should do that. That would be funny.
We can get two groups going and trying to stream snipe you.
That would be funny. Chicago deep dish. Oh, do you like that, Tyler? All right, we're gonna get this pizza. Oh, I don't want this meal. The what?
The foot?
The foot? The freak? Late night. I just want regular pizza. They don't have a regular pizza? Sorry, go ahead. Oh, here it is.
Freaking frickheck.
I hear my voice. Ew.
Oh, you don't like the sound of your own voice?
Not really. I mean, when I edit it for videos, it's fine, but when I hear it on stream, it just feels weird. They're straight bussin', nice. Funny plus, let's go. Garden Fresh. What is that? Ew, Hawaii. If you like Hawaiian pizza in chat,
Oh my god, bro.
leave.
Shut up.
Yeah, I said that on
We're not
purpose
having
because
that
you're right
debate.
here. Hawaiian pizza is nasty, okay?
Hawaiian pizza isn't bad.
Is it seems nasty. I'll be honest, I've never
You
had
should
it.
get Chicago pizza.
I should.
Or whatever that is, wherever the sauce is on top and the cheese is on the below part.
Mm.
Red
Anyone
cheese
Jimmy's want to
sauce.
do? Are you in Discord VC or Fall Guys? Discord VC, but I'm not gonna invite you in, Gamer. I'm sorry. There's only so much Gamer and Jimmy contact that should be happening. I've seen people put cucumber on pizza. That actually doesn't sound that bad. I love Hawaiian pizza.
Wait, what? Put what?
Oh, this song. Cucumber, Gamer said.
Oh, cucumber? Yeah, it ain't bad.
Oh, I see the barbecue chicken. It has bacon though. Yeah.
Get pesto pizza.
Pesto. I want like I don't know, regular pizza. I don't know.
Thin crust?
Yeah, that sounds good. What's Garden Fresh? Ew.
I just went to get some water and cake.
Welcome
I'm
back.
trying to stream snipe you.
Thank you.
Oh.
Guys, see him send me? Damn.
Good luck, because there is a delay. 10-inch original.
Just
Create
tell me
your
when you're
own.
starting it.
I will not. All right, give me a
Why
second.
not?
Give me a second. I'll tell you. Sean Paul. I remember I used to listen to Sean Paul, Burning, and Temperature. Okay, pizza sauce. I don't
You
want.
said you like listen to Sean Paul while you're burning. I was gonna say that's a little stream.
It's very Holocausty. Sorry. Bad joke. Bad joke.
Oh my god.
It's okay. I'm Jewish. I like my shirt. Thank you. Yeah, I went Avatar State before, and it was a nice combination. You think we'll start World War II in a bit? Nah, I just think it would be a bit weird. I don't think it would be nice on my part to do that. Do you remember the trip I did with my friends? Yes, they ordered a pizza with pineapple, peach, and cherries. Yeah, that sounds disgusting.
Yeah, you tell him.
Yeah, that's disgusting. Wait, I'm $5.52 away from saving $5. That's how they try to get you, bro. All right.
Person's head looks like the skin we're wearing. What
No, it
TikTok and her
doesn't.
head is so big.
Oh. Wait, my head?
No, on TikTok, this girl's head looks like the skin we're wearing.
Gotcha. Cheese stick. Leave at door but ring doorbell. My address, which I'm gonna say out loud right now. Do I have to tip? Ew.
Yes.
Ew. Oh, it's so much money with Uber Eats. I ordered it though. I was about to show you guys. Yeah, but I don't want to talk to them.
Jamari's jealous.
That is dumb. Jamari's jealous of what?
Your order, I think.
Oh, sumimasen. What did I want to do? Oh yeah, I have to take a shot. All right, I'll be right back.
Shots.
That's right. Shots.
Turn down
Oh,
for what?
we started. Never mind. I'll do it later. Sorry. Possible you think you could open Fall Guys VC to hear my callouts? Nah, that's mad work. I'm sorry. I don't even know how to do that. Is it common to tip over there in the US? Yes, and it's very annoying. I don't like tipping. I've been to Japan. If you tip in Japan, it's like looked down upon. It's like, what the hell are you doing? Depending on where you are, but
That's really cool.
Game.
I like that too, right? You might be in the game. Oh shit! Oh, I forgot to say.
Are you
over
in
there.
Party
it.
Promenade?
No.
Damn.
Come on, Dizzy Heights. Whatever this
Damn.
map is.
Damn.
I can't wait to go to Japan one day, Ping.
Hell yeah. I want to go next year. Oh, I
You
like
do?
this song. Yeah. That's
I
my
probably
goal.
won't, but I will. I would want to.
Yeah. I want to stream for a week there.
Ooh.
And then
You like that guy that streamed and like saved the girls from all the pedophiles?
yes, but my content would be better.
Wow.
You would
More-
save them from more pedophiles, right?
Yeah. No, I don't know. I feel like when I was in Japan, I was doing crazy stuff. Like it was so fun. Like when I see Japan streams from like Americans, they don't look that. They look
They don't look
okay,
that
but
interesting.
yeah. Yeah. And like when you go out,
Testing? Okay.
and also Japanese people can't say TOS things because they don't know enough English to. So it's like a win-win.
I mean, they can. They can say things that sound like TOS things and get you banned.
I guess, yeah.
Shit, I suck
Do
dick.
it.
Oh, no.
Love that. Stare.
Kissy, wake up. I don't
Stare?
like this.
Stronger.
Yeah, I ate some Japanese snacks on stream, Ping, and they were delicious.
Yeah, I saw you eat one of them. You even like you purposefully like took it and you're like, look at this, like flaunting it at me, which is
Yeah.
funny. Yeah.
I gotta watch more anime.
Me too. Oh my god, I'm so far behind on anime.
I will not have time until the fall, honestly, but I will then.
Yo,
Yeah,
Because I'm doing my thing in this week, and then I want to start grinding on the YouTube channel, which is gonna take some work and more money.
hell yeah. Well, you know, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Why am I not dropping?
I don't know. Got third, nice. We're doing well.
mi-
The song's
minions
mad
of
good, bro.
Chinese children.
What?
Ping, are you gonna release a new YouTube video soon?
After I'm gonna do a
You
subathon video after the
RR.U.
subathon.
Ooh, let's go.
Yeah.
Everyone sub to Ping. Get him there.
Nah.
Notices your bulge, give me huggy wuggies.
No, yes, sub to Ping.
I gotta give huggy wuggies to Blaster.
Have you guys just ever thought how much money you'd make from like selling your bath water and shit?
Oh yeah, I would have made millions, bro. Half of the community would buy my bath water.
Exactly, bro.
I would for the meme. I'll do an unboxing. It's gonna be great.
That would have been funny,
Dang, if
actually.
someone came in your chat and offered to buy your underwear, how much would you say for them to buy it for?
That's a great question. I should have that number up offhand, right?
No.
Oh.
Buy me about $20.
$20?
Nah. I
Nah,
would
way
say,
more than that.
yeah, 1,000. I saw a
Pretty good
video.
price.
Thanks for the lurk, Judo, and thank you for the sub. What'd you say?
Who, me?
Yeah,
Oh, pretty good price.
$1,000, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw a video in which a girl was selling her farts. Yeah, Alinity. Wait, Alinity? No. What's the big one?
Amaranth? I
Yeah,
think?
Amaranth. Yeah, she was selling her
Yeah, there
farts.
was... Oh shit.
Clear, you would, Brian? Clear, you still owe me an OnlyFans subscription, but it's okay. I had a bet with the streamer, Clear Bright. Doesn't stream much anymore, but I had a bet. Like this was a long time ago. I don't even know if he remembers for an OnlyFans subscription, but he never bought it. You died.
Sorry, yeah, but go on.
It's okay. We're gonna make content from it. We're gonna on the subathon. It's a sub goal to make OnlyFans content. So yeah.
Oh. What's gonna be on there?
Yeah.
I don't know yet. Probably my feet or something. I'm not sure yet.
Okay.
Maybe not. Maybe I don't know. I do have an only. Yeah, thank you, Gino. Only love can hurt. Like I wasn't looking at the game.
I need to add an OnlyFans command.
You do. Yeah, I've seen it as well, Tyler. Perfect match. This is named after me. Huh? Belle Delphine released how much money she made off of OnlyFans. She's made 30 mil.
Yeah.
Is that a lot or a little for her?
That's a lot of money.
Okay.
Penny is like, is that a lot or is that a little?
That's a
What do
lot
you
of fucking
mean?
money. 30 million. Holy
I mean,
shit.
I just don't know. Like, I don't know how much content she has up there, how long she's been doing it. So
Maybe I'm like new to the internet, but like, has she gotten famous for anything other than like,
No.
I don't know, like being like girl that sells
No.
bathwater and OnlyFans girl? Like, was she doing anything? Was she a streamer or something? Like, I don't know.
No, that's the only thing.
oh, I don't know.
Okay.
Same with SS Sniper Wolf.
Oh
Exact
yeah,
same thing.
she's huge on YouTube now though.
I think so, yeah.
OnlyFans helped though, I'm sure. You were last alive, nice gamer. Good stuff. Too Mad got to Too Mad went out with Bella Delphine.
Yeah.
What the hell? How? No offense to Too Mad, but
You
I
mean
hon-
how, man?
I honestly
hot as
don't.
hell.
I honestly don't know much about Too Mad. I've just seen him like like he had some drama with another big streamer, and that's about all I know about him.
Pokemon?
No, he had drama with Hasanabi, I think.
Hassan.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate this game mode, the soccer game mode.
I actually love the. Oh, never
What
mind.
do you love?
Yeah, the soccer one is annoying.
Especially when you're playing with randoms. You don't got
I
any
suck.
coordination.
Yeah. We're doing the ring ones. I actually like this one. I did a 24-hour stream on the season that this came out, and I was doing pretty good on this game mode. Oh, I got gold twice. Bell and Too Mad made a sex tape. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm doing the cheater strat.
Nice.
I'm just cutting to
No.
the end.
No! W goalie, W goalie.
Oh, fuck.
I
We can
guess-
do this, guys. Come on. Get your head in the game, guys.
We got this. Well, I gotta watch that video on stream for a
Shit.
sub goal. I mean, what? Let's go.
Let's go. GG's.
Good job, guys.
Good job. Good job. Look at these losers. Not even in
Oh,
top
we
50 like
lost.
us.
We lost? No, we made.
I
Oh,
know.
He's in a different
I
game.
I'm in a
forgot,
different
yeah.
game. I'm trying to stream snipe you.
You did give subs to pretty good viewers, Gino. I mean, it was random, but nice.
Bup.
How am I gonna get the food, Emily? I don't know. They're gonna drop it off and then I'll pick it up. Add on items from 7-Eleven. What?
Aw. Yo, Ping, any other games you want to play, by the way?
This was $30 for a pizza and cheese sticks? Jesus. I'm down for Fortnite.
Bro falls?
Oh.
Bro Falls.
Fortnite Battle
Falls?
Pass.
What's Bro Falls?
Fall Guys, but bro falls?
Oh, that. You guys were mentioning
Yo,
about that, yeah.
Wait, Ping,
Maybe.
if I gift you Stumble Guys, would you play it with me?
Oh, that's what I thought you meant by Bro Falls. Yeah?
Like on
Bro
stream,
Falls
like
is
tonight?
free.
Yeah. Oh, it is? Alright, there's too many games, guys. There's too many games. But yeah, I'll play everything, bro. I have the time.
All right. I mean, I'll play Fall Guys for at least another half hour personally, but I might get a little sick of it and might want to change it up.
Alright, yeah, I'm down to change it up whenever you want to.
All right, cool.
Oh, it's 2 gigs.
You know, Ping, you don't have to, but I also want to put out there. It's been a while since we played some Mario Kart together.
That is true. I have a list of games to play for the Subathon, and Mario Kart is one of them. It's a great game to play with Chad and stuff. And I haven't
Late
played
night
in a long
lobbies
time.
could go hard.
Yeah.
Make a pro Mario Kart.
Damn it.
DNL hates the
All right,
Jews.
I'm out. Oh, wait, hold on. I gotta rip one. I gotta mute myself on stream.
Okay. I want to hear that fart, though.
We're good.
Oh,
It actually didn't make any noise. I could have got away with it. You're never sure, you know.
that's true. Do you have silent? I have silent farts.
What the
Sometimes I just had
fuck?
one. Yeah, it was like totally silent.
Mine are like almost always silent
Outpost.
farts.
Some are like violently loud, and others are just like very silent. All right, I
Did
gotta shut up now.
Someone get disconnected?
From what?
The
Fall
game.
Guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gio just left.
Oh. Okay. I'll actually got canceled for that joke. Yeah.
Jimmy don't care. Who asked? Sorry.
Don't be sorry. Gamer,
Talking
stop
about
being an
fun.
ass to Jimmy. If Jimmy
I
wants,
was-
you know how nice Jimmy is. If Jimmy wanted me to permaban you, I would have permabanned you. And he's okay with you being here because he's so nice. Like, remember that.
Aw, thanks.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I don't know if I'm that nice, but
You are nice.
Oh, disconnected.
Yeah,
I
he
thought that
did
meant
say
don't care.
disconnected.
Oh, fuck me. Okay, now I'm the asshole.
Nah,
Jesus Christ. All right, yeah, sorry. That's on me. Fuck,
I'll be
I'm the
honest.
asshole
I
then.
thought he said I thought he said disconnected too, but he was saying other stuff earlier. So
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, maybe a little bit. My bad. My B. Sorry.
Gamer, from my experience with you, like I have no problems with you. I'm just saying, you know, because
I thought you meant don't care, and it wouldn't have surprised me, but it was DC, and I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, that's fair enough.
I'll be back.
It was Gio
Alright.
who DC'd, though.
yeah. That's another thing that was a little confusing. Okay. I still DK. What happened? Damn, spilled the tea, y'all. What? Oh, you don't know what's happening?
Oh, someone just DC'd for the game, that's all.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Ah. I need to get the shot. It's the alcohol shot. It's I need to get a shot glass. And then get a drink. Oh my god, I'm so hungover, guys. I drank so much last night.
Same, actually.
Oh, damn.
I had 0 hours of sleep, and that's usually like a big trigger for me. But I was like, you know what? No, I'm gonna go to this party and I'm gonna have a good time. And I had like 5 mixed
No.
drinks in an hour, and then I had like 2 beers throughout the rest of it, and I was very fucking drunk.
Gotcha. Yeah, I drank a couple of shots and stuff, and I became drunk.
Dude, it was been so long since I've been to a big event since COVID though, so it was fun. And when Party
Nice.
Rock Anthem came on, I was rocking down the dance floor. Fucking, I was just
Sorry.
hyping.
Shit.
You got this. You got this.
No,
Alright,
I
there you
don't.
go, there you
That
go.
guy won. Shit. I was
Damn,
last
dude.
though. That was pretty good.
This one's hard though, so GG's. We tried. We tried. our best.
GG's. We were close. Want me to bring it? Can you, Emily? Thank you so much. What do you like to drink, Pong? I don't like the taste of drinks per se, but I like to drink like whiskey, tequila, like 40% drinks because it just gets you drunk faster and it's less alcohol. So yeah. What do you? Yeah, that's what I like to drink. What else? Just the shot glass? Can you bring me a shot glass and whiskey, if that's okay? It should be open in the fridge or on the counter somewhere.
Oh, did he ask why? Sorry, I just thought you said DK as in don't care.
Everything is
I
fine.
misinterpreted. You're fine.
Doctor's more trigger happy. Oh, I know this song from that YouTuber, Gideon. Do you know Gideon, guys?
I think so.
Yeah. He's an interesting fella. Isn't that the best emote? Where I hug Dragonite? Oh my god. Alright, so is
Anyone want to join us?
yeah.
Yo, Ping, we gotta play some Mario Party soon.
True.
That will be fun.
Wait, is shiny Dragonite black or is it like more yellow? That would be fun. I mean, I'm down. Oh, it's green. No, it doesn't even look that good to me. I love Dragonite, but the shiny looks terrible. Honestly, can we agree on the real vibes? Yeah. Yeah, that's
No,
why.
I don't. No. I don't mind acknowledging like someone's existence. Like if someone wants to talk, it's fine. Just don't talk about like the ban or something. That can be
Thank
bad
you,
vibes to me. But I
Emily.
don't care. If he wants to ask me a question, he can. I don't give a shit.
Emily, don't talk about the ban. It's weird vibes, okay?
Yeah, Emily.
Jimmy said, "Yeah, Emily." Said sorry, Jimmy. Emily. Emily. You want? Okay. That was a joke. She's underage. I wouldn't have given her the drink.
Yeah, no. If he wants to ask me a question or play a game, that's fine. I just, the band's probably the awkward stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, she
that's
didn't
all.
know, but doctor told her, so that's good. Thank you, doctor.
Thanks, Doc.
Oh! Alright, I'm taking this shot. This shot hurts a lot because I'm hungover. And usually when I'm hungover after like throwing up the night before, which I did, I don't like drinking for like a week, 2 weeks, whatever. So this is gonna hurt. But
Let's see it.
Yeah, I do it for you guys, for the content, for the sub goals, you know? You're paying for this. Please be careful. Yeah. Well, we have pizza coming, so it should be okay.
Oh, I see it. It's a little behind.
Yeah. This is for Mexican Independence Day, September 16th. Yes. We can thank Dinel for the sub goal suggestion.
You're celebrating a little early there, Ping.
Oh, the pizza came? Thank you. Thank you. My sister's so nice delivering things for me. Wait, Emily.
What?
Can you take this back?
I want the show us the pizza, Ping.
I'm
Tired of walking up and down.
wait. Can you take this too? I have to drink it first, though. Thank you. Oh, Thank
I love
you.
his hair.
yo. You know they say,
Ping, I'm watching you on my stream right now.
hey, yo. She's too nice. She is nice. I have great siblings. I mean, I'm part of the reason they're great siblings, but
Wait, Ping, show us pizza. Show us pizza.
I got you guys. Hey, I want
The money
pizza.
shot.
Viva Mexico. I love the Venom shirt. Nice. Oh, I should have told her that. She might see it in chat, though. Independence Day in Colombia is in 2 days. I guess in 2 days I'll have to drink again then. You're reading up chat, I mean, Lisa. Okay.
Pizza. Sorry, it's a little behind. My reaction might be a little.
It's okay.
Oh, that looks like Papa John's. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
I should have
Ain't
got
even a circle, man. What the hell?
Bro, I should have gotten the real pizza and then shown you guys what New York pizza looks like. It's so sexy. But it's okay.
Like you?
Bro. Hey,
Just like
yo,
Pig.
you're too young. You can't say that, bro.
Oh my god.
But yes, like me. You make me want to order some. Understandable. Yeah, my sister throws things at me. I feel like my sister has thrown things. Wait, what? Oh, that was the cheese sticks. This is the pizza. Bro, the cheese sticks
Oh.
look like pizza, bro.
I was gonna say, okay, let me get your stream back up. Oh, that's the pizza. Okay, that looks
Looks
much more like
exact same.
pizza.
Yeah.
That looks much more like pizza.
Well, this one looks a bit darker, but yeah, the other one looked like pizza too.
It
I
looks
just-
like a really overly cheesy pizza.
Man, I just had dinner and you do this to me. Sumimasen. Looks fire. Eat the banana pepper. Ew. It's called the banana pepper. I never eat peppers.
Banana.
Banana? I need to watch
Banana.
that. I need to watch the Minion movie.
You really don't.
Oh.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Is it? Wait, Emily went to see it
I
today.
like
How
it.
was it, Emily?
Well, no, people said it was good. I don't know.
Okay.
Some people liked it. I heard it was better than it should have been.
Oh, okay. Does a fourth person want to come play Fall Guys?
Anyone watching me that wants to play?
Yeah. All right, I'll be right back.
Anyone's even watching me?
Aw. Guys, watch Jimmy. What is this song?
Hail to you. Thank you, Doctor.
What is this song?
What song? I have to listen.
Nah, you don't have to. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get paper towels.
I want to listen.
Okay.
I'll unmute to hear this. Okay, that sounds like not TOS. I'm going to ignore that one. Someone request Ben Did That by your boy Jimmy. My favorite song ever.
Oh, Emily
Yeah,
liked this
Ben
movie.
Did That.
I would if I could. Blast ball? Nah, let's win a squads first before blast balls.
Let's win.
Yeah,
Let's
we could skip
do
this
it.
song if you want. Sorry, Tyler.
Yeah, that sounded like not TOS.
Bro, this music is like perfect for my hair. This is so oily. Oh my god. Are we getting another person for Fall Guys? Anyone in your chat, Jimmy?
No one for me. Just I guess ready up if no one's gonna come.
All right, Timmy, do you want to come? Or
I
you...
literally just closed the game, man.
Okay, it's okay. You're Minecrafting, right?
I'm building my big wheat farm for Hypixel.
Ooh.
Nice. All right, Emily, come play. Lamp? What are these songs, bro?
The ketchup.
No, it's pizza sauce. I hope.
It looks like ketchup.
Well, it's not. I don't like ketchup, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Once you actually know what goes into ketchup and like what they make it with, you won't like it.
No, I don't care about that stuff. I still eat hot dogs, but
What's wrong with hot dogs?
yeah, you can invite a friend.
Do I want to know what's wrong with hot dogs?
Oh, there's a lot wrong with. Oh, do you not know? Are you serious?
Not 100%.
You know it's leftover meat, right?
Oh, that's fantastic.
And
oh,
it's
you know the minced meat that's in grocery stores?
Mm-hmm.
The minced meat that's starting to go bad, you know how like starts turning brown in the package? They mix it together with the other ones.
I never liked hot dogs that much anyway, so whatever. Oh, I was a burger guy instead.
well, that's a good
But
picture.
yeah, if you use the minced meat that you bought from stores, probably had rotten what's that called? Rotten beef.
BRB, I'm a fat ass. I'm gonna get more cake.
You're good.
Mhm.
Mm. Yeah, it's wheat farm, not weed. This is too much food. Oh, let me update the sub thing. Oh, I forgot. This is the next one. Oh, this is annoying. Okay.
What is it? Bad.
You'll see right now. I
And then
hate
I gotta
doing
build
this.
my sugarcane farm. Take forever.
Rate the pizza? I didn't eat it yet. This is this is the cheese sticks. I mean, it's good. It tastes like cheese on bread and sauce. Yeah, twerk. The next thing is twerk to me.
You better learn how to twerk, not twerk.
It wasn't for you.
Learn how to.
Um,
Well, I could twerk. Sorry, what'd you say? My bad, Epicuro. How long is the twerk session? Oh, God. I would say as short as possible, but I don't want to, you know, I don't know. 25 minutes of twerking? Nah, chill. It'll be like 1 minute probably. I hate twerking on
Yeah,
stream.
that'd be a workout. 25 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, I want to work out every morning on stream because I don't work out now. And I just went to the beach and I was like, oh, this is not good. Burning those pizza calories. That is true if I twerk for 25 minutes. Mm-mm-mm. 1 nanosecond is not long enough, you know? Two minutes? Maybe. I don't want to twerk for 2 minutes. That's so cringe. 2 nanoseconds sounds better, yeah. Thanks for the lurk, Emily. Should we play?
Yeah.
Okay,
Let's
my
do it,
bad.
King. Ready on up. You're good.
I'm the one that put it. I did put it as a sub goal, but I don't know. I didn't think I'd be doing it for 2 minutes.
You know, my chairs claimed I shat on them for liking hot dogs, and honestly, it must have been for a meme because I also don't like hot dogs.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Like, I'll eat one hot dog and that's about it. Like, they're not that good.
Same, like I can stomach it. I can have one, or even like, yeah, I can have one. But like, I don't know. Rather have a burger. If you're giving me the option, I'm like, who the fuck would pick a hot dog over a hamburger? And I know people that would. And I'm just like, what the fuck's wrong with you? I don't know.
True. The bun is nice though. All right, I'll twerk for 2 minutes. Ugh. Tyler, are you talking about Apex?
Also, AMC ruined my liking for hot dogs. We made a lot of awful hot dogs there.
Fair.
The most disgusting chili cheese dogs you ever seen were at the movie theaters. Trust me.
Nice. Oh my god, my head is spinning.
And the last thing I want to see is a hot dog from AMC. Oh, it's the worst. That the pizza was terrible. We had a chicken sandwich. We had a chicken and waffle sandwich at AMC with like microwavable like waffle. It was disgusting. It was awful.
That sounds kind of nasty, yeah.
It was terrible. We like put like we put like a waffle on a turbo chef
What the?
and like
I'm
fried
stuck.
some like frozen chicken patty. It was
I'm
disgusting.
I'm sorry. I'm stuck. Oh, okay. You put it on a what?
No, I'm saying at like AMC, the chicken waffle sandwich. It was like a waffle you put in a turbo chef, which is like basically like just this huge like I don't know. It feels like this big like microwave easy bake oven for fast food chains. I don't know. And then just like some fried chicken on it, but it was like cheap chicken.
Gotcha.
But I will say, a little hack, guys. You know what? The one thing that's kind of decent at AMC is the chicken tenders. I'm not kidding. The chicken tenders there, like, yeah, they're frozen like every fast food place. But for what they are, I don't know. Tastes pretty it's not bad. Chicken tenders and mozzarella sticks. Two best things at AMC if you want that kind of food.
Nice. Nice getting first, gamer. Good song. True. This loot pool is ass. Oh, good one. There's a guy with the shot. That sucks. Tyler, you gotta play Apex with me. I'm a god. Have you? Do you play? What? I'm good.
Things are
Good
god.
and a god. It's different.
It's just 1 letter difference.
It's a 1-letter difference.
True, true, true.
Do you guys play Apex?
Yes.
I've never played Apex before in my entire life.
You
It's
should
a
play.
good
It's
game.
fun. Yeah,
Maybe I should.
it's better than Fortnite in my opinion.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it might be a better game,
Actu-
but I like Fortnite for like the goofiness of it, like the emotes
PUBG
and
is
the
better
skins
than
and
any
shit.
game.
Mm. PUBG. I never really played PUBG. I played it like once and I
don't
thought it was
know.
okay.
I just like the vibe of Fortnite, how just like goofy it is and shit.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I play it. It doesn't take itself too seriously.
Yeah, that's. Oh, I just hit my computer and my toenail.
PUBG, on the other hand, takes itself a bit seriously.
Will you carry me, father? Of course, bro. Of course.
I think it is.
Why is it not fun this season?
I suck. Apex is way better, says Janelle. All right.
Yeah, Apex is
Also,
great.
nice haircut. Did you just notice, Janelle? Thank you.
Oh, nice haircut.
Oh, I thank you. I don't have a rug on my head anymore. It's great.
I always have a rug in my head. Except when I have a wig.
Yo, Janelle's Twitch Turbo now. Yo.
Yeah, I told him
Oh
to
my
get it. Or I told him about it. Which Turbo
No, I
is
bought
great.
the wrong thing. I don't want an infinite dirt wand.
No, I'll play with you, Tyler, so we wouldn't get new blobbies. Who do you main? I used to main the girl who would shoot like smoke stuff.
Bitch, where?
Oh yeah, Jimmy.
Sorry, what's up? I was crying because Janelle is gonna get Turbo and not sub to anyone ever again. But
That's
what's
smart. Gamer said one of his viewers said that he was in the same game as you.
Me?
Yeah.
In Fortnite?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's kind of funny.
Yeah. It would be funny if you killed him, like for the win.
Actually, I'm kind of decent at Fortnite. Every time I play with Jared, honestly, I've won a few times on stream. It's been fun.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I want to play with you and Jared. I think I mess it. I wanna get to know Liam too. I don't know him at all.
Oh, Liam's fantastic. I love Liam.
Yeah.
His subathon is very soon as well.
It's tomorrow, yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I felt kind of
Make some
bad,
money.
but he's because it's around the same time, but
I don't think he cares.
yeah, he doesn't care, and it's I looked at at my analytics. We don't really share much viewers, so I don't know.
Okay. Who are you streaming with? I'm streaming with Ping Pong Masters. If any mods want to shout him out right now, I'm in the middle of playing a game.
Aw, that's sweet. And guys, check out your boy Jimmy, one of the nicest guys on Twitch.
Oh, I thank you.
Yeah, Liam is doing Subathon tomorrow. Yep. I talked to him about it in DMs. He said, "Fuck you." No, I'm joking. He was like, "Yeah, I don't care." Because I asked him, "Is it okay if I do it around the same time?" Because just like timing and stuff. He's like, "Yeah, do whatever you need to do." And I was like, "Okay." I mean, it's kind of cool because I'll be able to stream with him too if he's down. I don't know what his plans are exactly, but yeah. Oh, we're owning.
Will you be live then? Hopefully.
I don't know. We'll see how it goes, right? I mean, I'll be live the next 18 hours at least.
True.
Yeah. Hey, what's up? Kabam.
Hey, let's go, guys. GG's.
GG's. What hat? Oh, hats. I'm gonna take off my wig. It's been a good 2 hours. It's okay, right? To take off the wig.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm very happy that I did my subathon when I did it like a few weeks ago. I think it went really well, but I don't know. Now I get to sit back and enjoy you and Liam.
Yeah.
It'll be fun.
Yep. Oh, let me go get a hat. I'll be right back.
This motherfucker gets an extra thumb. What the hell?
All right, Thin Ice, final round, people. Final round. Good
I
luck.
hate that map.
Oh. All right, I'm
I
back.
hate every map.
Really?
Don't slip up. I might. This one's tough.
I love the hexagons. I know Gamer doesn't, but nice avatar shirt. Thank you. It's awesome, right?
I don't like the new hexagon that like rolls around. That one's tough as fuck.
Yeah.
Hexa Ring or whatever. I hate that one.
Yeah, that one's tough. You want thin ice, so don't slip up. Yeah, you could do exclamation point song queue or SQ to look at the song queue. BRB. All right, cool. And welcome. Welcome in. You're losing it. You got this, Tyler.
Christmas music. It's like bells and shit. That's so cute.
Oh, in the game?
Yeah, and like the winter ones.
Oh, I didn't even realize. I have game audio off. We got Michael Jackson. Someone requested. Let's go.
Billie Jean is not
Yeah, that's the one that's playing.
Oh fuck!
Oh.
Oh, is it actually? I didn't even know
Yeah.
that.
Ah! Oh
Ah,
my! Who
fuck,
did
I said
that? One of you guys. Ah! I'm a dumbass. I'm a dumbass. I'm a dumbass. Wait, someone. Oh, we all got out. I was so close. I was
Damn.
so dumb, bro. That was so bad by me. Ugh.
Yo, Ping, would you want to play Mario Kart at all tonight? It's fine if not, though.
Yeah. If you want to play
Yeah,
right
we
now,
can
I'm
do it another
down.
time. Wait, really?
Yeah, you want to play?
Kind of.
Yeah, let's play.
Well, okay, Ping, let's go. I'll keep streaming then. Hold on. Edit stream. Hold on, let me just. edit my
I'll be right
information.
back. Yeah, I just gotta do some stuff. Someone cucked me. I think we pushed each other or something. I don't know what happened there. I'll be right back. Can viewers play? 100%. Be right back.
Oh, Mario Kart, a ton. Yeah, 100%. All right, guys, it's time for the Mario Kart. It's me, Mario. All right. Let me just announce on my Discord that I'm playing Mario Kart.
Oh.
All right. Awesome. Let's do it. Let's do it, Ping. Ping Pong Masters.
Look at all that mechanic. All right, I'm back.
Ping, are you excited for some Mario Kart?
Yeah. If it works. I haven't connected my Switch in a long time.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Let's hope it works. Let's hope. Oh, that's why my Switch isn't working. It's not on the dock. That might explain a few things.
Yeah.
Hey, there we go. Mario.
I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. By the way, what's up, Ping's chat? How's everyone's day going? Yeah. Yo, Rosio, welcome on in. Good, how are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I am doing well.
Why isn't it working?
Ping, Rosio's really cool. They were one of the MVPs of my subathon. They will keep you good company.
Oh, I forgot to plug it in. All right, I'm back. We got big balls.
I feel disgusting after eating
Cake.
2 slices of cake. Oh my god.
Fair.
I made a room, by the way, Mario Kart, if you want to join, Ping. I think I might get some water. That would make me feel better, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think.
All right, I set it up. Nice.
All right, BRB.
All right. Ah! Why does it still show this? Display. Why is the display capture capturing that? Oh, because I need the game capture on. Watch this. Huh? Why isn't it capturing the game capture? Why? I don't know. It's human nature. Why? A A black screen of death. What if I deactivate an... Oh, hey, let's go. Next song is not playing, by the way. I don't know what's going on there. Oh, should I put my face back up here? I'll quit Fall Guys. Bro, how do I quit Fall? Oh, like this. Huh? Huh? What happened? Hi, I'm new.
What
You're in?
happened, Ping?
I don't know. It just stopped.
Damn.
Don't switch devices. Oh, I have so many cables and shit. I don't know. I think it just turned. I don't know what just. Maybe it went to sleep mode. Oh, there we go.
Really.
Okay, we're good.
Can I join VC, by the way? No, D now. No viewers allowed in VC. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I don't care. Join VC if you want.
It's the D now. I don't care about that.
Yeah, as long as Jimmy's okay, which he is. Show me your genitals. Yeah, that
Sorry,
song.
I talk. Sorry, what's
Sorry.
up?
No, I was just saying the song, Tyler, that you put is age restricted, so it won't be played. Sorry. Like it literally, the player won't allow it to be played. My
I'm
me
just
is
about
mad
to say it's
hot.
Not
Sorry.
like I play with it's not like I go on VC with DNL every night or anything.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. I don't know why I was saying stuff.
Your me's mad hot. What does your me look like? Now I'm so excited to see you join in.
My me is mad hot. It was restricted back in the day. Lol. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button. Oh, it wasn't. Oh, interesting. Friends.
Doing.
Wait, can I? You guys don't hear the game audio, right? I don't think you do. I don't want you guys to hear it. I don't want to hear it either. All right, let's go. Go ahead. Sorry.
Is that Jared? Are you fucking kidding me?
Jared's here? Let's go.
No, your me's Jared, isn't it?
Oh, is it? Oh, I thought it was my other me. Oh.
I think your me's Jared. Oh my god. I fucking love that.
Janelle misses the old me. Shut up,
All right.
Janelle. Just kidding. I love you. Number one.
All right, I voted Mute City.
I didn't vote.
You should vote.
Voting is my right, but I'm going random. I need to eat this pizza. Eventually. TNT. You don't hear the audio? Yeah.
Dynamite.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want you guys to hear the audio. It's okay. You could hear because we have song requests on right now, so it's okay.
Your me's literally Jared.
Oh, it is? Oopsies.
It's amazing. I have one too.
Nice. Gerardo.
Shout out to Gerard. Upset
True.
Gerard.
Bro,
I
my
didn't know he's taking a break for a bit. He told me that like one of his like streams this week will be his last one until like August 10th or something.
Oh.
It's longer than my break.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. That sucks.
I think it's because he's gonna be away the whole time and he doesn't want to be, so he's kind of pissed off about that.
I remember him talking a little bit about that. Nathan, what's up? How you doing?
Nathan?
Nathan. We're doing a sub. Oh, I just hit Rosie and Jimmy. Damn it, Doctor is here. He's like the best. One of the best. Ow. Rosie
Yeah, I'm
hit
very
me.
rusty with this game. It's been a bit.
Huh? Oh, that was so cool if I did it well.
Why do I come back to my name being mentioned? What's up, Jared? It's because
Gerardo.
Ping's me is Jared. So then I was talking about how funny that was, and then I was mentioning how you wouldn't be streaming, you said, till like August 10th, which is kind of sad.
That's
That's all
sad.
you missed. That's all you missed.
As long as we
How
can
you
drag
doing,
you
though,
in.
Jared?
For some
Jared, you
games.
should play Mario Kart with us if you would like.
I messed up. I want to play Fortnite or something with you guys because I know you guys play sometimes.
Yeah. That'd be
Oh,
very
I just
fun.
hit Rosie out. Yeah. Da 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 da. All AC/DC music, huh?
Because you're famous. It's how the friend ready for auditions, gonna shower, then hop on. Pog. Can't wait, Jared. Can't wait.
What'd he say?
He said he's gonna hop on with us.
Let's go. Oh, can someone change the category? Mods to Mario Kart?
Mons.
And the title to like, I don't know what the title says, but
Oh my, what a bitch move. Oh my god, Dino. Holy
Yeah.
shit, you did not just do that.
I saw that. Ah! Yo, Pigeons, what's up? I'm doing good. Nathan asks how you're doing, Jimmy.
Oh, I'm doing great, Nathan. How are you doing? Never mind, never mind, never mind. Oh, Ping just beat me.
Oh,
I'm
come on,
terrible.
I suck buttholes. I shouted you out. Let's go. Oh, this is the
Oh,
modcast. Modcast. How you doing,
Oh, that
Pigeons?
modcast was iconic.
Yeah.
I did. Oh shit. Well, let me mute to read.
Oh, I'm so tired. Man,
You gonna do a sleeping stream?
Yep. You guys will see
Or
me
just
sleep.
with your bed?
Mm-hmm.
I voted Electro Drone to be interesting.
I always go random. Wait, yeah, we're gonna do
Random.
a sleeping stream, and you guys will see me pee in my sleep.
Oh god.
Good content,
Ping
right?
just
He is
gets
bed.
Ping just gets a wet dream on stream.
Mm-hmm. It's good content, no?
Oh my god. Different website, Ping.
Buy
Jared Payne
pigeons?
moaning in his sleep.
Nah, I don't do that in my sleep.
Y'all hype for the yo, is there a modcast at some point? Please tell me there's a
Oh.
modcast at some point. That would be epic.
Oh, we were just playing Fall Guys pigeons. There might be. I don't know. I think I'm gonna basically have Discord open. For people who want to talk. And just have me sleeping on stream and maybe like words on stream open.
Who so I can join in when I inevitably cannot sleep?
Yeah.
I'm
Yo,
not
let's
sleeping.
go.
I'm gonna stay up until you end stream.
Yeah. I
That's
mean,
what the real fans are gonna do.
yeah. All right, see ya, pigeons. My bad. We will play Fall Guys later, probably too, though.
Don't apologize for not playing a game.
Yeah. I don't know.
Although I do the same thing sometimes, but I probably shouldn't.
Because I think the category is still on Fall Guys too. I'm not sure.
Oh damn. Yeah, you should probably change that one.
Yeah. I mean, it might not be. I'm not sure. Oh, we both got killed by that. Bruh.
Yeah, I almost threw that back. Oh damn, you hit Rosio, I think. All right.
Oh, you changed it, doctor? Thank you. Yeah, don't apologize. Thank you, pigeons. Yeah, I probably shouldn't, right? Yeah, because we just stopped Fall Guys too, so like the timing is just like unfortunate. And we're looking for a fourth person actually. But I'm sure we'll be playing it again tonight, during the subathon.
Only if it goes on for long, which you should make sure it goes on for a long time by subbing to Ping Pong Master.
Nah.
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, this is the last round?
I'm getting hit by so many fucking red shells. Holy shit. Oh my god.
Come on.
this
Oh,
is terrible.
I almost caught up to Rosie.
I literally got 7th place. I hate it here. Jesus Christ.
Oh, my head still hurts. Thanks.
GG's, Matt.
GG's.
Nice. Is Gamer gonna join Mario Kart? You know, like
That-
old times.
That's your decision, right? I don't know.
I don't give a shit. It's open to chat.
Oh. Oh. Too much food.
Ew, too much food. I sniped Janelle with a bomb once, I think. Yo, let's go, Matt. Sniping Janelle.
Jimmy, you unfriended him. He can't join.
He can friend you.
That's true. You can
Friend
friend me.
who? What? Sorry.
Who's that?
Oh, what's
Who's
up?
Who's this?
Is that Dinell or Timmy?
Yeah.
Do you know?
me.
Oh, it is Dinell. What's up, Dinell?
You talk to
Thank
me
you,
every day.
Rosie.
You don't recognize my voice?
I
Fuck
do.
up.
Timmy also has a cool voice. My bad. Sorry, Dinell.
Let me hear Timmy. Say Ayo. Nice, nice.
Ah!
Is Timmy still here or did he go? I thought I heard him.
Mm.
Hmm.
Mm.
Hmm.
No!
How you guys?
I started late because I was eating pizza.
Dude, I was enjoying the vibes of the stream because of the music.
It's good
And I
music,
was like,
right?
I did say that I was gonna join. I was like, damn. They started playing really good music, and I was like, I don't want to leave. But I don't want to hear double, so.
Fair
Mm.
enough.
It is good music though. Who Let the Dogs Out just started.
Dude, I was gonna play that. Rosie played that for me. I'm sorry, Rosie. Thank you, Rosie.
Rosie's great. Food
Rosie's
coma
S tier.
indeed. Yeah. Oh my god. I'm still hungover and I took a shot. I feel so I don't feel so good.
You're crazy, dog. Why would you go drinking so much?
It was my friend's birthday.
Yeah, I get. Yeah, whatever. I understand that. Honestly, 100% understand it.
Yeah. And then they want to
What?
go out Saturday for my other
Fuck,
friend's
fuck, fuck,
birthday.
fuck.
Which I want to go out, but like
Why
I
don't
don't
you
know.
tell them to come over if you're still streaming and like have a karaoke stream
True.
and just get drunk at your place?
One of them would get me banned off stream of Twitch.
One of those friends.
Maybe two of them. Well, they were. I will say, it should be fine. I mean,
Just end stream, start stream again, and then when you're done with them, just end it again and like delete the VOD or save it for yourself.
well, the one that would say crazy shit, I don't know if he would say it on stream. To be honest.
Just get him canceled. Say if you say anything dumb, you're canceling yourself, bud.
Easy second.
Yeah, if he says something, I'll just be like,
What?
"Let's go!" I just passed by someone.
You
should-
passed me.
Oh, let's go. 17 hours. Let's go. High odds of my favorite game. Genshin. People should drink more on stream. I will, but not now.
You should. You should.
I don't know. Last night it was way too much. I was throwing up.
Damn. Actually, yeah, that sucks when that happens.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm still hungover. Like I don't feel 100% right now. The song's so good.
Yeah,
Oh,
but I need Jimmy's John. What does that mean, Jimmy John?
I don't know. I shouldn't have ordered the cheese sticks too.
Save some for me, Ping. Just mail some over to me.
I got you.
Hey, thank you. 45 Main Street. You know where to find me. Excite bike. Okay.
Yeah, Rosie, you're doing worse than me.
Wow. Bullying a chatter in Mario Kart couldn't be me.
wow.
A
I'm
second.
impressed Gamer's not here. I thought he would stay around for this.
Says Jamari. I'm sorry. I don't mind if Gamer joins. He can just friend Ping.
Yeah. Thanks for the lurk, Tyler.
Couldn't be you. Yeah, I never bully my chatters, Jamari. You know it.
Oh, Nathan just got on Mario Kart. Yeah, I don't bully anyone either.
I've never bullied anyone, not once, not one time.
Same.
What about that Jewish girl?
She doesn't count as a person because she's Jewish. So
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Send that over to her.
A
Watch
second.
this.
Yeah, I have a pizza and a cheese stick thing, Nathan. Second time I'm putting pizza on stream. Oh, I just used the
Also, the second time you're drinking on stream, right?
third time? Third or fourth time.
No way. Really?
Yeah.
Ooh.
The first time I ever drunk. I mean, I only got drunk once on stream, but
Ow!
that wasn't me. But the first time I drank on stream was for Martin's birthday. I don't know if you guys know Martin, but
Oh yeah, Martin.
We know Martin.
Yeah, we know
huh?
Martin.
Yeah, we all know Martin.
Yeah, Martin. Yeah.
Stop bullshitting.
No, we actually know Martin. Dude.
Yeah, Martin's wicked chill.
Yeah, he's a cool dude. Man, nice.
Bro,
Yeah.
shut up.
Wait!
I know
He's a
Jimmy
bully, though.
doesn't know him for sure. Time to target the Grinch.
He. Ah, never mind.
What? He what? I was looking at chat and I fell behind. God damn it.
You sound like me, Ping.
He will be missed. Yeah. Martin was great.
Martin was incredible.
R.I.P. Martin. Wish he was still around.
Yeah.
Martin was back in YouTube days, guys.
Yeah, I remember Renee.
Yo,
Martin,
Jimmy.
Nathan, me.
You beat me, you son of a bitch. Nah,
Yes.
Ping is better at reading chat. Wow, Jidep Jamari.
I try to read every
Like-
message, yeah.
That's because Ping's a teacher.
Yeah,
Maybe?
Ping tutors people. I make people actively dumber with my content. Okay, Jamari? Jeez.
I gotta balance it out with Ping and Jimmy's streams, you know? I've lost so many brain cells, I just gotta watch Ping Pong Masters until
Wow.
the end of his subathon.
Is that Jimmy slander? Me? Yeah. Is that Liam? Are you in our game, Liam?
Liam is in our game.
Are you in one of our streams, Liam?
Which one, though?
Yo, Liam, thanks for the tier 3 sub.
Yo!
Liam's in my
Pogger.
stream! What's up, Liam?
Just
How you
joking.
doing?
Poggy Woggies.
I'm so tired. I shouldn't
Bro,
have
just go to
drank
sleep.
that much. I will at 2 a.m.
That reminds me of a song.
What
I
song?
don't know. What he just said. It reminds me of that Kid Cudi song. Because at the end,
Yeah.
it's like, oh, why I drank so much, why I spoke so much. I
Good
think it's
song.
like, what song is it?
I
It's
don't know.
it's like,
This is too much food. Mm-mm-mm.
there's Day and Night, and what's the other song?
Oh, Clover is playing Smash. I don't know.
All right, sorry, I had to mute. All right, we're good, we're good. Let's start racing.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I've never seen this map on Spring.
On what? Oh, in the spring?
I think it's Spring, yeah. This is like the first time I've ever seen Spring it. It's
That's
normally
the one
winter or
cool
fall.
thing about that's the one cool thing about this map. It changes seasons every time you play, or most of the times.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
the only cool thing.
Who's Arc Fury or whatever?
Isaiah, they're one of my viewers.
Oh. Oh yeah, Lotus is here now.
Fuck, something's actually happened with my Joy-Cons. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Damn. Okay, we're good.
Damn,
Mid
Mid now we're in 8th
doctor.
place, this stinks.
Bye, doc. Never mind.
They're behind me, I'm surrounded.
Ah!
There's
You got so close to getting hit by the banana.
Banana?
What a shot.
Banana?
Banana?
What is this song? It sounds beautiful. All right, I'm definitely gonna be like 10th place. I have no coins.
Yeah, I don't have
Never
any either.
know.
Oh shit. I wonder
Oh,
what you
no.
did to your Joy-Con. Yeah, I never threw it
You
during any
missed,
stream ever.
Doctor.
Specifically one with Mario Party with me, Liam, and Jared. I never threw my Joy-Con and fucked it up from there on out. That would
Oh.
never be something I do.
Lamau.
Ping.
I don't
Oh.
rage at video games ever.
I've never raged in my life.
I keep cool, calm, and collected at all times.
There's definitely no evidence of you raging,
Exactly.
Damn it! I screwed up.
None whatsoever.
especially
Nope.
not on YouTube. Someone do exclamation mark, YouTube.
In my chat?
Check out his latest video where he spends 150.
That video isn't even out yet.
Oh shit!
Wow.
My bad.
Oh shit, there we go.
I thought it was
Wow,
out.
fake fan, fake fan.
I remember seeing a clip of it, and I was like, "Did it come
Fake
out?"
mod, bro. Fake mod.
Wow, wow, Gino. Can't believe this.
It was
Carl,
either that or
welcome.
the Mario Party video.
It was a Mario Party video. That one's like
Uh,
completed, but I still haven't uploaded it. I'm trying to
Are you
before
gonna?
my
Sorry for stream elements, Carl. I'm doing great. How are you doing? You did not get last? Nice. Oh, you joined, Nathan? Let's go.
I want to get some content turned to YouTube videos in this next week, and I don't know what I should do. If anyone has any ideas or any games they want to see, legit let me know.
Golf with friends.
Glue golf with your friends
Nah.
tournament.
I mean, you know what me and
Battleship tournament.
Hey, what's up, Doctor?
Yo,
I know I'm gonna do a
Yo.
battleship tournament when I come back. Yo, doctor, what's up?
how's it going?
Good.
Nice, Carl. I'm doing well as well.
That would be cool. Yeah.
Dude, I'm like, I've been practicing. I was like,
Nathan is
"Alright,
tall PP. Sorry, go ahead.
would you be down to do a battleship? A couple games?
100%. Yeah, I love Battleship.
I'll do a tournament in August when Jared gets back.
I'm down for that, if that's okay. Physical copy comes out July 31st. I did not get last. E with friends. I pre-ordered TMRT Shredders. What is that? Oh, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Nice. I didn't even know they had a game. Oh, that's sick. I used to like, I don't know what I had, like a stick figure or something when I was younger of it's so hard to say. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That's cool.
Nintendo Switch Sports thing. I've gotten beat by him so badly. So I want to
Couple
beat him in Battleship. It's gonna be the underdog story, okay? And if I
You're
come
gonna
out on
trade.
top, it'll be amazing.
We should do a chess tournament too. Just to,
So fuck that. I gotta learn how to play chess first.
It's gonna be the
most of us,
chess.
Oh my
like, don't know
God.
how to play.
I'll do a chess
I think
tournament.
most of us. I know the base. Oh, Ping would win. Never mind. He would murder us. He killed me at chess one time. We were
Yeah.
playing what was it? It was in the game. It Takes Two, and then we started
Yeah.
playing chess, and he just killed me so quick. I was like, "This is not fair. I don't like
I
this."
I was
It's not
really
fun.
I was into chess a lot like a couple of months ago. I was playing a lot. And then my cousin just came over and he plays chess a lot and he's reinvigorated my desire to play chess. Yeah, I would kill you guys. Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, there's
Yeah.
some viewers that are pretty high rated actually.
Yeah, but I don't think I could beat you. I could probably beat Jimmy.
I do watch YouTube, yes.
I don't know what you mean by that. Like,
Yeah.
Doctor-
No, you could probably beat me unless I get really lucky.
Yeah,
Bro, chess
I
is
played-
easy.
I played chess for a while in like high school. I got into the chess club.
Nice.
So
oh, yeah, I love that club.
it's the best club.
Yeah, exactly.
Honestly,
I mean,
honestly.
the cabbage
Well,
eating club though.
Not many girls at
Um,
that club though, right?
I like the Cabbage
I don't
Patch
know what
Kids.
club you were in, but that
The chess club.
it was. But
I
me,
suck.
I met
Fucking Jimmy.
I met all
Damn it.
12 of my I met all 12 of my exes at chess club. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh damn.
Nice.
Kidding.
They're
Well,
exes for a
12
reason.
Type.
Yeah,
That's cool, Carl. Tall PP. True.
I didn't like that.
They
Yeah.
just knew how to play with you
True. Nathan.
Exactly.
and your heart.
Oh.
get
My head hurts. Sorry, go ahead. That is true, Nathan. You did beat me in that race. By the way, Carl,
Fuck it, baby cart.
huh?
I said fuck it, baby cart. I mean not baby, baby park, not baby cart. Oh my god.
Noise,
Fucking hell,
noise.
dude.
By the way, Carl, if you want to join the game, you're more than welcome to. It's my friend code. My head hurts so much. I shouldn't have drank last night. Or like 20 minutes ago.
Dude, you're just reminding me of that song, and I just want to know what it is. It's called
Low.
Kid Cudi.
I don't know. Love.
Lola.
Oh, I love that song. I'm not gonna vomit, Nathan.
Take another shot. Don't be shy.
Oh shit.
Nah.
Cracked it. Yoshi circuit. Oh
How
god.
many subs?
For the next drinks?
Shot. Yeah.
I don't know. A lot.
Is it really? Damn.
Yeah. Thank God. I'm dying, bro.
We should have made it a shot every 25 subs.
I would be dead.
No, you
Every
wouldn't.
sub.
I
Every
would.
sub. Every sub, you'd be dead.
Every
Every
25? Yeah, I guess I wouldn't, but
Mm.
I would be right now because I feel dead already.
Or maybe every 15. That's a good amount, too.
Yo, Jimmy.
Ow!
That
the
wasn't me.
pig!
That wasn't me. I didn't hit you with the
Son of a
boomerang. It was just bad timing. I didn't hit you with it.
Dude, I'm doing so bad. This is absolutely unbelievable. This is so. Oh my god, dude.
It's
Bye,
actually really
Doctor.
believable.
Never mind. God damn it.
Dinell!
Bye,
I
Dino.
will unmod you right now.
Bye, Dino.
my God.
You guys suck.
Jesus Christ.
Damn it. How do you
Oh
keep
my
catching
God.
up?
Your mom.
My mom is
Yo,
hot.
we need to check
What?
out Liam. What are we doing?
Why is she so cracked? What the fuck?
What, he's
Worry,
first?
This blue shell is
That's
coming for
usually
Liam. Don't
me,
worry.
but damn, Liam's cracked right now.
Wow.
A lightning would be nice.
Out a prayer.
Why you got a star, bro? Oh my! Don't hit me.
Don't take my. Oh, you didn't take the double, but I thought you were going to.
I did. No.
No, you didn't. That's fine.
Okay. Bye.
Oh my god. Dude. Oh my god.
I hit myself with my own fireball.
Ow!
No! What is this shit fucking orange?
Dude, I'm literally about to quit this game.
Y'all
Holy
just
fuck.
ricocheted the shit out of me.
Dude,
You know
what
what?
the
I don't
fuck?
care anymore. I don't care anymore.
Show
Holy shit.
fucking third.
Bye, doctor. Oh, never mind. No,
Oh,
my
that's
red.
fine.
No,
That's fine.
my red shell. Who's that, Rosie? Oh no, it's you, doctor. God damn it.
Yeah.
Living on a
Fucking
prayer.
Liam.
I'm not eating any more pizza, guys. I'm gonna put it upstairs if family wants. You beat Doctor? Nice, Nathan. That means you
No,
beat
you
me too.
You gotta finish that pizza, bro. It's gonna like give you that
Hope you
what's it called? Nutrients, so you don't get too drunk.
nutrient.
No. I just feel.
Substance.
I feel like
Papa, I require sustenance. Is that how it goes?
Yeah.
I require sustenance.
You want my sustenance, bro? I don't know what I'm
Pause.
saying. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put the pizza upstairs.
Watch him disconnect.
I'm gonna get
Ping,
this.
yeah, watch ping disconnect.
We're on disconnect watch. Everybody go view. Let's do. We should do channel points if he disconnects.
we should. Everyone bet on yes.
And we got
What if I
mod
just
both
rig
chats,
it?
set up
What if I just
predictions on
rig
both.
it and don't race? So
What was that,
everyone
Doctor?
disconnects.
We have mod in both. We can just set up predictions in both.
Oh, bro.
Put
Well, I'm
in Jared's
playing.
too. You doing BKs?
Just set up all streams.
Yeah.
You guys are the Omni mods. It's crazy.
Where does Doctor have mod that I don't?
Your stream, but that's it.
Oh no,
The
I have.
doctor is
Well,
really the Omni mod.
technically, well, I have BK mod.
Yeah, you have two more than me.
Where's the second one?
You know.
Oh, yes, of course. How could I forget?
You gotta change that, Joctor.
Yeah, I need to get another mod right.
ID seed.
I was trying to get it in Liam's, but he didn't give it to me. I was like, "You need an editor." He was like, "Ooh, I do need an
yeah.
editor."
I was advocating
Oh,
for you.
he was thinking video editor, wasn't he?
No, he was thinking mod editor.
Yeah,
Because I
so that
said,
was
Really?
the title. Yeah.
yeah, he was like, he didn't fall for it. I was like, all right, whatever.
Yeah. I was telling him to do it.
I mean,
so
if
you
if
could
you
hear,
guys
"Oh,
were
no."
consistent, if he was if you guys were like consistent Liam viewers, you would totally
I
be
do
worth
watch
it.
him consistently. I have 40K
Yeah, Dano
points.
actually does. I don't enough, although I should.
I lurk
Ooh.
most of the time though.
I do a lot of work, and I'm back. What's up, Jared?
But I say hi. Liam knows I say hi.
As
Also
you
with
should.
Chronic. I always say
Yeah,
hi,
that's what I
even if
do.
it's for a sec.
Why am I not in this call? Oh, sorry, we're in the not Jared server. We're no Jared's Earl. I'm just kidding. It's in Ping server. Come
Yeah,
and
you have
join on
friends,
in, Jared.
Join yourself.
Yeah, come join, bro.
Pull up, Bill.
I'm
Pass Henny.
dying.
Pass Henny.
I'm dying.
Who the
man.
hell
Pass
is
Rosio.
tall?
Damn it. Pass Rosio though. Let's go.
You beat me.
Who's tall PP?
and that's
Is that
me.
you?
Nathan.
All right, I got a message
Uh,
for chat. 1 second. All right. I'm gonna have to mute myself on Discord for this.
Okay. Ooh, Nathan got set. Nathan
Jared?
got mad good. What the hell? Good stuff. Oh my god. Guys, I'm dying. I'm so
So
I
I've
s-
been told.
I shouldn't have taken that shot. I don't feel so good.
You could have saved it for later. Go get some water.
Wait,
Ask
Peyton,
Ah,
are you
more
for water.
tipsy?
No,
He's drunk.
I'm hungover.
Over, bruh. You've been live for an hour.
I drank yesterday.
Oh,
I've
you're
been
dumb.
live for 3 hours, okay?
That's what
Wait,
I.
Bro,
have you
it was
actually- no
yeah.
shot.
Yeah, it was my friend's birthday, bro. I had to drink. What do you mean?
But he drinks so much and like for no reason.
Hold on,
Like
hold on. I have a cold.
I get drinking with friends.
I might have done something else too.
Achoo!
Jimmy, why do you
Jesus.
sneeze when you come?
Ah,
it's really
damn.
fucking weird.
It's all
Damn.
the time, I know.
Thanks for the raid, bro. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Motherfucker finishes stream, goes, achoo, like, what is wrong with you?
I have a cold, Jared. By the way, what's up, Jared?
Oh, it's
How
a
we doing?
You
Fortnite
have
clip.
fucking penis head cold? What? Like, what is this, Jim? Oh my god.
Bro,
I don't want to. I scared myself.
hey, stop self-promoting Ping Pong Masters. My timer went out. Bad timing.
I
I
also
folded my
have-
legs and feet under my chair, and I pressed the lever that controls my seat height, and it dropped very suddenly, and it scared me. Sorry, Jim.
Wait,
Continue.
I also have another cold. I have another cold. I'll wait till this stops. So hold on.
Jimmy,
We just saw you. Yo, we just saw him flip. That was funny. Thank you for the follow, Arc Fury.
no
Nathan
more
shouted
shoutouts,
you
no more
out.
shoutouts, no more
Santa!
shoutouts. No
Oh, that's
more.
awesome.
No more.
More clips, more clips.
We got 3 clips.
Oh, the Santa. Oh yeah, that was from the Mario Kart Christmas stream.
That's awesome.
When I had 30 followers and I was trying to devote to my audience. Wow.
Nice. You're like, no, Eric.
All right, I have
Check
another
out your
cold.
boy Jimmy if you haven't. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. You didn't have to do it. Aw, thank you, bro. Oh, Pigeon's got one. NZ, who's cool. My cousin Nissan, not a criminal, who's more recent. And
He said
and
your cousin
Nathan.
wasn't a criminal, like sarcastically. I was like, oh.
I don't
okay.
think he is. Aw, thank
Yo,
you.
Gina, hype train, guys. Hype
Wait,
train,
what
hype
the
train.
hell?
Let's do it. Let's do it. Hype
No,
train. One
thank
more
you.
person.
Oh, that's my brother.
One more person. Hype train.
No, no,
get it.
stop.
Yes, no, let's get. I'm your hype man. I'm your hype man.
Okay.
Hype train. One more person. Come on. You know you want it.
Welcome, Arc Fury. I gotta. Hey, Liam, thanks for the bit. You know that makes it go up by 6 seconds or something? It did. Oh, I don't know if it works for. No, hype train I think has to be 100 or more. But don't worry about it. Don't worry. Welcome in. I gotta play some music for y'all. 99-bit. Aw, thank you, bro. I appreciate it. I don't know if it has to be 100 at once though.
I think it does.
Oh, I'm. My bad. Just stop. It's okay. We don't need hype train. It's okay. I gotta play.
You know what? You know what they say. If you want. Oh wait, never mind. Liam
There we go.
did it. Yeah, let's go, Liam.
You didn't have to.
Hype train.
I appreciate it though. Thank you. Hype train. Thanks, guys. I will play on guitar for all of you. Okay. After I get 7th place on Mario Kart.
Now, if I have anything to say about it, want me to bodyguard you?
Yeah. You're doing it pretty well right now.
Oh, thank you. Wow.
Never mind. Thanks, Liam. I appreciate it. We might end up streaming together a bit since Jesus, Dinell, what are you doing?
Janelle!
Bruh! You didn't have to do that, bro.
Fuck you, bro.
Crazy.
I love you too. I appreciate it though. Jesus. 10 subs. 10
Hype
subs.
train, baby.
You really want to see me twerk, huh? Jesus.
We need to get Sam and Bean in here.
Yeah, if Sam and Bean were here, they would murder you.
Bruh.
Hey, but we got it over 24 hours.
Yeah.
See tomorrow at this time.
Damn, thank you guys. I found a way to mod a Wii without a PC. Oh, that's actually sick. How you doing, Mac? We're doing Subathon
Pam.
right now. Yo.
Can I give a little word of advice?
Yo.
Your title, the very first thing in all caps should be Uncapped Subathon.
Oh shit, that's mad smart.
True.
Mods,
that's what
change
helps
it. Mods,
After I win
change
this
it.
race.
Yeah, thank you, doctor. Did you just fall?
Yeah, maybe. But it was just so Danelle could red shell you right now. Or that was a Liam.
Oh yeah, I had a green shell to protect myself. Damn, guys, thank you so much. Glad to hear you're doing good, Mac. How does that work? How could you mod a Wii without a PC? Oh, Rosie's in first. No.
Wow.
Yes. No, how many red shells do you guys have?
Too
Too
many.
many.
Finally decided to set up my Wii. Nice. Yeah, you're getting a lot of old school consoles lately, right, Mac?
Old school consoles are very
I was so close to
Is this-
Rosie. Good shit.
Is this an open lobby right now?
You
Yeah.
can join on in,
Yeah,
Jared.
it is.
Why is that not the first word in your stream also?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, definitely Subathon should be first.
I
but
mean,
that should also be
Subathon,
in there.
yes. But I mean, like that is runner-up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wait, let me just read the. So, Pigeon got a sub. Nico, Jan, Oak Tree, Prince, I don't know who Extra Bug is actually. Cha-Cha and Axe Raider. And Swift and Nitro. Jesus. It's a lot of cool people.
King, How
Yo.
do people add to your Subathon anyways? Is it just subs or what?
Subs and bits.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's smart.
Yeah. I might add tips. Nah, tips is too complicated because it takes, I don't know, it's more stuff.
Can dox you too sometimes.
Yeah.
It
Aw,
docs
that's
Jimmy.
so
It can if you don't have your shit
sweet.
set.
Jared,
We-
thank you.
I
God,
just found jingle jangles in my pocket and I couldn't stand the sound of it. So yeah, you have my shekels, you fucking monkey.
Shekels.
He found some loose change in between his Lamborghini car seats.
Exactly.
Bro.
I was just fishing between to get those filthy fucking pores off my windshield.
I appreciate it, bro. Nathan is shouting you out. Hell yeah, followed Gerardo if you haven't already.
Literally don't. You're making a mistake. Oh my god, it's so bad over
Chudo,
here, guys.
Thank you. Jesus. Nah, what are you talking? Jared's streams are awesome. So are
Dude,
Jimmy's.
True.
but
This is true.
Honestly, Jared's best streamer, but he's not
True.
streaming, so we're here.
Yo,
Yeah.
Jimmy, thank you, bro. Appreciate
No
it.
Jared's gotta be my
problem.
favorite streamer that I'm not editor for.
Jared, please change that.
Nice
I'm
way
just kidding.
to please everyone, Doctor. Very smart.
Yeah.
Wait, who's your
Strategy.
favorite streamer that you are editor for?
No,
Tommy.
no. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
That was funny. Damn, thank you, Jimmy. I'm considering buying bits for the best streamers subathon. Aw. Liam? Yeah, Liam is starting tomorrow.
Mine will start in a month.
Yeah? Hell yeah.
Ooh, I gotta save up.
Okay, are my Joy-Cons like broken? Like what's happening right now?
It just means you suck at the game.
You're not wrong, but like what's happening with these?
I don't know. Oh, I like this song. Kinda. But yeah.
What?
Aw.
Oh no, it's second lap.
Mac,
That was
only
the
if you
last one
want
we
to.
retest.
Eat-
That would have fucking. I would have.
Bruh. Every sub adds 30 minutes for reference, guys. So yeah. And bits are similar, Mac. You have to have a certain version of Wii for the hacks to work. Oh. Hype. Hey, we got emotes for the hype train.
Let's go. Hype
Let's
trade.
go. Yo, Doctor, did you change the title?
I did,
Aw, thank you.
of course. Got him.
Fuck off.
Shudo, that
Live
looks
reaction.
Ow!
cool.
Wow. Fucking, I'm a glass. Wow, dude.
Damn, wait, how am I gonna play it for everyone? Let me see. Thank you for the subs and the bits. Thank you, Jimmy and Jared. And of course, Chudo. Sorry, it's a long song. And finally, Dina. Yeah, what were you saying?
I was just wondering, can I get like a jazz version of that? Like, I just want to know, can we like spice up the chord progression? Jimmy, you're an actual guitarist. Give him a progression real quick.
Hey, you're saying I'm not an actual
oh, fuck.
guitarist?
I mean, not that you're not, but Jimmy takes lessons and like can shred. I've heard it.
Well, I've taken lessons. Yeah, you did snipe me with the bum fury. I've taken lessons in the past.
I did also in 6th grade. I don't remember shit. I remember I played Rock and Robin. I don't remember fucking how.
Hey, I could do some cool.
Let's hear it then.
I have the
Nah,
solo
I'm playing Mario
to,
Kart.
I have the solo to "Holiday" by Green Day, and like what was it? "Thanks for the Memories" by Fall Out Boy. I don't even know. No,
Yeah, that
"Take Over the Breaks Over" by Fall Out Boy.
that was like the very first solo I learned was Holiday.
Such a good song.
Da, 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 da.
I can fumble through it still now.
Yeah.
I have to twerk.
I was like nervous because I was like first one to learn, but once I got it, it felt very nice.
Can you play Boulevard of Broken Dreams?
That song's easy as fuck, along with every Green Day song. If you're
Everybody
about to
can.
ask someone, can you play X song by Green Day? They can.
We should all play it because all three of us streamers know how to play guitar.
Oh, should we all play a Green Day song at once?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
different ones.
Right now.
I'll
It's
play a different
different.
one. Honestly, the hardest might be Basket Case just because of the rhythm of singing and playing at the same time.
Yup. Nope. Fuck
And
that.
that's it.
Yo, Gerardo. Never mind.
What's up?
I was gonna hit you with. Hey!
Oh, and
Nothing.
then
You have
because you're a
the
pussy.
time to listen to me whine.
Oh wait, there's two. Wait, who did I just hit? Did someone else name themselves Jared? Or I don't know who I just hit.
I need to look up the chords for "Last Night on Earth" from 21st Century Breakdown because that song
Underrated song.
is so fucking
Underrated album, by the way.
good.
In my opinion. I mean,
It's so fucking
Last Night on
the-
Earth, Viva La Gloria. There's some great deep
Viva
cuts on
La
that album.
Gloria, the fucking yo, people who shit on that album are morons. Straight
Dude,
up.
Viva La
Wait,
Gloria,
who's
They heard
Jared?
Drag Out Your
Lobotomy,
Enemy, and they
there's
were
some
like,
great
"You're the-"
songs.
What's
Who's-
up?
Yeah, that.
There's
I mean, there was also like Before the Lobotomy. That was a really good song too. Last American Girls is fun. There's a lot of really good songs on that album. It's like genuinely underrated.
I keep getting hit.
So
It's
pretty.
me.
Jimmy,
Uh-huh.
you need to listen to Sarah and the Sundays and learn their fucking riffs. Straight up. They're so good. They're
All right.
so good.
I will do it for you, Jared.
They
Oh, shit.
fulfill.
My favorite Demon Slayer Hashira is the. Honestly, it changed. Like second season, bro. I love that freaking guy. He's so badass. But my favorite, it always changes, bro. That show goes back and forth. I really like the fire guy. That guy was mad cool. All right, I'll ask them too.
Oh, I think on your Discord, like someone posted a song. I think it was Bean, but I'm not sure.
I definitely shared
Oh.
one from the album I listened to this morning. And then I finished the album and they have a deluxe thing. The first deluxe song, Don't Make Me Cry Anymore. Oh my fucking god. It's such a bop. I was ready to restart the album just to hear stuff I was familiar with, and then the opening 5 seconds had me hooked.
Oh, the sound Hashira is. Oh yeah. That guy's mad cool. Yeah.
Recommendation, Sarah and the Sundays.
What is it?
Sarah,
Sarah.
and
Sarah and the Sundays.
Sarah
Sundays.
and the Sundays.
actually, we should
Gotcha.
just play it on stream. What the hell?
Yeah, you can
Just-
play it on stream. Nathan
Yeah.
is impersonating you, Jared, and I've never heard of C4 Energy.
The fuck?
Damn. Oh yeah, I have a question for you guys. Oh, my bad, Nathan.
What's the name of the
now
song,
or forever
Jared?
hold your piss.
Okay.
Jared,
Oh.
what's that song called?
Don't Make Me Cry Anymore. Other good one, Coward and Vices.
There we go. Put it on.
Do you guys watch Demon Slayer?
I got it.
No,
No,
Okay,
I know
never
it's
mind.
good though.
we're
It
not
is good.
weebs.
Yeah, I
Oh,
don't
wait,
watch it
Liam
either.
I wish I was more of one.
Wait, Liam's a
They have
weeb?
fun.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's a
Liam
fan.
watched a
Let's
lot of
go.
He watches so much anime. I was like, I was
Oh,
surprised.
so that's what E-Chad means. He's a Chad who watches anime. Got you.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he
He's
is
a, he's a
Yeah.
Chad who sleeps with a body pillow.
That's kind of hot, actually.
Dude, he literally has so many pillows in his
Yeah,
stream.
several body pillows.
Yeah,
Does
he's
he?
like, yeah, his bed is just full of body pillows.
I love Liam.
By
This
the
one
way,
of chalk-
Liam, if you want to join the chat, you're more than welcome. Well, you would have to join the Discord
Liam in-
first.
wait.
But
Is he in the Twitch chat?
He was.
he was. yeah.
Liam!
He's
You don't say that for
He's-
me.
He's in the race.
Yeah,
He's
he
racist.
Oh, is he? I've not read the name. Dude, I'm too busy focusing on delivering, quality commentary. I'm not fucking
Bro,
paying
you don't get that
Liam-
excited when I'm here, bro.
Jared,
attention. I've known
Liam's just-
you for longer.
I was just joking.
It's crazy how long we've known each other.
I know, it's kind of
Right?
sad. I mean,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, especially
It's
Jimmy.
sad. Why?
What?
Wow,
I
Pong
feel
goes
like
like
I've
the
known
youngest
you
one
for-
and says how sad it is we've known each other. You
You
know what? It is pretty depressing that I know you, Pong.
Exactly.
You're not supposed to agree.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I passed you out the last second. Let's
Fuck
go.
off.
Let's go.
C4 will explode you?
Bullshit,
What is
bullshit,
this?
bullshit.
Bullshit. I gotta upload that, dude.
What is C4? What is this? C4 drink? Never heard of
Yeah,
this.
it's a drink.
Oh, thanks. Sorry, that sounded meaner than I meant. Well,
Doctor, have an ad. but
that's
that
not
was
alcohol.
close.
Oh, he has an ad. So
Oh.
that's
He was
kind of.
talking about the money. Yeah, he barely beat me in the last race.
Oh, Jared was just excited to see you, Liam. All right, I gotta pee. BRB.
Enjoy.
Thank you very much.
Fuck off.
Me?
No,
Uh,
some other kid named Jimmy.
Wait,
Oh, okay, he's an asshole. All right, BRB.
I think I might have left my phone on with the stream open. Nice.
Wait, Liam, can you say something real quick?
Liam?
Yeah.
He's not here.
You gonna time him out?
Yeah.
So toxic.
Now you gave Liam 10 mod comments? Wow.
Did
Liam,
I?
Yeah. See how it
Oh
is.
shit.
why are you sagging for being here? It's a drink too, Nathan. Rosie, aw, you gifted a sub
Oh,
to
she beat me
Liam.
to it. She beat me to it.
I'm not gonna lie, I
Yeah.
was about to gift him a sub too.
I was like,
I'm not gonna do that now. Damn, thank you, bro.
GG, Rosie.
Arigato gozaimasu. Rosie, this is for you.
I have infiltrated.
Oh no.
Thank you, Rosie. It's gonna be short, sorry, because Liam's here. What's up, Liam?
Oh, it's short.
Yeah,
No,
just
no,
like
no.
my penis. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was. Sorry, I like that.
You
How
like
many
my
body pillows
penis?
do you have, Liam?
Oh.
I wish, but I have 0.
Who's your waifu?
I like
My waifu? Are you sure you want to know?
I'm basing my whole experience. I'm like gonna throw everything I know about you out the window based on this question. So you better answer it right.
Yeah, I have a pretty basic one. I won't lie. Are you?
All right.
Do you want to
Liam's
take a
here?
guess at it? What's up?
I don't know much about waifus, but if I look them up, I'll know a lot about you. I know the main ones, like Chica.
Thank you, Fury. I can't do it.
All those.
Furry.
Mine's
Liam.
Toka.
Oh.
What?
Toka.
Toka.
Wait,
what
from
anime?
wait, from don't say it. From My Hero Academy?
No.
Oh, I'm dumb. Never mind.
From Tokyo Ghoul.
I didn't watch
Oh,
much of
yeah.
that.
Toga would have been crazy from My Hero Academia. She's the one that likes Deku and eats blood.
Yeah, that's what I thought you meant.
Baddie,
I was like, what?
Yeah. I thought it was that one too.
Damn, that would have been a good one.
Yo, Liam, I don't know you that well.
That's true. And now you're hearing about my waifu. This is getting a little personal.
Yeah, I'm getting kind of
So,
jealous.
Liam studied Japanese, and I was just telling him the other day that you were a teacher in Japan.
Yeah,
And
ni hao kai lan, bro.
I fucking sucked at it.
we all suck. I gave up for a minute. I only know. I think I stayed for Pink's chats because I wanted to learn Japanese, and then like life happened and I couldn't study
Why are you still here then?
because I don't have friends.
Oh,
I
I'm
downloaded
Soraya.
Duolingo to learn Japanese for one day, like
yeah,
2 years
well, you
ago,
should do
Me too, 5 years ago.
and then I completely gave up.
Guys,
Yeah,
just
that
go.
bird said, "Hey, do your lesson," and I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna fucking mute this app real quick."
True. Guys, the best way is to just go to Japan and then you learn Japanese faster.
obviously.
Just trap yourself in whatever country you want to learn. Either you're
True.
going to or you're gonna die.
You're gonna
True.
die. Hell
I'm not
yeah.
gonna
Sink or
lie.
swim.
I'm not gonna lie. That's what I want to do. I want to go to Korea and learn Korean.
Yeah.
I want to
Korea
get
seems fun.
paradropped into North Korea and have to learn their ways.
We should
Oh my
all just
God.
do that.
Yo, that'd be a sick
Content?
YouTube video.
Yo,
Oh my God.
Except you can't probably record anything from there.
Fuck that, I will
Yeah.
anyways. I'll put a GoPro in my eyeball. Let's fucking do it.
Let's just
Like
get
the
that
ultimate
NBA
escape room.
player. Let's look at the NBA player that Kim Jong Un loves to be in it. It'll be fine.
Oh yeah.
It'll all work out.
Oh,
How are we
fucking
gonna get into North Korea? Is the
Rod-
main issue.
not
Parachute down into it.
I was about to say
We're gonna
Rod
get
Stewart.
blasted, bro.
Oh shit.
Blast.
Well, what if we paint like a North Korea flag on the helicopter?
Let's just disguise ourselves
That might
as
work.
Koreans.
Yeah.
Just
I look
pop them in
Korean,
the
right?
Yeah, totally.
100%.
Thanks.
I
Here
mean,
we
if it
are,
makes you
dressed
meet
up
twice
as
faster.
North Koreans.
What is this song? This sounds nice. So I heard you're a weeaboo, Liam. Is that true?
I mean, we were talking about body pillows and waifus, so I.
Nice.
No.
Liam was the most
So many-
unexpected weeb I've ever met. He looks like
Honestly,
a chat.
same. Yeah, I didn't expect you to be one. Which
Why?
makes it all the better. I don't know
Ah!
why.
I fell!
Well, it's just your
Sorry.
demeanor.
Because I'm a Chad, you didn't think Chads would like anime
I
girls?
was just,
I
I
know
was just
Chad.
glad to be able to piece together what
just-
the E Chad meant, the E part of it.
Oh, the E just meant-
Like,
it was
oh,
like-
you
it
want to sleep with waifus.
No, it
electronic.
was actually just like like e-girl, e-boy, and I was
No,
like,
no,
Email.
don't try and backstep. I know, I understand the real reasons, Liam. I got you. I pieced together.
Oh,
I
no,
connected the
no,
dots.
no,
I have the yarn.
I don't think you do.
No, I did. Don't worry. I saw the maid. I saw.
Oh fuck. He's got a good point there.
Yeah, exactly.
The maid, like the one you
Yeah.
have an emote for that we should all spam in Ping's chat right
Yeah,
now.
literally as if it's a secret.
Hey.
Welcome, Ace King Mud.
That emote exists.
That's a beautiful emote.
Oh, Ping
I
also
wore
is
it in
gonna get
front
a
of them.
maid's outfit on later.
I have it, yeah.
Did you
Well,
say you wore it in
Oh,
front
that's
of them.
hot.
it is hot. How we doing? I'm doing good, BK. I'm doing good.
Incredible.
Hi, Coco.
Boko.
I'm a little hungover. I don't feel that good, but I'm doing good. We're playing.
Dude, go fucking lie down. We'll carry this bitch for a minute.
Nah, it's okay. Later though.
Take another shot. Don't be shy.
Nah, it's okay.
Taking them.
What are we doing? We're playing Mario Kart and doing a subathon. Every sub is 30 gosh darn minutes. Ping, you know my brother? Who's your brother?
That's my brother. No, I'm kidding.
For a second, I was like, oh.
I don't have a brother.
Oh, sorry for your.
What about
sorry.
Oogie Cookie?
Oh yeah, Oogie
That's
Cookie
my
got a.
sister.
They got gifted
That's
a
my
sub.
sister.
Your sister
yeah,
got
I
a
remember
sub. Yeah,
Oh,
Oogie
really?
Cookie has
I'll have to tell
thousands
her.
of brothers.
true,
Yeah. If only they could be here and like thank me for it.
true.
I'll let them know. They can come and chat later.
Yeah.
Who's your brother, Ace?
Watch it be Jesus Christ.
Jesus,
Or better yet,
Moses Christ.
Get good, holy. Yo, wait, Liam. Did you see what I sent to my what the fuck chat?
No.
get good.
Ah!
Oh,
You hit me with your
I'm gonna DM it.
Big
Ha!
Yeah,
I
that's
hit you.
Okay.
Pig, look at
Oh,
chat.
Oh, get good go.
Am I gonna say something to it, Jimmy?
Lol.
Maybe. It's
What's
just funny
up?
'cause, someone said something in a video that people compare you to him, and I thought it was very funny.
Uh-oh.
Get good,
Hold on.
holy. I
I'll send it to
remember
you after
him.
this.
He was pretty cool. I wonder why he doesn't come back. Come back.
Isn't that the one that we banned because he wanted to get banned?
Yeah.
Yeah, we banned your brother.
Not because he wanted to ban.
No, he
'cause
bet something and he was
he bet.
wrong. Yeah. But then he made an alt account and then he just doesn't come around as often. I knew he was an
knew he was
idiot. He's okay.
He was an idiot.
Watch it be him and he's like trying to gauge like how I'll respond. I feel like people do that.
That's what I was thinking of. first.
Right?
People do that.
Yeah,
I've
for
had that
sure.
happen.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting to ban people, so you know,
I know.
any reason.
I'm
doesn't
waiting to
matter.
unmod you too. Any reason.
All right.
I was, I was
You unmod, I'll
joking.
ban. We can get
Let's
rid of them in a
go.
second.
I wish-
get rid of me.
Burns with one stone.
I wish I'm not as dumb as
Ping.
him. What?
Ping, you can't deny it. I'm the content. People come here for the Dino Ping.
Modcast.
You're not. You're not. You're not the content. You're not the content. You're part of it. Sure. You're not the content. Okay.
Exactly what you were referencing.
Yeah.
I wish
Weird
I'm not. As...
doctor.
What's your name,
No.
Ace? Oh, this song's nice. Liam, I want to get to know you more. What's your favorite color?
a penis.
Oh, that's the right answer.
That is the
Go
right
peach.
answer. I would have.
That is a.
Huge.
I would have accepted nothing else.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you were gonna get banned,
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. It's incredible how every single person in this chat room answer with penis.
True.
wait, did we all actually?
Rosie
Yeah,
said
you did.
green. Rosie said green. So Rosie, can you guys permaban Rosie in chat?
No wrong. answer,
No wrong answer.
Or delete her message, I
I-
guess.
Jimmy, I
My-
hate you.
No
I
wrong
hate you.
answer.
I hate you. I hate you.
I saw it. I was like, no shot.
I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. That is bringing me emotional.
My favorite colors are black and green. Black. I'll be honest, green used to be my favorite color, Rosie. I apologize for the deleted message. Now it's like maybe blue, but I still like green a lot, actually. Yeah, green is great, right? Furry also likes green. Nathan with black.
Yeah.
He's just like him.
Yeah.
I hate that. No, he's
Dude.
copying me though.
No, bro, you're literally like basing yourself on him, aren't you?
I
What-
never
low-key.
even watched Ludwig until
Dude,
like
you
recently.
Wait, what happened?
only
What
watch
happened?
So, like-
In Ludwig's recent video, he said Liam's signature catchphrase "Holy," which is funny because everyone says Liam laughs like Ludwig, and it's been an ongoing joke.
Oh, so you
literally
steal
alive.
you steal
Literally,
content, yeah?
He's
On
stealing my
separate-
content, dude.
No, dude. On
So
separate
absurd.
occasions, we all said his laugh sounds like Ludwig's.
Uh,
Like, I think Tommy said it, Jimmy said it, I've said it.
Tommy was being an asshole in my chat. I was like, "Is that Ludwig or Liam? I can't tell."
You need a new catchphrase, bro.
No,
No,
it's funny. He had one. He
Golly.
would, dude. He had one. He had one. And
Oh.
fucking Ludwig sent in the new video. It was fucking no shot.
I'm done. I'm done.
That's funny. Cap Liam. Thanks for the lurk, Churo. I love all colors, but orange has got my heart. My cousin loves orange too. Blue, yellow, and green. That's a lot of colors.
Liam, watch.
Literally.
Yeah, you should ban Ludwig from your chat.
Actually, verification is Ludwig.
Oh my god, imagine.
Imagine. Just want you to play Garfield cards so your content
What's
goes
his
away.
next video
You can
be
steal.
Garfield card related?
Oh my! I will die.
I will
dude.
actually delete my channel if his next video is Garfield card related.
It'd be so
Ugh.
fucking funny.
Dude, oh my god.
Hey, Nathan is mad good now. What the hell?
One
You
second.
got third place. Good job. Practice makes perfect. And Furry's mad good too. Oh. Why Lotus Liam? Why not just Liam Lotus?
Why not?
Isn't that the same thing?
No.
Oh, it's not. No.
I remember somebody asked him why he chose Lotus Liam. It was like the most humble answer ever. I was like, God damn. This is
Oh,
why
It was an
he's
emotional
chat.
story.
I don't want to
emotional
know
It's really
then.
emotional.
I don't want to
Yeah.
know.
Maybe
Never
tear
mind.
up.
I don't know
Maybe
if you
cry.
should repeat it again. I don't know if I can handle it.
Yeah, he shouldn't. I think it's too much for chat.
Yeah, it's
Everybody's
bringing
gonna
up bad
leave and
memories.
cry.
Bad memories.
Nathan said Baby Park for Cracker. That's Jared.
I like.
Oh, is
that
Jared
one,
still
but-
here?
No, he's asleep.
Probably.
They make bacon and just damn.
Wait, I'm here. Is it not
Oh, what's
going
up?
through?
Now it
It
is. You're
wasn't.
good.
I think you were muted.
What the fuck?
This
Dude, my
whole
Discord
time.
fucking breaks. Like it's usually whenever I launch an Epic game, it'll stop doing my fucking input.
Wait,
But I can
is
still
he
hear you guys
saying
saying,
something?
"Oh, he's asleep. He's asleep."
He's asleep.
Is he
Oh,
saying
he's
something, guys? I don't
Is he
know.
talking yet?
I don't
Is
think
he-
so.
Yeah.
we should move
or-
into
I don't think so.
I think I
What?
cut out
I
again.
hate you all.
I'm sorry. I love you, bro.
Why are you saying you love me? What? I didn't do anything.
Not
He's a
everything's
fucking
about
filthy
you,
little syndrome.
bro.
I know, but like, you're talking to nobody.
Maybe I
Yeah,
like to
who are you
talk to
talking to?
nobody.
Boy, you know.
No,
I'm
no,
not the
not
free.
you.
No, who put the song on?
Yeah,
I
that's how
love
I
the
know you-
song.
That's how I know you can hear me, you fucking piece of shit.
You can't trick us.
No
with
one can
twice.
resist that.
Nice
Why
furry.
did Jimmy just spontaneously start singing that song?
That's
Crazy.
so weird.
I'm gonna blank.
Bro,
Mine.
Liam, what happened to your Lotus? I've been told to
Uh,
ask you that. I don't know what that means.
It, uh, she left me.
Hmm.
Oh,
Oh.
did you deserve it?
Dude, we said we wouldn't talk
Wait.
about
Wait, were
this,
you one
bro.
of those relationship channels where like you shared it with like
Yeah.
your girl and she was Lotus and you were Liam and then
Y-
oh
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, bro. She deserved better. I mean, you deserve better.
Oh my god.
Liam's like that
Okay,
one
Liam.
couple that we watched on the Subathon video.
Yeah, I faked my miscarriage. Sorry.
That's okay.
I was
Oh, that
pregnant
one.
earlier.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was actually watching that a little too.
We were talking about farts in jars earlier. That was crazy.
That's
That was
hot.
hot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
How
I
much?
said it first. You're all copycats.
We have
Did
so
you hear
much in
something?
common. No.
Yeah, I think one person said it, right? Yeah. What are we talking about?
You're the worst.
Guys, stop being mean to Gerardo.
Who? Is
Oh,
he in the
who?
call?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
You're
miss him.
literally not funny. Oh my god.
y'all are toxic.
Yeah, done.
All right, I'm sorry. Oh, Jared's here. What's up, Jared?
I've left group chats over dumber shit.
Oh, dumber stuff, so we're good. Okay.
I am petty.
Understandable.
No, the subscriber Lotus, I'm being told. I don't know.
Oh, that was one of my viewers. If that's what you're referencing, I don't know.
I don't know. You missed that
Who
show.
knows?
Lotus
On
is he?
BRB.
Alright. I just have no backseating on for like one game, and then I just don't remember to take it off or whatever. I don't know. I just keep it there. I don't care.
Hey, Ping. I think you should turn right.
Okay. I just turned right. Now what?
I think you should drift left.
Shit, bro. Alright, now what?
I think you should grab your guitar and play "Mary Had a Little Lamb."
Alright, I got you. Mary had a little lamb. Little lamb. Little lamb. Alright, now what? Pepe Jam. Oh, you went behind me, Nathan? Nice. You need to
Obedient
take a
ping?
bathroom break?
More
Okay.
like breedable ping.
I am both breedable and subservient to all.
You mean
Submissive.
submissive?
Sure.
Subservient, breathable.
That's hot.
Bro, you're hot.
Y'all fucking weird dogs.
Bro, I can't wait till you do your subathon, and I'll still be streaming my subathon, and then I'll join, and I'll be like, yo.
Yo.
That's it, and then
Yo.
leave.
And then leave, yeah, probably.
Oh, you should play. You should play. What's his name? Liam. Liam in Battlefield. Battlefield.
Yeah, what's his name?
You want me to play with Liam? Bro, I don't know him like
Battleship.
that. Oh.
Battleship.
Yo, you want
He's
to play
fucking
Battleship?
Murderous.
How did you get so good at Battleship? Genuinely.
You just use percentages for the whole entire game.
I don't know what
Oh.
that means.
Oh,
Liam, if
Explain.
I give you $1, will you give me $1 back?
On
I'll do one
Twitch?
better.
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Just $1?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm tired. I'm sorry. When I'm tired, I don't know what I'm saying.
Ping.
and go to Ohio, give him $1 bill. He gives you
Yeah.
$1 back.
Why
No,
would
he
I?
has to come all the way to New York to give you $1 back.
Bro,
Ping,
why?
you're so dumb.
Why
Why
would I go
would
to
you-
Ohio? What?
You can say
Why
out of
would you-
Cocoa Butt too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Cocoa Butts in Ohio.
Oh yeah, I'll go to Ohio then.
You
You'll
can
hate
walk there.
yourself
Make
if
a
you
YouTube
don't
video.
go.
I'm not
I
going.
walked to
I
Ohio.
lied.
Ohio's not that far from you. It's literally like 1 hour.
That's
You're like
pretty
in the-
far.
Yeah, he's in the state next to it.
Apparently, BK is special.
He is.
True.
True.
That's
Facts.
Yeah.
honest.
I was just reading chat.
I like how we can all just agree with that. Yep, 100%.
Base take.
That just shows how special she really is.
She's the one who said it. Honestly, amazing.
Yeah. Stonks. My head is spinning. Why did I drink,
Why?
guys? I drank.
He drank so much yesterday, and
And I also
now he's
smoked.
stealing.
I smoked something. That didn't help.
Did you actually?
Fee.
Yeah. Well, I ate something. I ate some candy, let's just say that.
Just greens out on the stream.
I don't think I'm gonna do that again. It's just not good for me. I don't like it.
Yeah, it's you're supposed to smoke, but even then,
No,
edibles
smoking.
are fucking strong.
Smoking also. What I realized the last 2 times I smoked and drank together was not a good time.
It gives you what's it called? I don't even know. But you get
Get you
dizzy.
some water. Thank you, BK.
Yeah.
Doctor.
Thanks for the follow, Mud.
Yeah, you need some hydrates.
I have. Thank you, though. I've been here for like 12 minutes, so can I be mod? Sure. Guys, can you mod him?
No.
Oh.
How do you mod someone again? /ban.
Yeah.
I think. Wait, slash.
The best dealer.
Mod at.
Why'd everyone get so quiet?
Thinking about gummy bears.
I love gummy bears.
Aqua.
Yo,
I've
what's
got
up, Aqua? Yeah, I'm mad tired. How you doing? Aqua's awesome.
Aqua is awesome.
Oh my god, I'm getting judged by myself.
I have the little nitro gummy bear. I've got 3 of them.
Ooh.
I'm so scared for you, Liam. The ghost pepper and whatever the worst thing is, dude.
Jared tried it before, I think, right?
How you doing,
Yeah.
Aqua?
I think.
I think
so.
he's asleep again.
I think you're fucking
Literally
right.
suck my dick. What?
Were you muted again?
You're right, Aqua. I gotta
yes,
wake
I
up.
was.
Huh.
I'm ready, guys.
I was muted and I knew it though. I heard my name.
Gerardo, this is the map for you, Nathan says.
Yeah, pig stowed right now, Jared.
I'm not. I'm hungover. That was last night.
Nah.
What are you guys talking about? I'm hungover. I get so energetic when I smoke. I go crazy.
That's weird.
I start
wanna
I start
smoke to match
humping.
your energy, but I will pass out.
Yeah.
Same here. I
No,
would
I
just fall asleep.
No, I start humping every inanimate object near me.
Hey,
Shut
yo.
up.
Bro, I'm
What?
joking. That's not true.
Okay.
That's not
That's
not
why you
true.
can't get a
It's a
body.
joke.
Fucking
It's a
loser doesn't
joke.
actually hump every
Someone
object.
add the quote.
I know.
Someone add the quote. Add the
It's
quote.
a
Add the
joke. Stop.
Fucking
Add the quote.
hot, brother.
Guys, it's hot, but I don't do that.
Would
I
you
actually
rather
hump
be very
every
dumb but obey a lot of cash or be very poor but
animated
super smart?
object.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I'm
That's
just
even better.
joking.
That's
I'm
better.
That's even
joking.
worse.
I'm joking. It's a joke. It's a
It doesn't
joke.
sound like a joke.
That's
It
what makes it
sounds
like-
funnier.
It sounds like a
Well,
fully
you just
serious
said it,
Uh,
but then you realized that we were pushing back at you, so you
No,
back.
stop.
Oh,
No. Stop pushing P, guys.
Pushing P.
Ow! Oh my god.
Third place,
Fuck
let's go. No one added the quote, let's go. Would you rather be dumb but
I'll
have a
add
lot of
it.
cash or be poor but
Yeah, I
very
got
super
it,
smart?
All right.
Probably dumb. No, I'm not high, Aqua. Aqua, you deserve VIP, that's true.
Guys, drugs are bad. Don't do them.
Unless you want to. Oh, I thought I
Yo,
was
Pam.
adding on.
Wait, Liam. For your subathon, will bits be accepted?
What do you mean?
Like, will they add time to the timer? You have some bits?
No, I'm not gonna have bits at anything.
Oh, in that case, hold on.
Why not?
He's a
Because I don't
pussy?
like bits. It doesn't give anything to ever like. My whole thing is like I don't really care about the subs, but like if somebody's gonna get a benefit out of it, might as well send it to like people get emotes and ad free stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Fair, fair. So why'd
it's
you give me
incentivizing
bits, bro?
subbing. 'Cause I don't need bits. bits don't add to the time.
Hey, thanks for the bits, Jimmy.
But that's why you do. That's why you use
Hey,
separate
thanks
bit
for the
incentives,
bits,
so it
bro.
adds to the content.
True. For 1,000 bits, I will go to sleep later on stream. I'm dumb. God, I know
Call
it's you.
Someone call Sam.
Nah, it's fine. It's fine. And do modcast? Sure.
Modcast.
Do pharmaceuticals
Modcast.
count as drugs to stay away from? Yes.
Dude,
Where's the? Are we? Is there a modcast? Are we doing a modcast here?
I don't know. Are we? I can't. I have work.
Well,
Uh,
I said the VC is going to be open for people.
yeah,
that wanna
VC will
talk
be
about it while he's
open.
sleeping. So in
Yeah.
a way,
I could
Gotcha.
probably enter like early morning, but
bro,
just for
we're
a
at
little while.
27 hours. Jesus Christ. That's a long time. Feet pick soon? Yes, but not to you because you're underage.
Lame.
How could you be underage, you loser? Sorry.
love that.
If someone tips on DoorDash, do you get the full amount? Yes. For tips, I'm pretty sure you get full amount.
What if I ask for feet pics?
Then I'll DM them to you right now.
Oh,
I get his feet pics all the time.
Yeah, if you become a mod, you get them like right away, unless you're
how do I
underage.
become
About
mod?
tier
How do I become mod? How do I become mod?
You have
This
to
is true,
donate 1,000 subs or more usually.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wait,
Add Liam to the
what
group
if I'm
chat.
a
Give him a
tier-
little sneak peek.
Wait, what if I'm a tier 3 sub?
Yo, then I would be very happy. I don't know.
You get booty pics.
You get more channel points. See you in an hour
True.
40. See you, Chi. How
The
you
one
doing,
time-
Oak? That is a lot of
The one
hours.
time I made a
Sorry.
tier 3 sub joke, this fucker Liam actually tier 3 subbed.
Let's go. Yo. Tier
Love
3
it.
sub joke.
I
Is
had
he
like
gonna sub?
50
Is he gonna
bucks in my
sub?
bank account at that time.
Yo,
Oh my
I got
God.
40. Let's go.
That's so bad.
I have more after today, but I feel that. Pretty sure, so you never get tips. No, I always get tips on when I was doing Uber Eats. I think people almost always give tips.
You have to.
Yeah, you kind of have to. Yeah. It's kind of dumb, but
If you don't,
I-
you're a big asshole.
Yeah.
well, not really, because drivers see if you tip or not beforehand. So if you put 0 tip, they know what they're getting into. It just might take long for you to get an order. I'm 13. Is that okay? No.
Yo.
I mean, you could stay, but yeah, thank you, doctor. I shouldn't have said it probably. Oh yeah, that's one of the rules.
Yeah,
Wow,
no
man,
13-year-olds
that's fucked
allowed.
up.
No, just don't say your age if you're under 18, because there's a lot of weirdos out there,
Like me.
like Dinell. Yeah.
Be wary of Benel.
Yeah.
I don't do
Verific-
food runs anymore. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, there's lots of people in this chat that knows, like Yesik and Doctor and
True.
Jimmy.
I don't do Uber Eats anymore though, cause like there's like no orders right now for some reason. Hey, Ookie Cookie enjoy. Bruh, I'm skipping this song.
Love Oogie.
Who put that shit, bro? Rickroll, but with different link. You too, Oogie. I don't tell my people my age, especially if I don't know the community. Yeah, I think that's smart. How you doing, by the way, Oak? You got gifted a sub by, who was it? Do you know?
Yeah, me.
Yeah.
They're pretty cool.
Yeah,
Do you know
Oak
who-
Tree is
do you-
cool.
Have you talked to them?
Oak Tree?
I love
No,
oak
Oogie.
trees.
Oh, I think you meant Oogie.
Oh,
Oogie-
Oogie.
Oogie's pretty
Yeah.
chill.
Oogie is
I thought you talked-
cool.
I heard Oogie. My bad.
I gotta wake up. I'm sorry, guys. I'm dying. This is not good. I'll be better tomorrow.
Modcast.
Modcast.
Strawberry.
Strawberry.
Gross.
Strawberry shortcake.
Do you guys want to see me twerk for 2 minutes?
Yeah,
Yes.
I paid for it.
What
What
you
technique
did?
do you use?
So
Do
there's
you
like
drop it low?
I do. There's usually 3 techniques I try to go for. And it really depends on my mood.
Can you
So
show us all 3? Come on.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The
Some
only
little
one I
pennies.
know how to do is the dice, so I'd like to learn the other ones.
The dice is good. That's pretty good. That's like the most common one.
Yeah, it's the easiest. That's that's the reason I know it.
Wait, are there actual
Wait,
different things? I was
what's the
just
dice?
bullshitting.
You like lean over and then you shake your hand like you're rolling dice, and it like shakes your butt, and it's pretty easy.
I don't know, to be honest.
Oh, I like the one
Dave.
that I Show Speed does. He drops it low.
What are games are you playing tonight? Probably. I'm not sure, actually. That's a good question. We might do like some community game afterwards.
Some
But-
Kartik.
Yeah, maybe some Gardic. But we're gonna end around 2 hours ish? Because I'm gonna go to. We're not gonna end, but I'm gonna go to sleep. And then yeah, I guess that's all I was saying there. This will wake you up. The coconuts. Oh, that's not the one, but all right. I moved to only watching Ping now. I only watch Jewish content creators. Can someone ban that guy? Oogie Cookie Enjoyer.
Oh no, but he's trying to support you.
Yeah, we don't support Jews around here though. So.
Have you seen his
Like-
Twitter history? I mean, pretty obvious where Ping stands.
Guys, I'm trolling.
Oh,
Don't
no.
cancel me. I'm Jewish. I love all Jews except those that commit murder and stuff. So please don't cancel me. Anyway, you gotta say it to new viewers just in case.
Yeah. You don't want another scenario like
Like how you play the disguise of being a Jew when you're not even Jewish.
I
Bro,
know, I just- I don't really
honestly-
think
Full
this
on
is you.
Catholic.
Yeah.
Bro, I didn't mute yet. What are you?
Yo, ping pong pastors, please become
Big Bug Bastards.
become a Christian.
Ping pong. Yo, that would be
pastors.
so good. Bro, Ace, are you God? Cause you sound a lot like God.
Fuck, I
Wait,
messed that up.
wait, did I miss the part where we exposed the part where Ping isn't actually Jewish?
Bro,
Yeah.
I'm still streaming later. Oh my god.
Full on pastor.
Okay, I just wanted
Um,
to make sure.
But yeah, the games we're gonna be playing, we're gonna play a lot of interactive games that I could play with you guys, a lot of games with streamers, and a lot of games alone. So like, I'm gonna try to speedrun Mario 64 during this subathon. We're gonna play Gardic and stuff like that. Mario Kart, Fall Guys, yeah. That's the plan. I'll pay you not to drop it low. What? For a second, I forgot what
Yes.
Jews were. Understandable.
You misspelled quote now.
What? Did I
You
really?
misspelled quote. And you forgot the words full on.
Add
Got you.
quote. I'm a pastor. Yeah, Modcast. The only problem with Modcast is that I don't want to force you guys to stay until I wake up. But I also don't want that, like, when you guys leave, there's just an empty screen. So that's why I'm going to keep this Discord open so you guys could talk to each other. And I'll probably put, like, words on stream or something. Unless you can stream for 8 hours straight or whatever. But I don't want to make anyone do that.
Yeah, who would do that? That's fucked up.
Yeah, no, nah. That's
Yeah.
just
If
that's
when
just
a
me
streamer doesn't
personally. That's
wake
just,
up for like 2 extra hours and it's like 10 hours.
that's just me personally. That's just, Anyway, let me read the rest of chat for a second. Honestly, Aqua, I wish. I don't want to drop it low either. Okay. I'm at New York City. Me too. Awesome. It's 11:37. Hell yeah. Look at these muscles, baby. Avatar shirt. Hell yeah. Everyone loves Avatar. Who doesn't?
Idiots.
Well, yeah. Look at these muscles, bro. Oh, that went away.
Oh, you don't love Avatar, Liam?
I haven't seen it.
Sorry. You should watch it. You would love it.
Are you gonna read a bedtime story?
No, I'm not Jimmy.
Fuck off then.
I give you
Subbing.
permission to steal my content.
I just don't want to.
Oh, okay. Oh,
But
damn,
thank you.
Avatar. Oh, okay.
Hey guys, instead of subbing to these guys, you should buy Turbo.
True, but you don't need to,
Oh.
self-promote
No,
it all
no,
the
that
time.
doesn't exist. That doesn't exist. He does talk out of his ass again.
What is Turbo?
Guys, Turbo.
Nothing, it's nothing. It's
Glad to
absolutely
hear you
Turbo's the
ask.
guy for-
Turbo is-
nothing.
If you have $8 to spare, you should spend it on Twitch Turbo. You get no ads, and you could. Oh, bye, Furry. Furry left. Furry doesn't want to hear about Turbo.
Guys, I'm literally gonna make
Thanks
Turbo
for
a band
following.
word
I
in my
appreciate
stream.
it.
It'd be so funny.
I actually don't even know what it is.
I'll tell you right
Let's keep
now.
it that way. Let's keep it that way.
Nah,
Let's
can I
keep it
tell
that
him?
way,
Let me
please.
tell
So
him.
Turbo
No, I
gets
want
you
to say it.
actually
I want.
watching on Twitch.
Yes. I love this song. Sorry,
Instead of
go ahead.
subbing to people, like multiple people, say you watch 3 people and you don't want to see ads, but you don't commit. You got Turbo.
Yeah.
$8.
I pay for Turbo. $8 a month. You can watch any streamer, no ads. It's great. So if you're
What
paying,
the fuck?
yeah. So if you're paying not to see ads and you don't really, want to support the creator or whatever, just pay for Turbo. It's better. I mean, what?
Yeah. It's good for popping into like big streams and shit.
Aw.
Yeah.
Thank you, Aqua, for the. I still. All right, Dinelle, is it okay if I don't twerk?
You
gotta
have to twerk before.
have to twerk.
You
Yeah,
have
you
to
gotta
after
twerk.
this race.
Aqua, you heard it. I have to twerk. I'm sorry. There are songs playing. If you can't hear it, I'm sorry. You should be able to hear it.
What's the
I
next
can't
sub
hear
goal?
it.
Yeah. It
Yeah,
just
what
might.
is the next step goal?
Haha, it's a secret. You must see me twerk first.
Oh.
Wow, then you gotta do it now.
I honestly don't remember what it is, but yeah.
Mods. Look it up.
Don't look it up.
Okay.
No, don't ruin it.
Mom!
You want a refund?
Oscar!
Aqua, I'm sorry. I can't give you a refund. Wait, can I refund from bits?
No.
I don't think so.
None of
Oh.
the Twitch payments you can refund. Only like Streamlabs stuff.
So at
Uh,
50 subs, he's gonna put on the maid costume.
at 50 subs, I twerk again. No, I'm joking.
Nah.
I also love Avatar. Are excited for, bruh. Is Avatar 2 actually coming out in December?
Yeah, it is. There's a whole trailer and everything.
Oh damn.
Mm-hmm.
Not gonna
Yeah,
sleep
that's
till
what they're coming
stream
out.
finishes. Lol. Not doing that. Even
What you
Pokimane.
need, Jimmy? Sorry, what's up?
You need Jimmy. Huh? What you need, Jimmy? Nani?
I don't understand what he's saying.
Me neither. Aqua, I'm sorry. Here, I'll play a song
Alright.
for you. I feel bad.
Alright. But what would you do instead of twerking?
Bro, this song's so good, but what would I do instead? I go to sleep. Wait, let me just do this.
Damn. I don't think that's a fair trade.
Thank
Give me
you
full
for
control
the
of your computer.
bits, Aqua, yeah. Full control of your computer? My
Yeah.
computer?
I think that's fair
Um,
trade. Or doctor.
What's happening?
I think that's fair.
Oh, I thank you.
Dr. Be like. Just like
Thank
YouTube
you,
days
Doc.
where I stay with you for 24-hour streams. True. Nah, it's okay. We're gonna do some crazy streams later though. After the subathon, I'm gonna be trying to get Mr. Beast's attention. So I might go like 20 hours straight of like saying Mr. Beast. So you can stick around for that, Nathan. Not the most exciting content, but yeah.
Like his that's how he got famous. I think he did like that shit.
Yep. Pretty much.
I remember watching that. I was like, look at this dumbass. And now look at him. I'm the
Yeah,
dumbass.
it's literally saying. I was like, I don't know if this guy's gonna make it anywhere. I remember thinking that like 2017, and then cut to like literally biggest YouTuber right now.
What is
Yeah.
this song? What is this?
I don't know.
Everyone vibes to the song. The coconut one was great, yeah. Everyone chat, you say Mr. Beast. Start. Everyone in chat.
No, like
Everyone
every
in
time
chat.
someone chats.
Oh. Is this a Naruto song? Bro, why'd you bomb me, bro? Damn. Why'd I get so mad?
don't
Like,
know
that's
what
not part of the game. Sorry. Yo, doctor, I got a present for you. But you'll probably
is
be
it?
fine. Because you already won. Oh, I thought that was the last round. I just threw my red shell backwards. You lucky.
Dummy. Sorry, Rosie.
Mr. Beast. For every one
Yes, Mr.
person
Beast.
chats one message, you say Mr. Beast. Nah, it's okay. Not today. Another day. What? Why'd you do? You didn't need to do that, bro. That was racism. Here.
Hey,
What?
is that for
Our
me?
bad. It was worth it. It was worth the joke.
All right. It was worth it for me
Ow.
on first.
I'm getting mauled back here. Oh,
Yeah,
Jimmy and I are
same.
both. Oh my
Ow!
god, Rose.
No!
Dude, I fucking
Ah!
Fucking
Zach,
Cobb!
oh,
Oh
I
my
know!
God.
How many red shells are there? Are you kidding me?
Jesus.
I guess I woke up. Anyway. Sorry for screaming.
It was worth it.
Why did you ruin Aqua's year? Oh, that was Legend of Korra. Sorry for
Alright,
screaming,
I'm good
guys.
enough. See you guys.
All right,
Bye-bye.
see you. Love you.
Love you more.
Love you more than
Kiss
more.
me back.
Mwah.
Okay, I'm content.
What?
You didn't kiss me though.
Wait, didn't get picked
Mm,
up.
dude.
Mwah.
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 Wait, how old is
Mwah.
Liam? Oh no, he's around my
Mwah.
age. It's okay.
I'm like 12.
Fucking tongue in here right now.
He said he's 12, bro. And you want his tongue in you?
He's 19.
Yo.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
legal,
He's like-
bitch. I'm the only one
barely.
drinking here.
He's barely.
I
legal.
drank. I got hit
Just
with
like-
red shell, yeah. Thanks, Nathan.
Like the Stroke song. Barely legal.
I love this song. Oh, put that song on. What type of
Probably should.
orgy? Huh?
You have a specific reason you might.
Huh?
He just disappeared. He just disappeared.
You
He
should not
went
be
into the
licking
abyss.
minors.
I love that. Each had energy, just fucking walks out. I was over here like muted, wondering, oh, should I say goodnight to them? Do I just say it in the chat? What are they gonna say? Oh, and he just dipped out.
Oh, so you want to
4
leave
years
us?
younger,
Is that what you're
fatter
saying?
stack than me.
Wait, I learned that he's actually shorter than you guys today.
How tall is
Yeah,
how short
by
is
like
he?
2
Any
inches.
of this. Yeah.
Wait, how tall
He's
is he?
6 foot. He's like 6
Why are you
foot.
guys all so tall?
I know, crazy.
It's-
Dude, I learned
Stupid.
Jimmy was tall. It fucked me up.
I hate that you thought I was a short king. I hate
You
that.
were 5'5".
I hate how
You
you
literally
joke
thought I was
about
like
it.
Joe. You
I'm
you thought I
literally
was fucking
short.
like. You literally
ADP.
thought I was like Joe Pesci shit, like loud Italian short man. I want to cry.
Bro, Nathan was
literally
right.
I hate how you joke about it. I'm literally short.
Dude, I'm 5 foot, and you guys are just like, damn, it sucks being that you're just an inch shorter than me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Nathan
always
was
imagine being
bro, Nathan
under
was
5'10"
right.
and a
I'm
half.
short.
Dude, oh, Nathan's like
yeah,
7
if you're-
foot. That's
yeah.
insane.
No, Nathan's like 9 foot.
He's actually 12.
Nathan's actually, yeah.
He's 12 years old.
Yeah.
Imagine not being 6 foot.
True.
Jimmy, don't
Oh
do
man,
it.
what?
Fuck off.
I didn't do it. Don't worry. Just for you,
Literally,
John.
BK's
I'm
taller
5'4". That's what I'm saying. These
Are
guys
you-
are so
you're
tall.
not- wait, you're
Sorry.
she's 5'2".
Yeah, I'm
Poke
5
butt?
foot.
You're 5 foot.
Yeah,
No, I'm gonna pick you up if I ever meet you in person.
bro. I don't want to meet you guys anymore. Like, you guys
Danelle,
are like,
I'm so sorry. I need to pick you. I'm not a strong man, but
you got,
5
dude,
foot, so I will pick you up.
Wait, I have a
you
whole
guys
foot
could
on you
do
now?
I have
Really?
railed girls taller than you and pick them up, so I feel like I can do it.
You shouldn't have said anything.
I'm never gonna meet you. I'm gonna meet Pink, but I'm not gonna meet y'all.
Yeah.
At least he's in
Oh.
the same
Ain't
range as
short
me.
enough.
Nah, you still short,
lost
bro.
my
You're mad short compared to me, bro. No offense, but like 5 foot,
Yeah,
bro. That's like...
Mr. 5'10" and a
Fuck my
half.
I'm gonna be-
Joy-Cons!
I saw
Oh,
that. I saw
fuck me
that.
up.
You were
Real
hitting the
talk,
wall.
Yeah,
all the
wow.
short kings,
Oh my
all
God.
the short kings. This is not making fun of their height. This is just pointing out the absurdity of height. I'm 6'3" and I fucking hate it. Doc, I can't imagine you enjoy being 6'5".
You 6'4".
5. Whoa.
Are you
He's
6'5" or
extreme
6'4"?
4.
You're 6'4"? Well, either way, I
Okay.
can't imagine you enjoy
I
it.
don't know. It's whatever. Everyone around me is like way taller than me, even. So
What the fuck are they
What?
putting
Where
in
do
the
you
water
live?
in Idaho?
No,
Like,
it's
what
like-
are your fucking potatoes
literally-
glowing green? Like,
yeah, there's
Dude,
like
he's like-
fucking 7 foot people and 6'8" people all throughout around.
Ew.
It's wild.
You guys
Ew,
are
but
too
the ducks-
tall. I don't like that.
oh, the Midwest is literally mutants. It's just a fucking stretch of the hills have eyes. And what the
Yo,
fuck?
Literally.
He reminds me of that
trees.
guy from How
What
I
happens
Met
when you put
Your Mother.
fluoride in the water?
That's a good
Monkey
show.
do bad.
Why
You know
monkey
the-
do
what
that?
was his name? David Siegel? And
To
like how
Florence.
his brothers
Jason
are like
Segel?
Jason Segel. Yeah, like his brothers are way taller than him in the show.
But guys, I need an opinion. There was a girl in high school
I had to mute for that.
vibes, Jimmy, and I'm like, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know. You don't.
Do you
Yeah,
Monkey do
Idaho.
want me to hurt your
Monkey do
feelings or
very
no?
good.
Like,
No,
If
no, it doesn't
anything-
hurt me either way. I was just like wondering, and I'm like, fucking, do I?
Wait,
then?
what did she
Like,
say?
I was just
whip your
thinking.
dick out on camera for me, and I'll let you know what type of Jason Segel energy you're giving.
Monkey do
Uh,
okay.
God.
Monkey do
I
pretty
think he gives
okay.
more of a Ricky
I guess.
Martin.
I will
Vive-
fucking
viviendo
kill you.
la vida
I will.
lo-
I am 5'10.5".
Good.
Mhm.
Oh
You
my
know,
god.
If anybody wants to know what I mean by that, go check out Jared's.
I will treat my nephew with
Discord.
respect, okay?
yeah, I'm sure he was very respectful beforehand.
I'm sure
Courted
he
him and
loved him.
everything. Treated him to a nice.
Which hat do you want me to wear, Oak Tree? I got a chicken hat, a taco hat, a Pokemon hat, and then a bunch of regular hats.
I want to cry.
I'm back, sorry. My stepsis came in the room. I got distracted.
He's hot.
Oh my god! Stop! Everybody, stop talking about filthy stuff.
Dude, have you met his stepsister? She's
she
so
mad
fine.
at- she's
No,
so
I
hot.
haven't. Oh my god.
Fattest ass, biggest titties.
Bro, come
I'm-
on,
you're,
bro.
You're just. We don't
Nah, you're
claim him.
fucking joking, bro.
Yeah, she's pretty hot.
You have me fucked up for a second.
No, she
I
kind of
hope she's
hot.
not watching.
I hope so too.
Now she's like, wow, I don't have the fattest ass and the juiciest titties. Oh my god, Danelle, you're fucking serving this type of disrespect to me.
Dinelle likes her.
I do.
I know,
That's
but
the
now
only
she
reason
doesn't
I'm
like
coming
him.
over.
He's fucking slandering her.
That's the only reason I'm going to Pink's place.
True. Pokemon hat? Alright, I got you.
You know, if it makes you feel any better, you didn't give off 5-foot energy.
Thank you.
Yeah,
It's
you
the
give
voice.
off 4-foot energy. Ah!
Oh my god.
You give off like 5'11", maybe.
He's
Hang
not
on, I'm
5
literally gonna go-
foot.
Yeah. I
He's
agree
not
with
a
I was
that.
gonna say
Mad cartwheel.
5'7", 5'8". Like you're.
Look at these muscles. Sorry. Go ahead.
Ping.
You're
let me
he's
just
not
say
5
that.
foot. He's
You don't
taller.
want to say this to a person you're inviting to your home.
Why?
Never mind.
Okay.
Is that the first death threat you've ever gotten?
Nah, I've gotten them before.
Oh my
He's a
fucking
Jew.
God.
I'm a
I was gonna
Jew.
say, being Jewish on Twitch.
I haven't gotten that much. I gotten like one person during Among Us. He's like, "You're Jewish.
You
You have a
guys-
long nose," and I'm like, "Okay."
All right. Jokes aside, you guys do know my real height, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not 5 foot? Okay.
You're like 5'8" or something, right?
You're like fucking 3 foot because you
Let's
chopped your
go.
knees off or whatever.
I'm like the guy from Forrest Gump. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a fucking Lieutenant Danelle over here.
Lieutenant.
I'll be right back.
But say it with the Forrest Gump voice. You gotta say Lieutenant.
Lieutenant Danelle.
200cc bombs only. What do we think?
Yeah.
Pokemon.
All right.
All right.
Hello,
Already-
Lieutenant Danelle.
I don't know how he talks. Anyways,
Forrest
Ping,
Gump.
you should watch
He
Jojo Rabbit.
elongates the
Great
syllable,
movie.
but he's faking.
Ping's
said,
gone
huh?
now. He went
I'm
to the
here.
back. You should.
I'm here.
Oh, you should watch Jojo Rabbit. You would love it.
No.
It's a great movie.
Actually, you would.
Trust me. It's like so fucking funny, bro.
I was talking about this with my friends. Like, I love Taika Waititi as a director. I'm so shocked that apparently the new Thor movie is just ass. Like, everyone hates it.
I haven't seen it yet. No spoilers,
He's a great
please.
director. I mean, I feel like Marvel just gets directors and like breaks them, you know?
Well, what I
Damn
heard they
it.
did with this movie and Doctor Strange was I heard the CEO of Disney was like, "Oh, it can't be over 2 hours," and that there was a lot of shit cut from Thor specifically with like Christian Bale and whatnot.
Oh,
I heard there was like 4 hours of the movie in total, but they cut it down to like an hour 50.
Wait, is Ping twerking? Is
No,
twerking-
I'm not. Stop. I'm not. I'm
He
not.
is!
I'm not
He
twerking.
is!
I'm not twerking.
Let's go!
No, I'm
oh
not.
my god.
God damn the delay! I'm playing Mario Kart.
That's work.
I had to go all out. I'll
That
keep
was-
going.
Someone
I'll
clip
keep-
that.
Yeah,
Someone
baby
better
part.
clip that.
Wait, is that good enough?
Oh, it's
I-
like-
I-
Oh,
good
baby
first
park,
time.
worst map.
Wait,
It's
wait,
for
what?
bombs only.
Wait,
That's
was it good enough to twerk?
No, do it again.
No.
Do it again.
Wait, this is actually bombs only. What the?
Yeah, except for I only get coins because I'm in first.
Want to change that?
You gotta wait. My song starts. Weird. Okay. You gotta go up and down with the twerking.
Yeah. That's
I-
just a booty shake. That's not a twerk.
yeah, but you liked it.
I enjoyed it. I didn't like it.
What?
There's a difference.
Confusion arises.
Yeah.
I'm a man of class.
I'm a man of.
Shit.
Oh, it's Hunter x Hunter. Nice.
Yo.
God damn it, Danelle. That was last second.
Literally. I think we were like neck and neck.
You know, that's the good at the game.
Coco,
good
I'm
at
gonna
making
do
fun.
it again. This is my last time though.
Yeah,
Do
Coco
it.
didn't see it. She's gotta see
Alright,
it.
I'm done, bro. I'm not doing that shit again. This shit is nasty, bro. I don't like doing that. It's not nasty. I can't. I can't.
God.
I jumped up and down for you. All right, that's worth it.
a
That's
whole
worth
lot of
it.
dumpy dump.
All right, you got what you wanted.
That's so much ass, bro. How do you walk around with that, bro?
I know, bro. It's hard. I'm not gonna lie.
Dude.
I know, bro. It's hard.
Try the dice method? Yeah, you gotta try it, bro. I wanna
Oh
see that.
shit, that's right. What is it again? How does it go?
It's you just face away from the camera and then just shake like you have dice in your hand. Just shake dice in your hand.
Just shake dice in my hand.
Yeah, shake
Like,
your arm.
Pretend you're, yeah.
Oh.
You're rolling dice.
Yeah, like you're about to roll dice, but do it really fast and like hard.
That ass is. Wait, with my hands, like.
Yeah, and then it'll make your ass shake.
And Pink got a bigger one than me. Would you do it for your significant other? Hell yeah. If I'm horny enough, I would do a lot. Never mind. Something like that. Bro, they got enough clips. They don't need another one. It's fine. I'm good.
Bro, why would you say that?
What did I say? It's a joke, bro. It's a joke.
Always a joke.
I mean, I'll be honest.
Always
I'm
a
not gonna
joke.
lie. If I'm horny enough, I would do like certain things that I would find disgusting otherwise. Like, is that crazy?
You know what? Never mind. Pink gives off Ricky Martin vibes.
No, not like that. Not like that, bro. I'm just, bro. Shut up. You guys are annoying. Hey, yo, I won't even. Yeah, don't. It's fine. Like, I would
Wait,
twerk for my girl, okay? If I was horny enough. That's all I'm saying, okay? That's it. It's not that deep.
What about your guy friend?
Yeah, I'd probably do it.
Okay, dope.
When are you coming over, by the way?
I'm thinking Christmas, cause
Nice.
nobody goes anywhere on Christmas.
Nice. Bring her here. Bro, I don't have a girl, but the fact that you thought I did is a very nice thing, so thank you. Oh, nice Japanese song.
He doesn't need a girl. He has a stepsis.
True. Just pretty awesome. Ah! Middle
You
of
know
the
who else is
night.
awesome?
Yes, your
Who?
mom. Oh, sorry.
Jesus.
You want to say Ricky Martin? I was gonna fucking.
Ricky Martin. No.
Bro, you guys are so dirty tonight. I'm not
I
getting
wouldn't
drunk
fucking
tonight,
say-
Nathan. I'm so...
Oh, yo, I know what song I had a request. Hold on.
Oh,
Hold on, I want to beat you to it, fuck.
What is this
Where is
party?
it? Where is it?
Oh, this looks cool, actually. Party parent. I'll be your
Fuck,
girl.
What's the
Twerk
shout
for me.
out? What's the shout out?
So twerk again.
SR, SR. Exclamation mark SR.
Okay.
Oh my god.
This goes out to all the nephews out there.
Breaks them,
I'm
you
sorry,
know?
that was bad.
I haven't.
From Thor specifically.
Wait, I'm watching the.
Aw.
I'm watching the twerk. God, this is so I hate it. It's so cringe. Anyway, I shaked my ass already. Jesus. Oh, I love that song. Oh, Ricky Martin, good one. Why was he a pedophile? I didn't hear about this.
No, it was actually so fucked up. He like I think he like sexually abused his nephew or something, and then you try to get a restraining order. It was fucked.
Bro, I am not. Bro, I don't have a
Yeah.
nephew yet. I mean, what?
And then I found
I'm joking. It's a joke.
a cartoon of Ricky Martin singing La Vida Loca.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever, you could find it somewhere.
I got the picture in my head.
Yeah, actually, you should skip when I play that. We should play the only version that's now acceptable. Shrek.
I thought you were
and,
gonna play the Shrek version.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Actually, fuck Ricky Martin. Don't play that or support him or give an extra view. I'll get the fucking Shrek version up instead.
Nathan, skip it when it comes.
What
up.
if he has
Yeah, we'll
royalties
play
from
the
that
Shrek
anyway?
No. But better performance. You know, better performance.
That's
Okay.
way better.
Puss in Boots and Donkey. It's so
It makes
much
me
better.
want to shake
True.
my ass, bro.
True.
The only
Wait,
version
that
I've ever seen, yeah.
actually sucks. He went to jail.
He's going to, I think, which I mean, deserved.
Why did we pick this map?
Why are we doing
I know,
bombs
who
on
picked
Great
this?
question. This is awful.
Oh, maybe it was my random. No, hot tub streamer can. I wanted to do a hot tub stream when I moved out, but I'm not gonna move out for some time now.
Go to Liam's. He's doing a hot tub stream.
He is.
True.
Let's
Yeah.
go.
We get to see those pecs, those juicy abs, those.
Yo,
Keep
Okay.
adding the adjectives. Damn.
those
Damn,
you
big words.
dude, you could grind meat on those.
Oh.
I remember that from Dragon Ball.
What?
You can grind meat on the abs.
Nice. Didn't know
I
that
miss
was the thing.
Dragon Ball.
You
Yeah,
miss
it's
dragging
Frieza.
these
you're about
balls.
to say I miss her.
I miss her. Classic. Dinell.
Yeah, I've been doing that for years.
Based human W guy. I am so tired. Can you guys tell?
A little bit.
Let's go. I mean, what?
You're so
supposed-
dumb, bro.
Supposed to
How
say
the
no.
hell?
Wait, why am I
I thought you were
dumb?
gonna do a 24-hour stream the first night.
No, fuck that. It's a 30 minutes for a sub, bro. I'm okay with starting at 12 hours. I think that's fair, no?
No. I thought
I
you were
started
gonna.
at 12.
I thought you were
Yeah.
gonna stay
Going for the
awake.
first 24. Yeah.
Oh, no. I've done like 10 24-hour streams where I stayed awake and stuff. And I got a tutor in the city tomorrow.
Oh
So-
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so
I'm
tired of
putting
these
these-
nuts.
Dude,
What's
should we
up, Ethan?
tell everybody what you. Never mind. You shouldn't tell
What?
us what you
Huh?
told me
Oh, what did I
about
tell
what-
you?
about how you went to the cafe and all that, and the card.
Oh yeah.
You don't have to tell us. I think that's.
I mean, I don't-
personal.
That's not really personal. I don't care. This 200 is making me lose my mind. Is that a song? What does that mean?
Who the
Dude,
hell?
just CC.
Oh yeah.
I accidentally did such an airport. Damn. Oh
It-
fuck.
It is kind of all over the place.
Please don't be Sunshine Airport. Please don't be Sunshine Airport. I will actually scream.
Oh yeah,
Did you
Thank
put-
God.
Oh fuck yeah.
guys, I'm gonna end stream every 12 hours, so that I could upload them as VODs to YouTube. So before I go to sleep, I'm probably gonna end stream. Just want to let you guys know.
But that's not 12 hours.
Yeah, but it'll be 12 hours when I'm sleeping.
You're earning the 12-hour challenge tag.
Yeah, exactly. They don't have a longer tag, so. Ugh. Nice songs.
What's up?
You just hit me with a bomb.
Let's
Oh,
go.
I'm sorry. The doctor. Oh my God.
Ow,
Escape.
Janelle. So many J's.
welcome.
It's disgusting.
You should
J
change your name.
Army.
Where's the B Army?
PP Squad.
Boboli Mamari?
Where's
boy
the
Benel?
Boy.
Is there any chatters that begin
Benel.
with B?
Bing
Oh,
bong.
Bean.
Masters.
Bean?
Bean.
Bean?
BK?
Masters?
Oh, BK's Cocoa Butt.
BB.
Kakoi Kiwi.
If you
guys
want
wanna play
song
Minecraft
list,
tomorrow?
If you want song list, type in song Q or SQ. Yeah, I might play tomorrow.
I'll make sure to skip Live with La Vida Loca for the Shrek 2 version.
I
I
What
did
is this
put that
song,
in the queue.
bro? What is this song? It's terrible. Bro, I'm gonna put my own playlist when I go to
What
sleep.
song is? Although what song? Let me look.
I don't know. It sounds so bad.
Atlanta? Ew.
Actually, not Atlanta.
If this is you, Ace King, I apologize. It's not good.
Oh, it's not Atlanta, my bad.
Jared, I miss you.
Dubai is not Miami. Philly. I
Rosie, gag.
was about to use my points, and then I realized I'm working towards VIP. Nice.
How about just VIP on here?
100K.
Huh? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want a demonstration? What it looks like when someone redeems it?
Yeah, we should do a coin flip, please.
We could.
Jimmy, do you
100K
want?
You guys want to do Master Ball?
Yeah,
No,
actually,
the Master
guys, I'm
Ball, do a
also
coin
I'm
flip.
low key. I'm done with Mario Kart.
Fair.
All right, let's go to
Fair.
Gardic. I'm gonna go to Gardic. You guys don't have to. Gardic
Fair
time,
enough.
yeah. Bro, this
I'm
song
gonna
is
go get my
so okay. I'm
mouse.
gonna skip this. I'm sorry. This is bad. I can't. Oh, I'm gonna skip this too.
Oh,
You're
I
gonna
was
head
like,
off. All right,
"Ew."
nice. Still watch. Cool. Thank you.
Oh, skip this also, pig.
I did.
Okay, cool.
Your console's gonna die. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna connect some cables.
Oh, it's a Charlie Puth Japanese light switch. I know this. I heard this.
What song is this?
It's light switch, but in Japanese, it kind of goes hard.
I gotta hear this.
You turn me on like a light switch.
It sounds better in
back.
Japanese. Okay.
What happened?
I don't know. They're just talking.
I would
What did-
hope. But I'm gonna disappear for a bit. Maybe I'll show back up. If not, everybody have a good night.
All right.
Love you,
Good
Jared.
night.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
You're big guys.
Demolishing chat in Mario Kart. Nice. I'm just change it to Gardic. And I'll just do that. Boom. Whew. We're playing some Gardic if someone wants to join. This is the link for mods if you want to copy it. And yeah. This song sounds pretty decent. Oh my god. That was really dumb to take the shot. About damn time Japanese version. Okay. I'm doxing myself. For those
Why does
one
Gartic have ads?
well, Gardic has yeah, I don't know why it has ads.
Weird.
I'm the real weeb? How? Oh, because it's Japanese music? Oh, that trunk, this slaps. Nice. I am dying. That's so bad. I'll be better tomorrow, guys, I promise. I shouldn't promise, but I think I will be. If I'm a little low energy today, I apologize. What'd you say, doctor?
What if you're not better tomorrow? What are you gonna do?
I'll cry. Yeah, I'll cry. Let me bring music up. There we go. And let me X out of this. Boom. It's only me and you, doctor. Let's go.
The 1v1 in Gartic.
If people don't want to play Gardic, that's fine. We could change to a different game. Or We could go to sleep early at 12. Ooh, how does that sound? Ooh. Ha ha
Alright,
ha
babe,
Hollow
I'm
Knight.
probably gonna go now.
All right. Thanks for popping
night.
in. Thanks for the monies. Thanks for the vibes. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it.
No problem. Bye.
Arigatou
Bye,
gozaimasu.
Jamie.
He wants all English songs in Japanese. You should make it so mods can add more songs. No. Actually, one of the reasons I changed it is because one of the mods added too many songs. Was that actually? I think because Nathan put a lot. I don't remember exactly, actually.
That's probably true.
All right. No one wants to play Gardic. That's fine. I'm kind of tired. Hollow Knight?
Hollow Knight.
No, I don't feel like grinding that right now. What could we play? Hi, I'm the mod. True. I gotta poop. You guys okay if I go poop? React to vids? I could do that. What if I watch what I would normally watch on YouTube? You guys would fall asleep. Doctor uploaded haiku? Wait, we gotta check this out, guys.
Oh, don't watch that. That's a terrible run. I was just helping people.
Oh. I'm watching it. It's too late.
At least watch my like previous world record one. This one's bad.
No, too late.
It's a different category.
Oh, cool boss. Okay, okay. I've seen a couple of yours. What is this? What?
Okay, if you're gonna react, I think I'll
What am I watching?
leave as well.
Okay. That's
See
the See what?
No, no, mein Führer. I'm from Arizona.
What am I watching? Ah, this is just so dumb. Okay. Okay, this is what we're gonna do, chat. This is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna live the Discord call. All right. We're gonna turn off song requests and we're gonna watch some videos. Maybe like one or two. Sorry, Gino. Can you guys change the title of the thing, please? Please. What did I want to? What channel is this on? What did I? What did I want to watch? There was something I wanted to watch. Oh, don't look at all those search terms. I forgot what I wanted to watch. Alright, my head hurts more. We gotta watch something else. That's not what. You guys want to send clips in? What was that? Woo! Oh, this was great. But that's something else. What to watch? I forgot. What are these videos getting recommended to me, bro? What is this? What is this? Why is this recommended to me? Like, bro, and everyone's talking in the chat like this is normal. Okay. Is this all from the same show? God, bro, what am I watching? You think this is the vid? What? I will say there was one video that I specifically saved. It was a video documentary about that girl comedian. What's her name, guys? I think it was from Patrick CC. Some of you guys might know. I watch him sometimes. Damn, he was almost at 1 mil. Oh no, it wasn't Patrick CC. It was the other guy. Him and one other guy make a lot of video documentaries. Oh yeah, the Strange Addiction stuff is crazy. Yeah, this is great actually. Oh, this is a classic. If you haven't seen this, there are girl comedians, bruh. Captain Christian. No. Oh, that didn't make me laugh. Something's wrong in the Matrix. Girl comedian that talks about her private area. The hell? What's her name,
Norman.
guys?
Get him.
What's the blonde girl? A lot of people don't like her.
All right, Norman.
Blonde girl comedian.
Yeah. Way to go,
Mass.
Norman. You got him, buddy.
All right, Norman. What's her name? This one. Amy Schumer, yeah. She's funny. Amy Schumer. There was some video about Amy Schumer. Yeah, Amy Schumer. Thank you, Dino. Horses scare me sometimes because they're massive. True. Yeah, this was the video. Sunny V, that was his name. I used to ride horses when I was a kid. My dad fell off a horse. Now I would probably be kind of scared too, because you could get paralyzed if you fall off and stuff. But yeah, fucking. Who's that? Jawad. What's up, Jawad? Who's that? This is the video I was thinking of.
First on literally every single list.
This guy over dramatizes everything, but it's like fun to watch.
Amy Schumer places first on literally every single list titled worst or most hated comedians of all time.
Yeah, people don't like her.
Well, the countless different reasons for it become most interesting when you realize that toward the beginning of her career, she was actually liked and respected amongst the general population. For example, she was listed in Time's top 100 most influential people of 2015.
How you doing, Nico?
Whilst her comedy specials such as this one, and this one received mostly positive reviews, one of which confidently stating that Amy Schumer leaves her audience in stitches. However, while this review was mostly positive,
good, Nico.
if we go back a couple of sentences, it also points out the first reason as to why...
Yeah, I don't know Trainwreck. I know Trainwreck's the streamer. I think people labeled her as a jokester. Oh yeah, I have seen some of that actually. Yeah.
Amy Schumer would eventually become so hated. It's easy to
You're doing
label
great.
Amy Schumer a one-trick pony. As the title of her special suggests, she talks about sex and she doesn't talk about much else.
But don't a lot of like comedians and stuff only concentrate on one or two things? I don't think that's very unique of a person to do. She's the slop and a horrible example for young women. What does it say? Can I zoom in? Yo, I could. Look how cool this is. Isn't this cool? Her idea of comedy is making jokes about how terrible her vagina smells. That's not comedy. Well, it has to be comedy to some people because she makes a lot of money, right? But yeah, I personally don't really think she's funny. I don't think most stand-up comedians are funny, though. How much do I have to pay you to watch a long video? Depends how long it is. Nah, it's just recommend a video. I might just watch it. My laptop is still not repaired yet. Tell me how much. I'm not gonna. That's not how it works here, bro.
Her idea of comedy is making jokes about how terrible
that
her
sucks,
vagina
Nico,
smells
though.
and or how many guys she's
I just, like,
blown. That's not
responded.
comedy. This was a comment on a thread discussing why her style was so controversial.
Bro, this has one upvote. Like, show something that has more to make your point, no? I don't know.
The thread including another supporting comment which stated, you can call her a one-trick pony or two-trick, which are 1, here is my vagina, want a detailed description.
Alright, I wanna see if this is true. Let's look up Amy Schumer funniest jokes. Funniest jokes.
I feel like this is a good time to reveal that I have 2 superpowers. 1, I have no gag reflex, and 2, I can fly.
It's 30 minutes a sub.
Woo!
Okay.
Sunday. And I hosted that thing last year.
I love Conan O'Brien.
It is different than all of the other award shows.
It is?
Yeah.
Yeah, they asked me, they said they wanted to like make it funny again.
Yeah.
And
So that was funny. That was self-deprecating humor. That even Conan is like, bro, because everyone says you're not funny. That was a good one. You see, like that was a good one. That was a good one.
We'll have it anyway. 2, men are pathetic, and I like to assault / manipulate
No
/
AMV,
emasculate
nice,
them
Nico.
in every way. With these 2
How much
comments
for
in
a
mind, it
dom?
becomes obvious that not only does Amy Schumer have little diversity in terms of what topics she jokes
That's
about,
true.
but her narrow...
That's true. Conan is awesome. Super Eye Patch Wolf. I don't know what that is, but I'll put it on another tab. Super Eye Patch Wolf. I like Conan because he doesn't get political most of the time. Like so many of those like late night hosts get mad political, and they're just like, shitting on like the easiest things to shit on. It's just not funny. It's just like it feels icky. I don't like it. But Conan doesn't really do that. It feels like easy ways to get laughs. And people aren't really laughing because it's a good joke. They're laughing because they're like, haha, I agree with you. That person sucks or whatever. It's weird. Was that an hour of a video I saw? I can give you 3 subs by getting you food. You don't need to gift me subs for watching videos. I won't watch a 2-hour video. for any amount of subs, maybe. But this guy looks interesting. I might watch him on my off time or maybe even on stream. We'll see. We'll see how dry the content gets in the coming day or days, whatever that it may be.
Style of joking about her own female anatomy in an unflattering way, whilst constantly joking about men in a derogatory way, is simply going to make her unappealing to a male audience, as well as specific females such as this one who had commented, "You can only have so much self-deprecating humor before people get tired of it. How much do I need to hear about her pussy? Certainly not the entire length of her stand-up show, that's for damn sure."
Is it really that bad? Does she say it like every joke? I'm not gonna go into her politics, her presence, or even the accusations. I don't think it's needed. Then why'd you mention it? Do I like Dragon Ball Super? Not really. I don't really watch Dragon Ball. Off time, when's that? Yeah, after the Subathon. But the main one's called Influencer Courses Are Garbage. That sounds like a boring video. I feel like that's pretty... Like, who's gonna disagree with that? Influencers, that's about it. No? But you're a pretty interesting guy, so maybe it is an interesting video. Does self-deprecate herself, it seems like. First talked about not having gag reflex, and then on Conan's show. True. True, but I'm talking about her pussy all the time. I honestly just don't know. I haven't watched her, really.
The very nature of this kind of content, such as the discussion of female promiscuity, also leaves Amy Schumer open to political backlash and debate. This is the next thing that began to turn the audience against her back in 2016.
If you go political at all, you're gonna get people hating on you.
One article written by CBS News stated, around 200 people walked out of her Tampa show when Schumer launched into a withering takedown of Donald Trump. It's somewhat of a surprise that fans were caught off guard, because Schumer isn't known for suppressing her political views. In addition to this, Amy Schumer would announce that she was pregnant by posting a list of the people she had voted for, adding at the bottom, "I'm pregnant."
What? What does that mean? I'm so confused. Hey, I voted for these 30 people. I'm pregnant. What? Why? What is that? Huh?
By posting a list of...
She seems pretty politically active to like... Well, I don't know if she knows in detail about all these people, but like I feel like most people do not know even like 1/10 of these names.
People she had voted for.
I don't know a
at
lot of
the bottom, "I'm pregnant Amy Schumer," using her pregnancy to drive traffic to the candidates.
That's random,
she
right?
To be favorable. Whenever Amy spoke politically, she always took a
Bro,
liberal...
I'll check out your AMV later. Song requesting and it'll pop up later. South things bombing. I have no idea what you're saying.
Viewpoint was very
She actually got
anti-Republican,
pregnant?
even having
I don't
interviewed Hillary Clinton, yet her audience would come to discover that back in 2007, Amy Schumer actually got her first
Steven Crowder, right?
big break as a guest on Fox News, which was a pro-Republican news station, angering both sides of the political spectrum.
Who cares? So stupid. I don't know. Amy Schumer, pregnant. It is 12:23, correct. Yeah, it looks like she gave birth. Oh, well, there you go. She's pregnant. Or was pregnant.
Amy going public with her political opinions meant that she had now alienated another 50% of the already small audience that might still be interested in her.
Damn, he's so savage. Already small audience. How many people? I'm just curious, like, net worth. Like, she must be a millionaire. Bro, like, when people say certain things, like, I don't really care. I honestly don't care. Like, sure, she might be weird, she might be this, that, but like, you can't say that she's not successful. Like, if she's successful, she probably has an audience. As a comedian, you need people to watch you to make money. Like, that's the whole thing. So how does she have a small audience? Like, I don't get that. That was kind of dumb.
style of comedy. Additionally, whenever Amy Schumer was criticized for the comedy itself, she'd use politics as an easy way out by simply blaming the criticism on the alt-right, as highlighted in another comment which stated, "Worst of all, when her audience gives her honest feedback, she whines about how her critics must hate women or how they're all alt-right. Yeah, sure, Amy, the only reason people hate you is that they're all a bunch of Nazi anti-Semitic misogynists." This comment also highlighted the next reason as to why Amy Schumer became so hated, and that's her lack of personal responsibility and victim complex, which is sometimes even mixed with a hint of entitlement and the contrary attitude that she's better than everyone else. For example, in late 2015, an article was published by Page 6 titled, "Amy Schumer thinks she's too famous to check in at the gym," which read, "Amy Schumer was not happy this week when staffers at the Upper West Side Equinox..."
I'm sorry, this just seems so like technical. Like, who cares, bro? Who cares?
Asked her to present her membership card, which is standard practice at the upscale fitness club. She felt
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, Ace King. I feel like banning you, like, you're just saying stuff to get attention is kind of annoying. She has a bigger audience than 95%. Right? She must. Like, just by the fact that she's big. Unless she became big, you know, by riding on other people's success. But even then, like, you could only do that to a certain extent. At a certain point, you have to be entertaining enough for people to keep watching you, right? So there's a big enough audience for her to be successful, so I don't know.
Entitled to just walk in, a source explained to Page 6. She didn't want to show her key fob and wanted to be able to go in and not be questioned. We're told the annoyed Trainwreck star declared, "I'm famous," when employees didn't recognize her and insisted she go through the typical check-in procedure. While Equinox believes Schumer eventually enjoyed her workout on Monday afternoon, our source said she was so unhappy she stormed off. A different article sporting similar energy was titled, "Amy Schumer can't be bothered to take photos with fans," which stated, "Amy Schumer wants to make it clear she does not owe you a selfie." The article went on to describe an exchange that Amy Schumer had whilst in town for a comedy show. "This guy in front of his family just ran up next to me and scared the shit out of me. Put a camera in my face. I asked him to stop and he said, 'No, it's America and we paid for you.' This was in front of his daughter. I was saying stop and no. Great message to your kid. Yes, legally..."
This just sounds so weird. Like, okay. I like to play devil's advocate a lot. I just really like doing that. Because when people say things that sound way too one-sided, it triggers this thing in me that's just like, it just seems very unusual. It seems very rare for things to be so one-sided. So I'm just gonna play devil's advocate and say, maybe, you know, like, I can see people getting annoyed from selfies and stuff, but I don't know.
You're allowed to take a picture of me, but I was asking
she
you
was
to
in a
stop
bad
and
mood.
say no. I will not take pictures with people anymore, and it's because
you didn't know she
of
existed.
Greenville. Yet after the other person involved was then interviewed by a local news.
I am like a few episodes behind in One Piece. It's really good now though. I'm playing Metal Gear Peace Walker. Nice.
Station, a whole different side to the
I'm always
story
super
was
one-sided.
Tells us that's not exactly how it went according to him.
I see her face and
You're
I'm like,
on some
all right,
things,
cool.
but
So I hurry up and
that's
get on my
fine.
Instagram and I'm like, there goes Amy, and then she just loses it and she just gets mad, and that is totally false what she wrote about me.
So if Amy Schumer was too famous to check into her local gym or take photos
Wait, I kind of want to see this video. Amy Schumer fan loses it. I don't know how. Oh, right there. An absolute next level. Why is this in one of my ears?
Just a few seconds of video with comedian Amy Schumer has turned Leslie Brewer into a recognizable face.
Yeah, I'm setting the record straight.
It was a celebrity
What? I hate when they do. Just show me the video.
fan selfie gone wrong.
I peek around and like I see her face and I'm like, all right, cool. So I hurry up and get on my Instagram and I'm like, there goes Amy, and then she just loses it and she just gets mad. And
Schumer performed in Greenville Friday and was spotted downtown. You wouldn't be
I hate when they do this shit. I hate this so much, bro. Show me the video. Why do they do this?
It would happen, even though he believes they don't know the full story.
if I wasn't that strong,
As intern the video off as soon as he realized.
will really cry and break down over all the comments. How like that is totally false what she wrote about me.
He tells us he apologized and turned the video off as soon as he realized she was upset. He decided to post this video as his own proof because he says he's not the man.
What happened in the video? I literally saw nothing. I hate this so much. I hate it kind of annoys me. Whatever. Maybe I'm missing the full video. Maybe it's somewhere and I just don't know where it is. No, I didn't open a new link. I have to go back to it. I'm such an idiot.
Amy Schumer places first on literally
there it is.
every single. Amy Schumer thinks she's too famous.
Okay. They don't even show. I think that's what it was. It was like a 2-second video. How do you cross streets? So stupid. We all hate it, then don't even show the video. Yeah, they don't even show it. That's what I'm saying. It's called The Insanity of Baki and Why You Should Care. It's short enough. Wait, what is that? Try Insta. It's probably paid so it doesn't show. But why would you say that if you don't even know, right? Like, I know you might be trolling or whatever, but that's the thing. Like, people will make assumptions. If you don't know, you just don't know. Like,
to check in at the gym, which read, Amy Schumer was not happy this week when staffers at the Upper West Side Equinox asked her to present in. Monday was titled Amy Schumer Self. The other person involved was then
Up and get on my Instagram, and I'm like, there goes Amy, and then she just loses it, and she just gets mad, and that is
why you smiling, bro?
Totally false what she wrote about me.
So if Amy Schumer was too famous to check into her local gym or take photos with fans, she must have thought pretty highly of herself. If that's truly the case, then surely she'd be happy with an $11 million offer from Netflix for one of her comedy specials a year later in 2017, right? Well, no, not really.
I probably can't watch anime on stream, bro. Sorry.
Amy Schumer claimed that the $11 million offer wasn't enough money for 60 minutes of comedy footage, citing it as unfair.
I did hear about this actually.
Due to Chris Rock and Dave Chappelle receiving $20 million for their specials. Now this argument would be perfectly fine assuming all three comedy specials were of similar quality, only they most certainly weren't. Amy's comedy special, the one
I love the sound effects. This guy goes so crazy into it. I think I know why. It's because it's a short video. Logan, people hate Amy Schumer more than murder. I'm telling you, it's so weird.
She was paid $11 million for was so bad that IMDb users gave it a rating of 3.1 out of 10, whilst Netflix
yeah, that's a pretty bad rating.
Netflix had to change their rating system entirely.
Okay, is this true? Netflix. Why did Netflix get rid of 5-star ratings? Okay, what's on Netflix.com? I have no idea if this is a good website, a good writer, whatever. It's been 4 years since Netflix swapped its out. Was it because of Amy Schumer? The answer turns out to be no. So why did they change it? It comes down to engagement and results. Wow, that makes a lot more sense. His blog that looks back at Netflix history, they collected 5 billion star ratings by 2017. According to his insights, the thumb system outperformed the 5-star rating, saying the result. The simpler thumbs up system collected twice as many ratings. Oh wow, that's actually interesting. That's probably why YouTube got it. If anyone's an OG here and they remember, YouTube used to have stars as well. I'm pretty sure, if I'm remembering correctly, and they got rid of it as well. See, this guy couldn't even do his research unless he mentions it now. Netflix is gonna change it anyway, yeah. Oh, that's from Super Eye Patch Wolf. We might watch it. We might. Let's just finish this video first. Probably the same reason why YouTube got it. Yeah, yeah. Is this like even a useful system? YouTube has star ratings. It had at one point. Yeah, I remember when it had YouTube star rating. I was there back in the day, I think. See, look at that. No, for sure I was. I remember rating it. I made my first YouTube channel in 2008. But yeah, Netflix is going to add ads. Oh yeah, I kind of heard about that.
Which hit its 1.35 out of 5-star performance on their platform. The changes to the industry she's made is incredible.
I really hope he addresses this in the next minute. Otherwise, he's like a really shitty, like, bro, I know it gets better clicks when you could have a narrative that shows one thing a certain way, but like, it's so dishonest.
Like how Netflix had to remove their rating system because their special was so terrible.
The goods and the bads of this comedy special. We'll go ahead and start about what's good with it. That ends that segment.
It's not that I don't like Moist Critical. I can't stand his voice, and his jokes are so boring to me.
And about covers that.
Dave Chappelle's Netflix special, on the other hand, received a rating of 8.2 out of 10 on IMDb, whilst Chris Rock's received a less impressive but still superior rating of 6.6 out of 10.
You're
Dave
for
Chappelle and
certain
Chris
things,
Rock
not
were ranked
everything.
as number 9 and number 5 on Rolling Stone's top 50 comedians of all time, whilst the only list Amy Schumer seems to top is IMDb's top 10 worst comedians of all time. When Dave Chappelle went on Comedy Central all the way back in 2004, he'd receive a viewership of 3.1 million
I'm sorry
people,
for stopping
yet
this
when
so much.
Amy...
I'm just curious now. Amy Schumer viewership. I don't even know how to look this up. I actually don't know how to look. I'm kind of just curious. I don't know how to look this up though. Ratings didn't make sense. Give him time. I want to talk shit about Dave Chappelle, but it's too much work. It's okay. We don't have to do the work.
Schumer went on Comedy Central at the height of her popularity in 2016. Her viewership was less than 500,000.
Stuff like this makes me want to make like become political on stream or like make videos about how people just lie.
I'm truly cackling
for their
at the
own
audacity
narrative.
of Amy
It's
Schumer
annoying
thinking she
sometimes.
deserved the same pay as Chris Rock and Dave Chappelle. Like, girl, what? So Amy Schumer wants Chris Rock and Dave
Like,
Chappelle
girl,
money, but haven't put
what?
in the years they put in. Talk about privilege and opportunity, shaking my head.
That
Amy
feeling's
Schumer
still
is
pretty
maybe
good.
Josh Gad level.
I will say for her thing, her like maybe that was justified for her saying, "Oh, I didn't get enough money." I don't know enough about that.
She's not as famous or endearing as Chris Rock. She's not a legend like Dave Chappelle. In case Amy Schumer complaining about being paid $11 million wasn't already dumb enough, it became even worse when her audience would discover
Like
that
Zach
some of
got
the
a
jokes within
six-figure
her special
salary.
might have been stolen from other
Yep.
comedians. Compilations began to pop up on YouTube such as these two, giving example after example of the ways in which Amy
I
Schumer
did see that. That does seem crazy. It looks like she straight up stole jokes.
had stolen jokes from other comedians in the past.
You should have mentioned that earlier. That's like one of the biggest things.
They can ring you up right over there.
Thanks so much.
Sure. Okay, I'm Bengi. If you need any other sizes, you please let me know, all right?
Okay.
There you go.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, how you doing?
Great.
All right, did somebody help you with this?
Yeah, she's right over.
Key and Peele.
Oh, she's not there. Did someone help you today? Yeah,
The music is so dramatic.
who was it? You know, I don't see him.
Oh, that's okay. What did she look like?
She's dark hair. She was wearing
That's a funny joke, but yeah, that's a straight ripoff. But doing what this guy on YouTube is doing, yeah. No way a multi-billion company like Netflix would get rid of their rating for one comedian. Yeah, it makes more sense for them to like look at analytics and say, oh, we tested it out with the system that doesn't have stars, and we're getting more ratings. Therefore, it looks like the star system doesn't work as well. Like that just makes more logical sense. The political movement of everyone should hold hands and be nice to each other. I think it was literally just the numbers. I mean, that's what we were reading on the article. This makes the most sense to me. Like, if you're getting more ratings, like as a business, you would change from stars to because more ratings is better, right? But I don't know.
a blazer.
It's not Key and
yeah,
Peele.
I'll-
It's not Key and Peele. I mean the guy from Key and Peele. I don't remember his name.
All the girls are wearing
Jordan Peele.
blazers.
Do you know what he looks like?
People would quit Netflix so fast.
he is
Yeah, maybe.
Wearing like a vest or like a plaid shirt. I feel like. I don't know what everyone who works here wore today.
If she had a favorite president, it would probably be Lincoln.
Are there any other distinguishing features?
Stupid.
I would guess he probably voted for Obama. I know I did.
As these compilations began to pick up steam on YouTube, news article after news article was published calling Amy Schumer a joke thief, whilst others within the comedy space would come forward stating that Amy Schumer stealing jokes was discussed regularly behind the scenes. Twitter took the exact same standpoint in posts
Why don't you
such
just say
as,
it out
is it
loud?
just me or is Amy Schumer just not that funny? Despite the fact that she has a
Damn.
terrible personality and steals half her jokes, prompting Amy to address the criticism in an Instagram post where she'd once again alleviate any
Yeah, my guess would be if someone sees something rated like 3 stars, they would be more hesitant to click any stars. Maybe. Or maybe there's some psychological effect like through that. That would be my assumption. Obama's the biggest meme, not gonna lie. Actually, no, you're right, but on the opposite side, I think Netflix is producing too much boring content, so the bad rating will cause people to hesitate or not watch. Yeah, that could be it too. Yep.
personal responsibility by blaming the backlash on Reddit. Dear sweet misunderstood geniuses in the bowels of subreddit chat rooms. I've never stolen a joke in my life. Also going on the Jim Norton advice show before stating
She said
the
she
following.
didn't
And I'm so careful.
steal a
and
joke?
none of these things had ever reached me. And I will literally take a polygraph, and I just would never do that. Like, that would be so stupid for me.
All right, let's assume that she's not lying here and she didn't steal a joke. After the allegations came out that she stole a joke, did she end up stealing a joke again? If she did, then that kind of shows that she's bullshitting here, right? If she didn't, then maybe it's different. Look at these muscles. Ah! All right, Ace. You got 1 strike. 3 strikes and you're out. When did she say that? Stranger Things is enough for me not to unsub from Netflix.
Need to do that.
Amy Schumer would eventually take a polygraph
I need to
test
go
for
get
a Vanity
water.
Fair video during which
Gio,
she was
what's
asked
up?
about stealing jokes.
Coming up with new material is difficult. Have you ever stolen a joke?
No.
Oh, she actually took a polygraph? She actually took a... Wait, let me go get water. I'll be right back. Tap water for the win. Go off, Queen. She's like, I got this. Look at muscles. Look at that ass. Thanks, bro. Oh, the twerking. You're never gonna live it down.
What about an...
Wait, what?
Yes, she's telling the truth.
Oh, she's telling the truth. She hasn't stolen
What about
a
an
joke.
idea for a sketch?
No.
An idea...
Bro, it looks like she's getting interrogated for murder or something. It's so weird.
Idea for a character?
No.
Let me rephrase. Have you ever taken inspiration for a joke from somebody else?
No.
Yet the video is edited in a bizarre way where she says no before it fails to include whether or not she was telling the truth. The whole dilemma was certainly a point of debate, yet one joke which...
Like, what? What? I have to see this video. I have to see... The video was... Oh, look, people looked it up. Google knows what I want to look up. I feel like that's for any paragraphs, bro, restating the question. The amount of content I'm going to have on my vacation, thanks to you. Let's go. Imagine they ask her, did you fart in public? She goes, no. Did you fart in public? No. Did you have sexual relations with that woman? No. Did you steal a joke? No. Like, that's all she could say. Okay, I'm not going to watch this whole thing, but I'm kind of curious what people are saying. There has been tons of evidence and examples to prove that she steals jokes. It is true, polygraphs are not 100% accurate. That is 100% true. But yeah. Who paid this woman to say she's telling the truth? Doesn't matter. The public is against her.
Amy Schumer definitely hadn't stolen was a joke made in front of Steve-O back in 2014 relating to the death of his friend Ryan Dunn.
And Steve-O is here. Steve-O, great try. Steve-O! But I truly am, no joke, sorry for the loss of your friend Ryan Dunn. I know you must have been thinking it could have been me.
Spanish.
I know we were all thinking, why wasn't it?
I don't get it.
Thank you.
Steve-O is always laughing. When he's not...
I don't... This is just dumb. Let me read chat. Imagine that everyone is inspired by others for their content. True. That is true. That is. I was wondering that. I should have said that. It's kind of weird that smooth zoom in slay. Thank you. It's kind of weird that. Yeah, like everyone is inspired by others for sure. I'm not gonna let it go. Just like the time you left your mic unmuted in COD and I went to the restroom. Yeah, you were dying of laughter. She made a distasteful joke. I guess that goes in with how she became the most hated human ever. I think Hitler probably is above her, but you know, that's just me.
It's for real. Imagine being such a buzzkill that you kill Steve-O's vibe. Amy Schumer doesn't understand the concept of dark humor. She's got the dark, now she just needs to find the humor.
It's like, at least these have a lot of likes, bro. At least a lot of people are agreeing with these statements, bro. When he was linking like messages with 1 like, it's like, don't you want to do a little bit of a better job building a narrative for your community?
Laughing. When he's not, it's for real. Imagine being such a buzzkill that you kill Steve-O's vibe. Amy
No one
Schumer
ever had
doesn't
an original
understand the
thought ever?
concept
How about the first person ever? Ping inspires me. Nice. Are we watching videos instead? Wait, what do you mean? Instead of what?
of dark humor. She's got the
We're
dark,
just watching
now she
for
just
now.
needs to find the humor. What made this
Humor.
even worse was that her
Humor.
audience would eventually use this little
I love
zinger
that
as an
voice.
example that Amy Schumer was able to dish out harsh jokes, but was unable to take them herself.
That's a fair
What
criticism.
we're referring to is a tweet made in early 2016 by a 17-year-old movie.
Oh, I did mention. Well, I tried to go on Gardic, but no one wanted to join, so I just we just started watching videos. When jokes have gone too far and too dark.
The critic, who had posted a photo of himself with Amy Schumer, titled with a light-hearted comedic caption reading, "Spent the night with @Amy Schumer." Certainly not the first guy to write that, referring to Amy often talking about the different guys she's been with during her shows. So if Amy thought it was appropriate to joke about Steve-O's recently deceased friend, surely she shouldn't have a
That
problem
is pretty
with
messed
someone
up,
making a little comment about the amount of
it's a
guys
joke.
she's been with, especially considering it's basically
video?
all she
Yeah,
talks
let's just
about
do
within
videos
her
for tonight.
shows. Well, Amy didn't take it all that lightly, replying to the 17-year-old fan by stating, "I get it, cause I'm a whore. Glad I took a photo with you. Hi to your dad." Others on Twitter would respond to what you might call Amy's inconsistent joke morals by stating, "That's the same type of..."
Alright. Maybe I'm crazy. Could she have been saying that as a joke? Or maybe not. I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Others on Twitter would respond to what
E-chain,
you might call
mine
Amy's
first.
inconsistent joke morals by stating, "That's the same type of joke Amy Schumer uses to keep her fame. Suddenly that humor is off limits now, huh? LOL." Others would support Amy Schumer in tweets stating, "Thank you @Amy Schumer for holding him accountable and not just blowing it off." Yet the discourse and contrast between these two different viewpoints really conclude how Amy Schumer became so hated. She used controversy and difference of opinion to grow her career, whilst angering the entire world in the process.
The Netflix thing doesn't seem to be true after some light research. I'd consider making a correction. Like, he will read this or even care. That was a weird video. Yeah, send me your vid, Jawad. I have a feeling it wasn't, but never know. Go off, ping. Slay. Sonny V2, you're getting cancelled. Everyone, go to his video and dislike all of it. No, I'm just joking. He still makes like interesting videos to watch, but he goes he makes everything so dramatized, which is, I mean, that's how he's so successful, I guess, but it's crazy. Yeah, we'll go Jawad, who's Blaze, Aqua, and then you could send a video after Janelle. Angering the entire world. Twerk peepee, not again. There are some topics that are just not funny. Went to Anna the show and she went into how her sister committed suicide and no one was laughing. Tried to cover it up by saying, "This is how I cope." Yeah, I honestly think any topic is fine. I'll be honest. That's what I think. But I think you have to know your audience at the same time. She clearly didn't realize that wouldn't work for her audience. I personally use dark humor to cope. Like I joke about my dog sometimes, but in reality, like that just helps me cope for some reason. I don't know why. It's really weird. Minecraft nostalgia? You saw that too, right? Might watch that. Yeah, maybe. I like watching his videos, even if I say a lot of shit about it. Can I send a video? It looks like we have an order here, so it's Jawad, Aqua, Dinel, and then you, Nathan. I hope I remember that. Jawad, you don't know? We put him down. I thought I told you this. I'm sorry. We put him down like a week and a half ago, or July 5th. We put him down, and he was not doing well. But yeah, like for me, I mean, like it's still like I feel sad and melancholy or whatever when I walk upstairs and I like expect him to be there, or like his water cup and it's not there, and I look down like thinking he's gonna be there and stuff. And I talk to like me and my siblings and my mom and dad, like we talk about that stuff. But when I make those stupid jokes that I make, it's like I don't know, it's kind of like a time to like laugh at how absurd of a joke I'm making, and it works for me and my family. Well, it works for me and they got used to it. Jesus Christ, I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the hugs, guys. We here for you, bro. Thanks. It's okay. That's life, but it does suck. It definitely does suck. The best thing is that he was suffering and he's out of his suffering, so that's good. No, it wasn't old age. He had cancer and he couldn't He was trying so hard to live too. He lived. His breed is supposed to live to between 13 to 15 years old. He lived till 12. He actually died 5 days before his 12th birthday. So I would say he lived a pretty decently long and happy life. I would say that. I would hope. I hope it was happy. I think it was happy.
Here's
Alright, let's watch this video.
Things that happened during Grappler Baki. Baki, a 13-year-old boy, hurls himself off a cliff in order to obtain the near-death focus. Baki fights an opponent so strong he urinates himself twice before resolving the conflict with a make-believe cooking contest. Baki's romantic rival is Muhammad Ali Jr.
What? What is this? This is so random. I think I watched like one episode of Baki. He met me, of course, his life is happy. True. 12 years for a dog is good. Yeah, 13 to 15 is the thing, but... Bro, I literally only die in 2 ways. Getting third parties by the whole map, or simply getting no fun. Getting no gun. That sucks. Bro, you're addicted to Apex. Jesus. He lived a long dog life. Yeah. It's like someone you know living till like they're 70. Like they didn't live to the average of 77 or 75, whatever it is, but it was like close, you know? So it's like, but it's also like, you know? Kind of like that.
Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, and Donald Trump are all canonical
They all look so bad. Why? Why is this the art style?
characters, the latter of which soils himself before signing a non-aggression treaty between the United States and the strongest fighter in the world.
Why is he doing the Hitler sign? Oh, you guys can't see his face. So weird.
And finally, my personal favorite.
Technically, he lived 90 years? No. Dogs are like 7. No? Dog years to isn't it 7 or 8? Is 1 year for 1 year for dogs is equivalent to 7. Yeah. Young puppies age much faster than young humans, so that simple 1 to 7 ratio is wrong. A 1 year dog is more like a 30-year-old human. Oh. Whatever. All I know is that like his breed lasts a little longer. Let's actually look it up. I'm kind of curious now. So many of them start with sh. It was a schnauzer. Mini schnauzer. How many dogs have sh? Bro, he's not even on the list. He didn't make it. Oh, there he is. Oh, I spelled it wrong. I don't know what this is I don't even know what this is corresponding to. Huh? Here it is. Okay. Dog age, human age. So 12 is like 64. There you go. But he was like, you know, he died a little early, basically. This is an intimidating video. Yeah. Is it too soon to welcome a new Caspian to continue his legacy? For my family, I think it is. For me personally, I don't mind either way if we get another dog or not. But it's probably best if we wait a little. Especially since it's a lot of responsibility too and time management and stuff. So I think I'll get a dog when I move out. With a girlfriend or something.
Goodbye.
Bye, Mud. Schnauzer makes sense with a Jewish family. Bro, it's a German dog. We used to joke about that.
Gets into a fight with a 9-foot-tall imaginary praying mantis. This is Grappler Baki. Grappler Baki
Why is
is
this
a
art
martial
style
arts
so
based
weird?
following the life of Baki Hanma, a young competitive fighting prodigy on his quest to one day surpass his father, the invincible and terrifying Yujiro Hanma. The series has been in publication for 27 years, over 132 volumes, which can be divided into 4 separate parts.
We were all pretty devastated. I'm not gonna lie, the first night, I didn't stream on purpose. I thought it would be weird that night. But I was crying a good amount the first night. After that, it's more so just like sadness than like crying. It's just like, damn, you know, he's not here. It's more quiet. When I eat, there's no one looking over my shoulder. You know, pets, there's a reason why a lot of people cry over pets more than like people. Pets are so innocent. They don't they're so honest, you know? Especially dogs. If a dog does something wrong, like you could see it put its ears back and the tail goes down. It's like it's hard to compare. I don't know how many people were with him. It was basically just us, like the family. Me, we were all there when we put him down at the vet. Me, my mom, my dad, my sister, and brother. Pets don't judge you like humans can. Yeah, exactly. His facial looks. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. This art style is so weird to me. Did you watch the Jashin Chen dropkick? I don't think so. Kill all humans, of course. Nathan, he always says this. If you give them, well, Nathan, actually, you wanna go into zoo stuff, right? I forgot the word, but you love pets, so yeah. If you give them even a little compassion, it's like they give you their whole heart. My dog was kind of I'm not gonna lie. I went to Japan for 2 years. I come home and he like smells me for a second and runs to my dad. I was like, bruh, really? But yeah, he was awesome. Melancholy, yeah. I haven't watched it, Nico. You do that. You're fine, Tyler. We're just talking about my dog that we put down like a week ago. Unconditional love when it comes to pets. Yeah, exactly. Zoologist. I wanted to say that. I wasn't sure if it was right.
In terms of anime, Baki has received a 50-minute 1994 OVA and a 2-season 2001 series, only to fall into hiatus for 17 years, which it only recently emerged from with this year's Netflix original anime simply titled Baki.
I didn't realize that was
I'm
the
very
history
happy
of the show.
Because despite everything I said in the first 40 seconds of this video, my love for this series is completely unironic.
Did you just kiss his hand after you punched him? Is he buried close to you, or did you cremate? We had him cremated, but we're not keeping the ashes. It just felt a bit weird to us. We can't really bury him either, and like that stuff costs a lot of money. But we're getting a footprint of his, and we're gonna put a picture on it, like, so that's gonna be nice. I don't know. In our family, like, no one really cremates. I guess because we're Jewish. Jews don't really cremate. And then burying just felt a bit weird for some reason. We can't really do it in the backyard. We don't really have anything to bury him here. And yeah. Did you go to any hot springs in Japan? Yeah. I decided to change the job. I want... Oh, you want to be an English teacher? Wow. That's why you're asking about Japan, yeah? Oh, that's awesome.
For all the absurdity,
zoologist sounds cool too, though.
Makes it feel different from just about anything else.
I was hurting from pinching you so
hard. Why, I'd first like to talk about Baki's author, Keisuke Itagaki.
Nice, Nathan.
Even among manga authors, Itagaki stands out as...
You asked me if you should take a college course English class. You definitely should. If you want to become an English teacher now, you definitely should.
A little unusual. 2 of his previous titles include the series Make Up-a, which is a manga about, well, makeup, as well as Doge-san, which is a story about a man whose special ability is that he's very good at apologizing. It's easy to see from these titles alone that Itagaki has a very distinctive approach to creating manga, which he himself describes as tools to bring happiness. The thing that stands out about...
He has orange hair. It looks orange? Hair as well, which is pretty rare for Japanese people. Dyeing your hair is kind of looked down upon, from my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure. So yeah.
This man the most, however, is his lifelong love of martial arts.
But if you have a degree in English, that's just gonna help in general. Probably more, you know. He looks like his drawings. Yeah, he kind of does. That's what I'm gonna do when school comes back. Nice.
Itagaki was obsessed with Kempo as a child and took up boxing.
Wait, if you hate humans, you sure you want to teach kids? Blonde hair means you're a delinquent. Also tattoos, yeah. It's changing now in Japan. Actually, if Chris was here, one of my friends, he would be the perfect person to tell you guys. There was so much drama at one of the schools he was teaching because he has tattoos, and some people in the administration wanted him to hide his tattoos all the time. And some other people wanted him to show them, to show the Japanese kids that like having tattoos doesn't mean you're part of the Yakuza. And it went so crazy that he had to like talk to the principal in Japanese and make an announcement to the kids about how like having tattoos doesn't mean you're in the mafia. So that's actually kind of interesting, but yeah. His daughter created Beastars, and Beastars, and she only wears a furry mask in interviews. Damn. I have heard of Beastars as well.
In his later years, even becoming a member of the Japanese self-defense force.
Oh wow!
And you can see this deep affection for
That's
fighting
actually interesting.
just from the sleeves of his manga, which are frequently adorned with photos of his encounters with a variety
That's
of
cool.
fighters from different disciplines.
That's pretty
and
cool.
It's this love of martial arts and combat.
He looks
that
cool.
is so palpable in every page of Baki. In my video on Dragon Ball
Yeah, I haven't
Z,
watched
I said
Beastars.
something to
What
the
is it
effect
about?
of Dragon Ball Z wasn't a story about fighting, it was a story about a group of characters who really loved to fight. And Grappler Baki is
Okay.
like the complete inverse of that. Baki is a series about
That
fighting
looks cool,
for
actually.
fighting's sake. There's no overarching plot mechanics like the search for the Dragon Balls or the quest for One Piece.
One Piece! I just got chills from seeing this.
There's very little character development outside the different fighters' philosophies on combat. But the reason it works is each individual character is imbued with the same love of martial arts and fighting that's so palpable in Itagaki himself. Someone doesn't just do karate in Grappler Baki, it's seen as a system of beliefs that forge the body and soul of that person, with the
So
series
deep.
going to great lengths to illustrate this, often stopping encounters mid-fight to explain the specific techniques each
That's
martial
kind of
artist
cool. That's what I like about Hunter x Hunter. They sometimes like explain the fighting and stuff. It makes it feel more real. He has good One Piece videos too. Nice. I'm probably not gonna watch One Piece videos on YouTube because I don't want to get spoilers accidentally on the recommended. I heard from Coffee streamer that you cannot show your tattoos at a water park. Yep. I shouldn't say yep so easily. I didn't know that. Yeah. I'll explain why I said yep right away. But you have to wear a swimsuit with sleeves or covering the legs. Yeah. I was thinking hot spring. Yeah. A lot of hot springs won't let you in if you have tattoos. A lot. Like, my friends had to hide their tattoos going into hot springs. You should watch this video about Hunter x Hunter. It got me to finish it in 3 days. Oh, you know this guy too? Oh, cool. This is about beasts coexisting like predator and prey, go to school together. Oh, okay. Ew, One Piece. Honestly, I think One Piece is highly overrated, but it's still a good show. Binge watching One Piece, if you're gonna watch it, is much better than, like, not doing that. This channel was created due to Hunter x Hunter. Oh, wow. Lego Sheet is having trouble with his inner predator urges. Oh. I mean, there's only one problem with my plan. What's your problem?
is using down to the most minute detail.
How do you hide your tattoos? Well, he was lucky to not have, like, he wasn't tatted everywhere. I think he has, like, one on his arm or something, so he would wear, like, a long sleeve. And then, obviously, yeah, when you're in the hot spring, you're all naked. But he would, like, put his arm a certain way so you wouldn't see it as much. But once you're already in the hot spring, it's less likely that people would stop you, I think. It's just like getting in. Because getting in, it's easier to stop someone, you know? My height. What's up, Jake? I am. Why does everyone know this guy? Jawad actually requested this. 1 million views, I guess that's why.
Like the particular way an individual fighter will clench their fist.
We're watching videos from
slow the
people.
pacing of these fights
You heard the
to a
voice?
crawl,
Gotcha.
but it does put across just how much of themselves these characters have poured into mastering their individual fighting style.
Jesus.
And so the drama
You
comes
hate how
with
he
the
talks?
question that forms when two of these fighters who both equally believe in their own martial art collide.
He talks alright.
One of my favorite instances of this comes in Baki Part.
I will be on. Nathan, I know someone who's like 6'3", and in Japan the doors were too small for him, and the trains he had to like duck. So yeah, that would be annoying.
3, Son of Ogre.
You should at least visit before deciding to live there long term.
In which Retsu, a kung fu master who has dedicated his entire life to mastering
Study
the
abroad there or
4,000
something.
years of Chinese Kenpo, goes up against the dangerous Pickle, who now...
Why is he naked?
Bear with me here, is a 190 million year old Neanderthal who is discovered frozen in a glacier.
Oh, that's why
before
it's
being
naked.
thawed out and declared the strongest living creature on the planet. And so the question that this encounter presents is, can Retsu's sublime technique and lifetime of training overcome Pickle's overwhelming raw natural power?
I never understood those types of things in anime or shows in general. If you have a character who is like 1,000 years old, is it, and I've wondered about this too, like imagine you could live forever, right? Is it like at a certain point you just your learning kind of dips down. And what's the opposite of exponential? But is it like that? It just decreases the amount you learn and you retain and stuff? Because like like my assumption would be if you're living 1,000 years and you're training for 1,000 years, you could probably like beat anyone, no? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Nathan. Being a tall American, there's easy mode for dating, though. That is true. That does help for dating, yeah. I would assume more so for guys than girls, but yeah.
With the fight turning into a surprisingly moving meditation on what it is to dedicate your life to something and still have it not be enough. I should also note that the example I've just given is ludicrous. A kung fu master fighting a caveman is a insane concept for a fight, and what's more, it's one of only dozens of other equally outlandish encounters that occur over the course of the series.
I don't think I'll ever watch this show.
Grappler is silly, really,
maybe I'd watch
really
some
silly,
fight scenes,
but despite this, the story actually takes itself incredibly seriously.
It has
There's
been 5
nothing
hours.
supernatural in Baki's world, and it never veers into self-deprecation or...
We have a thing that Nathan is young. We'll say that. He's in his teenager years. It runs in my family for the males being tall as fuck, and there's 5 of us all in the 6 feet area. That's crazy. You've been streaming, yeah. I used to do like 8-9 hour streams, so this is okay right now. I'm still a little hungover from yesterday, so my head is spinning a bit. But aside from that, I'm good.
Winks at the
But yeah.
audience, which only adds to the absurdity.
Only 25 and a half
but
hours
it
to
also
go.
gives Baki what I can only describe as an endearing level of sincerity. The events being portrayed here are unbelievable. They are ridiculous, but it feels like Itagaki believes them, and as a result, we end up kind of believing them too.
I don't believe it.
And it ends up being difficult not to get drawn into the bizarre logic of Baki's world. When
That's
Baki
cool.
gets slammed so hard that his body liquefies, we believe it.
Huh?
This is on Yujiro's.
Is that true? For those that have watched this show, do you actually believe it when his body liquefies? I feel like if the show makes it so that they are not humans, they make them seem like something non-inhuman, and then okay, maybe, but that just seems crazy.
From the shape of a grinning demon, we
Yeah, I've already had bread. I tried that one, Rosie. Thank you. Look, NBA is a chance for you can't teach 6'10".
believe it. And I've never really been sure on how self-aware Itagaki is of this aspect of his series, but it's his commitment to his own fiction
That's why we had
that's
pizza
always
too.
kept Baki from being just another wacky martial arts series, instead becoming something strange and even weirdly beautiful.
Do some exercises.
I'm guessing right now the use of the word beautiful is
Should
going
I?
to have raised some eyebrows.
I'm gonna exercise every morning for the subathon if it goes that long. I'll be your girl ping twerk for me, Coco. But that was so long ago. But nice adding that quote. That's funny. In the show, there's a scene where Baki boxes the ghost of Mike Tyson and gets physically hurt. And do you believe it? Like, is it believable in the show, or is it just bullshit? Drop that workout routine. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I'm just gonna try to work out. I don't know how it's gonna be like. Forgot to add it. That's the point, is making the storytelling character arcs in the manga are so well done, the reader empathize. Yeah, I'm just curious to hear if that's actually true. Like, for those that have read or watched the show, like, do you feel like it's very easy to believe this stuff, or it just seems crazy? We're just talking about it? Well, NBA mostly because it's confusing for me. Volleyball is awesome. Baki's dad is so ridiculously overpowering. It's hilarious. Oh. It seems like not everyone believes it then. You don't watch it, okay? Do you have any electrolyte drinks? No. I guess I should get... It's okay. I'm planning to sleep in around an hour. And sleep should help the most, I think, at this point. His dad has so much testosterone, he turns men into women. What? The pizza was decent. You could have. I left the leftovers upstairs. It's more bizarre than JoJo's. Interesting.
Among you, especially
Hunt his
in
dog
relation
because
to
the dog
how
is
this
ugly.
series looks. And I get that. The artwork of Baki is about the only thing more bizarre than
Yeah,
its
the art
story.
style looks so
the
weird to
characters
me.
are depicted as these grotesque portraits of masculinity, vascular nightmares of the human form, where anatomy
Jesus.
is to be abused and distorted. And I can understand if that's off-putting to a lot of people. But hear me out here. There's a big difference
Hear
between
me
not
out here.
understanding human anatomy and having that understanding while actively fucking with it. Break down any
Oh,
of
he
Igaki's
cursed.
figure work and you can see a
It is
very clear,
distorted,
albeit
yeah.
highly exaggerated understanding of human anatomy and musculature, coupled with an intense eye for detail. And if you're cynical about that, just look at this illustration of a shoe. Look at the love and observation that's gone into conveying
Damn, that's actually
each
pretty
tiny
cool.
part of it. And taking drawing like this,
But to be honest, I wouldn't have thought that was a shoe unless the guy said it was a shoe.
it's hard to argue that Itagaki is anything other than an extremely talented draftsperson. And so
Berserk,
if he
One
wanted
Punch
to
Man, and
draw
Hunter x
more,
Hunter. Yeah, those are
we'll
good.
say reasonable looking figures, he'd be well capable of.
Ooh,
And so
Rosie.
the question now
That's
becomes,
cool.
why does he choose to draw humans like this? The answer being that nothing is more important to Itagaki than
What's
illustrating
Junji
figures
Ito?
that convey weight and power, even at the expense of traditional aesthetic appeal, and it works.
It looks so weird to me.
There's a sense of physicality and strength to the characters of Grappler Baki that creates a solid, nearly three-dimensional feel. And in a story where every major encounter hinges on two people pitting their bodies against one another,
it just looks like too much. Ugh. One Punch Man has best art IMO. Best manga art goes to Berserk for me easily. It's not even close. Oh wow.
that feeling of solidity is vital. So, whatever your personal opinion of the art style of
Jesus.
Baki, I think it's hard to argue that it isn't
Those
at
are
least
long-ass
suited to the
legs.
story being told. But there's a second layer to Itagaki's technique that elevates the
It's
combat of
Vagabonds.
Baki, and that
Ooh,
is
look at that
his
timing.
mastery of gesture. Gesture is a term used in life drawing, the idea being that any pose of the human body, there is a central line that runs from the base of the feet to the tip of the skull, with a skilled artist being able to identify that line and accentuate it to create a sense of movement and
Interesting.
intention.
I don't know much about art. That's very interesting. So think from the top, the pathway to the toes. That's interesting. Yeah, that's my brother. I took anatomy and physiology 1, and we're using cats donated to check out the different muscles. Oh wow, that's kind of crazy.
Within their drawing, and this is a technique Itagaki is adept at. Within his illustrations, there's
That's a good
always
way to learn,
very
I guess, though,
clear
yeah?
and readable central line that flows through the character, and one that, despite all the detail, gives them a sense of momentum and speed.
That is
In
that is
fact,
actually
he's
very
so
cool.
good at conveying this line, he'll even sometimes extend it beyond the character's body in the form of abstracted punches or kicks, where fists or feet aren't even illustrated, and yet we still feel the impact.
That's cool.
It's the
That's
combination
cool.
of both
I like
these
that.
principles. Itagaki's ability to
Hi,
imbue
Pee-Pee's
weight
brother.
and physicality into his character work, and to move those characters with a sense of flow and gesture that gives the fights of Grappler Baki a real feeling of brutality and strife, which in turn communicates just how badly
It is
each
smart, right?
competitor
That's so
wants to
interesting.
win. And
I never
so
knew that was a
every
thing.
part of Grappler Baki is built around the idea of fighting. There's never a moment in the story when we aren't either experiencing a major fight
This guy doesn't look
or
huge.
building anticipation for the next big
it's-
showdown.
Do you guys like abstract art like this?
And building.
I personally don't. Like, what's that one YouTuber that everyone loves, or a lot of people like? He abstracts people so much. He distorts their faces and stuff so much. Meat Canyon. Like, a lot of people like that. It feels nasty watching it for me. I don't like it.
Anticipation is the final part of what makes Grappler Baki's fights so captivating. One of the many ways pro wrestling and battle anime are alike is the idea of building heat for a match, to create as much anticipation as possible so that the audience will pay to
That's
see the
WWE
conclusion.
right there.
And this is something that Grappler Baki is adept at. It has
Canyon
this
is horror based. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't realize that. Yeah, I don't like horror. I don't know how people like that stuff. it's like I don't want to be scared. I don't want that shit. Like,
way of building up its characters so that they feel like these legitimate, dangerous monsters.
Looks cool, but a bit slow.
Meaning, when it's actually time to fight, we're already invested.
Gee. Oh, you're behind you now.
The same level of absurdity found in every other
guy who
part
beat
of the
up
series.
What?
But just like the rest of the series, it is effective. For example,
lol,
Jack
that's
Soma
funny.
was a ghoulish fixture at his local gym. A disturbing portrait of skin and bone, he'd spend hours obsessively pounding away at the heavy bag in the vain hopes of one day achieving the strength he'd need to face that.
It's been like 2 years, bro.
But
That's
all his
crazy.
sweat and passion would amount to nothing. Born with a slight frame and ineffective muscles, Jack's
Alright.
refusal to...
I'm kind of over this video. Is that okay, Joad? Or do you want me to watch the whole thing? If you really want me to, I could. But I feel like I got what I needed from it. That's why I can't be mad. Why so mean?
To rest, and his
Hey,
obsessive need
Jake
to
Joe?
train would only damage his body further, leaving him exhausted
Oh,
and frail and
this is what
robbing
Dinell
him of the
said.
strength he'd
Or
need to
Jawad? Someone
compete
said
in
this.
martial arts,
These stars.
causing those around him to view Jack as a ghastly specter of failure, first earning sympathy, then ire, then ridicule. This would continue until
Yeah, I kind of feel the same, Rosie. It's
the
interesting
day
art,
that a
but
leading
unique.
genetic scientist visits
not
Jack's
my
gym,
style.
and upon
Not into horror, but like some shows that focus more on the characters in action, like Train to Busan. Isn't that the show you tried to get me to watch? There was one show you really wanted me to watch. Pick a super eye patch wolf video that you like. Well, there were other people who wanted to request videos also. That's all.
Upon seeing the skeletal figure pummeling endlessly away, sees within Jack the perfect combination of physical weakness and stringent mental discipline that would make him the ideal candidate for a revolutionary new performance-enhancing drug. And the results
He
are
becomes
dramatic
Captain
and
America.
horrifying. Jack's body quickly grows into a twisted nightmare of strength and power. He begins shattering world records and surpassing all human limitation. But still, it's not enough. With Jack developing an uncontrollable addiction to the drug
This is kind of
exceeding its
interesting.
max.
You can do it after those. I'm tired of Baki. I need to eat. Okay. Thank you. Go eat. I might be asleep later though, but go eat. Thank you, Joanne. Yeah, Aqua, do you have your video? We'll move on. Alice. Oh yeah, Alice in Borderland. That's what it was. I was gonna type it, but I don't think it's horror. More suspense. Gotcha. I actually like Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan is one of my first anime, actually. I didn't really get into anime until high school. Towards the end of high school, like junior year of high school or something. I was watching Attack on Titan and then Naruto, and I was hooked. I was scared when I was watching Attack on Titan. It was like dark in my room. I was scared, but I liked it. I really liked it for some reason. It was surprising because most horror stuff I don't really like. Not that Attack on Titan is that horror-y, but yeah. Here's my cringy vid. We don't have to watch the whole thing. Okay. Mama's boy, ladies man. Did you watch the latest season?
I'm Joey.
Of Attack on Titan? Yes, but I'm not really doing reactions on the reaction channel anymore. The problem I found was that like I would love to do an anime channel. It's just reaction videos, reacting to the anime. It's like I wouldn't be surprised if in 5 years all those channels get deleted. Like it just seems too risky to me. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it and then like it just gets banned or whatever.
And I'm a huge geek. Huge.
Editing reaction videos are not a problem. They're just they're a bit time consuming because you have to avoid copyright stuff. But yeah, that too. He likes Spider-Man?
Whoever he finds, he's got to be able to bring back home to Ma.
As far as she's concerned, like any woman in my life is a threat.
What kind of girl are you gonna find at Comic-Con? Weird girls go there.
Oh my god, oh my god. I just want to find a girl who isn't my mother.
It doesn't matter if she's a virgin.
I shouldn't have laughed. Like, I feel like a lot of people live this type of life. It's just fine. But it's pretty ballsy to say, I just want a girl who isn't my mother. Like, this just sounds funny. Like, I don't know. These videos are so good. Ew, women. Dinell is very trolly. He's just joking around. But yeah, he only likes the boys.
Consistently say about speed dating is the odds are really good, but the goods are still really kind of odd.
Geek Club is being with someone who doesn't think you're weird.
Nerd power! Over 18? Yep. Single? Very. Spiders?
You see, when people say I'm a weeb, I just think of people like this. No offense to people like this. Like, they seem like decent people, like nice people, whatever. But, like, this is like a typical nerd / weeb, right? Like, that's not me. I'm not like that. Like, I don't know. Anyway. I'm anti-girl. All I want is my homies.
Attraction or as just something to admire or collect? Or...
Whatever you do with your women is not my business.
Okay.
What the hell? Wait, is this supposed to... I don't think this is supposed to be funny, right? It's literally IGN. Unless it's not IGN. It says IGN Games. Copium with the weave thing.
This is my room, or what I like to refer to as my very geeky man cave. I'm Joey. I'm 25.
I'm 25. But my name is not Joey. See, he's toxic. His name starts with a J.
My 4th time going to Comic-Con, but my 1st time looking for love.
Man
there.
cave. Yeah.
I have,
Guys,
right now the Xbox.
I'm Elliot, aka Ping Pong Moosters, and this is my man cave. These are my figures. This is my that's what this sounds like right now.
Xbox 360, the PS3. I have a Wii.
He seems interesting. True.
I have a Wii. The 3 words.
I always call my room a man cave.
Probably geeky, ridiculous.
Oh yeah, your name starts with J too. Oopsies. Your name does too. Oh damn, so many J's. No, there was a meme on another streamer's channel that like everyone whose name starts with a J is like toxic. So that was just a callback to that. It would Gen Z.
One was to say that I have a relationship with video games, then I definitely cheated on Super Mario with Sonic the Hedgehog. He's like the blue.
He's a furry! He's a furry! Listen, there's nothing wrong with being a furry. Like, look how he's looking at Sonic. You know he really wants it. But, you know, some people like that. This seems like a tell me your boyfriend won't cheat on you without telling me he won't cheat on you vid. Alright, good night, Jake. Enjoy. Thanks for pooping in. And have a good one. I am toxic? You are a little bit, yeah. But you're fine. He wants that speed too.
Who takes me out into the night and does wonderful things to me.
It is accurate.
I love women. Everything about women. Yeah, women are great. They're so sensitive and wonderful, and they have soft hair and soft skin. It's great. I love women.
Wait, it sounds like he's trying to convince us that he loves women, but he doesn't in actuality. Not is fine. If you're, you know, if you don't like, you know, if you're, it's 2022, you know, if you're a guy that doesn't like, I mean, if you're not into women, that's, you know, you do you, but like, don't pretend. Like, I don't know, it's just a little weird here. Sensitive? Okay. Uh-oh, Rosie doesn't like you, man. I'm sorry, bro. This is the best episode. The rest of them too much cringe. Cringe is funny sometimes, though. Dude might be gay. He might be closeted. The way he was, I don't want to assume. You know.
I have Thor's.
It was just a little weird.
Soft skin. It's great. I love women.
It just sounds like he's coping a little. Like, who says like look at his face? I don't know. We gotta watch that part.
Sensitive and wonderful, and they have soft hair and soft skin. It's great. I love women.
Like, it sounded like he lied. He like looked away too. He was like, I love women. So I think he was kind of scared a little bit there.
I have Thor's hammer. I never smite on the first date. I'm not that kind of guy. I think that my trouble lies with finding a girl who
soft skin is called taking care of yourself. Well, I'm very hairy, okay? So it's not that soft. I don't know. I think he just doesn't have much. Yeah, I think so too. But I'm just saying, the way he says it, it was just a little, you know, it's just a little interesting. Needs to learn. He looks like he has. Look at his skin. He looks like he has soft skin. He looks. I don't know.
Personality, you know, geekdom. Like, I need to find the perfect girl, if she exists. My mom is a bit torn about sci-fi.
Is he exercising and playing Xbox at the same time? And he got hey. Okay, all right. He's a W man, as they say. Bro, he got the what is that movie from Monsters Inc. Right? Hell yeah! All right, he's cool. You want perfect skin? Yeah, I hear Korean skincare is good. Cool. You know, he's definitely doing much better in dating than me.
My mom.
Oh, Toy Story. Why did I say Monsters Inc? Because it was a monster. You're right. Toy Story. What the hell is this though?
A bit torn about sci-fi speed
Thank
dating.
you for correcting me,
find,
Rose.
like a nice girl to bring home.
I don't think that's the place to find a nice girl.
On one hand, she wants me to be happy. She wants me to find love.
What kind of girl are you gonna find at Comic-Con?
The kind of girl who
Weird girls go there.
On the other hand, my mom likes me.
That's so funny. She's like, bro, that's so funny. I honestly think they're both kind of right. Like, there's probably weird girls at Comic-Con, but like that's the type of weird that's probably best for him. Cause he he likes that weird. Like we're all weird in different ways, right? And that like seems like it fits him. So, he's doing better than me, to be honest. Exercise and honestly though, he is exercising. Good night, Joanne. They're not weird, Mom. They're unique. Thanks for popping in. They have a good job. No sleep weeks.
Where I am right now, living at home with her. So as far.
Hey. All right, I'm gonna stop talking shit about him. He's 25, living at home with his mom. He doesn't have a girlfriend. We have a lot in common.
As far as she's concerned, like, you know, any woman.
Can't say much.
What exactly do you think these girls are doing? Do you know that instead of doing drugs and drinking, they're reading comic books?
True.
Who knows what they're doing between pages, okay?
Okay, she's just a very overprotective mom. He's right.
Between pages? Like, oh, let me turn a page and let me smoke a little bit of something.
No,
and then like...
They are playing and they are learning.
No.
And
You're
my wife. And all they play together. So nice.
Oh, you guys need to see his face. Wait. Oh, this guy is great. Look, she's looking straight into the camera. She's looking into our soul. Look at that. She's like, what the hell is my husband saying? He should be on my side. Fuck you, bro. And he's just like, bro, they're just playing. They're just having a good time. They're just playing, bro. They play together, bro. Like, we play together, if you know what I mean. She's like, bro, come on.
I'm not looking for
what
much.
A video.
I just want to find a
Oh, he's sweating. Jesus.
Girl who will give me hugs and kisses and isn't my mother.
I love you, Joey.
I love you too.
I want the best for you.
Always.
Okay. This is weird. Does that mean you would run from a female weeb because they will be too extreme like this guy? I learned that Americans are way more extreme with their fandom than Japanese. I'm not sure, to be honest. I've seen some crazy videos of Japanese like otakus, like what is it? There's a word for people who stay at home. Something with an N. It's not the N word though. So I would assume it's pretty similar. I think the people who are extreme in Japan and in America, but yeah, I'm not sure. I wouldn't run away from a female weeb, but I just don't think I would click as well with a female weeb. But I mean, who knows? Otaku isn't the word? No. I mean, otaku is a word that can describe it, but neat? I think it's called neat. Yeah, not in education, employment, or training. So it's usually, I might be wrong, but it seems to me like a derogatory term to express towards people who I don't know if it's only Japanese, but towards like Japanese or maybe just people who kind of just sit home all day and like play video games and don't go outside at all. But I might be wrong on that a little bit.
Most of the people I've dated have been geeks. All the people I've dated have been geeks.
Geeks have an understanding of the fantasy world that normal people don't. The fantasy is what makes it real.
Geek love.
The success rate we're having with sci-fi speed dating is pretty good. We're at 1 married couple, 10 engagements, and up to 50 couples dating seriously.
That's pretty crazy, actually.
I feel anxious.
Assuming that there's, not like a million people trying to date and only 50, but yeah.
Nervous. I don't know exactly what I'm going to find. Hopefully, I will exit not being alone.
Gentlemen, Treat the ladies with respect.
Yeah, they're helping
Ladies,
people. Yeah, that's pretty cool,
use
actually.
this as a perfection on your friend zone technique, okay? Don't practice that shit here. So we've got...
I'm not gonna lie, that's actually pretty cool. I wouldn't want to go to this, but it's pretty cool. Like, if they had something similar for, like, streamers or something that aren't that don't have full-time jobs. Well, you know, it would be cool to go to something like this.
Joey.
All the people
hasn't had
I
a lot of
dated.
dating success.
Yeah.
He has trouble finding girls if he can't
Okay,
bring
but,
back
like-
home to Ma. The dates are 3 minutes long.
But, like,
Every
what,
3 minutes,
Rosie?
guys, you're gonna follow the arrows on the floor. Do you understand?
Why are the people sitting in the chairs give the same vibe? Wait, the same vibe as what? Oh, of like the friend zone thing? I don't know. If it's in New York, you gotta try it if it's still going on. Honestly, the only reason I would want to do something like this is for content for stream, but then I feel like that would be kind of screwed up because it would look like I'm making fun of them or something. I would not do this. I would not do this. I'm not that desperate yet, guys.
Understand? My expectations.
All the females are dressed up and the guys are... Oh. Yeah, I don't know. All the females look like they're dressed up for like Halloween, and all the guys look like they weren't sure if they're going to a Halloween party or to work. Like, they just have like a button-down shirt with Spider-Man. It's so weird.
Today, I'm trying to set them as
I didn't
low
realize
as
that.
possible because basically
Nice
I
observation, guys.
do not want
Or
to set
girls.
myself up for failure.
I'm stopping this so much. It's just so much content. Good choice, Aqua. Do you think they intentionally left that like awkward bit of space there after he finished talking here? Just to show him going like this. Like, I feel like they did that for sure. They are pretty brave, I'm not gonna lie.
Unless you're Klingon, leave. All right. Speed dating begins in a couple seconds.
That is brave. They got balls. All the people there have balls. The females, this girl who really doesn't want to be there and is making that face. They all have balls.
In front of
here.
any guy you like.
Oh, in front of any guy you like. What if you don't want to sit down? What if there's one guy that just gets rejected by everyone? That would suck. There are 8 or 9 of these episodes, by the way. You have content for days. Nice.
Nice to meet you. I am the nefarious number 22.
Oh, that's my favorite number. This is perfect.
No, you're just saying things.
That was my sports number in school. Did you play any sports in high school?
No, I was the most unathletic person in the world.
Really?
What? Why would you say that? Whatever. Facts, I'd feel so bad, right?
Yeah, I had asthma, or at least my mom believed that I had asthma as a kid. So she basically was like, don't go out. It's scary out there.
I mean, they're talking very... It's very easier for them to talk. Maybe I had certain stereotypical views of the typical nerd or whatever, but like, bro, they're just talking like it's nothing. That's pretty impressive. What happened to just saying, no, I didn't do sports? Right, it was kind of weird. He's like, I'm so unathletic. It's like, you don't have to say that, but this is his first set of dates. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm kind of surprised. He's speaking without like, it seems like he's not holding back. He's being himself. That's good. It's good.
Why wouldn't I be at Comic-Con?
I mean, like, what are you here for? Games, comics, movies, everything?
Everything.
I'm here to find a
But,
girlfriend.
like, something inside my brain is just like,
Oh my god,
oh no, yeah.
Yeah, all right.
So you're big,
Wait,
like,
what?
oh no, yeah.
Bruh, that was weird. I was like, I'm not gonna comment on that. He's keeping the convo going. Yeah, that's true. They do this type of things a lot, so I guess so.
Yeah, all right.
So you're big video.
Well, I just.
Oh no, yeah.
Right.
So you're a big video game fan?
Yes. This is a good stress reliever when I'm like ready to kill somebody. Just nope, gonna shoot zombies all day. We had a lot of the same interests, but he was also like interested in everything, kind of like I am. And he was really sweet.
Aw, he's doing well.
Are your ears moving?
Yeah, Neko Mimi. You know the brainwave ears?
Neko Mimi in Japanese means cat ears. That's all that means. It means nothing else. It explains nothing of movement. Unless it's the company name, I don't know. But this is the best episode because he's the only one who can keep the conversation going. That's why it's less awkward, yeah?
That's a thing?
Or cringy.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, what? Wait, she's actually using her brain to move the ears?
That's a thing?
Nah, I'm not buying that. I'm just joking.
Jesus Christ.
$200 though.
I see that you also have ears.
Yeah, it was probably the name of the company.
Do you like think like certain
I'm done.
thoughts and like they just start moving? I don't know, maybe it's just
What? Do all of them have it? What?
that you also have ears. Do you like think like certain thoughts and like they just start moving?
I don't know, maybe it's just because I'm just really nervous.
It's really
Alright, he makes really weird faces.
Because I'm just really nervous.
Look at that. What? Why is he doing that? That's so weird. I'm so mean, bro. He's just a normal guy. He's trying to find a girl. Kudos to him. He went to Comic-Con. He's speed dating 30 girls, bro. That's like 30 girls. Like, good for him. I'm just talking about his facial expression. Why he look at her like, yeah, right? It was kind of weird.
It's really hard to tell if
They did spend $200. Jesus.
Just because they're all in costume right now.
He was looking at the ears, but the way he looked was... I'm just being mean.
I feel like you generally know what
So
you're
is
going to get
Rosie.
into even before the conversation begins. It's kind of weird how that works. I have a great polar bear joke that ends with an icebreaker.
Okay, go for it.
That's it. It's right there.
That was a good one. I understood that. Did you guys get it? Here, I'll rewind.
Bear joke that ends with an I get into even before the conversation begins. It's kind of weird how that works. I have a great polar bear joke that ends with an icebreaker.
Okay, go for it.
That's it. It's
That was a good one. I'm not gonna lie, that was a good one. He's not normally his most likely a disappointment. Bro, come on. He's not a He exercises. He plays video games. He dates. He wears Spider-Man stuff. Her face gasp.
right
Yeah.
there. Gotcha. On the next date, please. So, Doctor Who?
Oh my god.
Yeah, what was that?
Yes. I was so excited to like dress up as the doctor. Everyone's gonna think I'm like the professor or something. Not the doctor.
Well, I mean, that's true. Like, you just walk down the street and like, oh, there goes that professor with her bow tie.
Where's she going? It's Saturday. I thought he was adorable.
This is weird. Just watching people go on dates. This is weird.
He was sweet, and I was like comfortable talking to him. Comic-Con is like a time warp.
It is. Time warp.
Wibbly wobbly.
This is a little cringe. He got no job. He got no bitches. He only got games and anime. And that's fine. He's trying to go for girls right now, Nathan. But yeah.
The Doctor Who girl
He's
definitely
trying.
seemed,
That's what
very
matters.
Warm and very kind and very beautiful blue eyes. So, are you supposed to be the Aunt Jemima Captain America? I'm sorry, I just see the apron. You're supposed to be the burger show.
Yes.
Yes.
You're the first person.
Am I really?
Yes, Louise.
Damn, he got game though. Yeah, he's trying to turn his life around. He has game. Did you see that? He's like, I know what that's from. Boom. She's like, yo, you're the only person, you're the first person to get that. And he's like, I just know this. For now, he's a disappointment. Probably to some people. It's just, if you're a disappointment to yourself, that's the most important thing. Bob's. Oh, that's Bob's Burgers.
Just, like,
What's up, Timmy? How you
bust
doing?
That out. She's, kind of seemed,
I
cute.
was like, lol.
What are you into?
Everything. Star Wars, comic books, sci-fi movies, video games, that kind of stuff. How about you?
I play D&D a lot with my friends.
You said D&D, right?
Yeah.
I've always wanted to play D&D.
What a loser. He doesn't play D&D. You also got that? Nice. Wait, you got those pink bunny ears? Damn, bro. What the hell?
Dungeon Master?
Actually, no, because it's too hard.
Oh, they were vibing. They actually look like a good pair, these two. When will we do Chica dance till we get girlfriend? I don't know what Chica dance is. Like a girl dance? Maybe that'll be the next stream after the subathon. You have DD. You have D's nuts. You have D&D. I played D&D in Japan. It was actually pretty fun. Very nerdy though, yeah.
Shut your pie holes. Gentlemen, you're going to stand up. You're going to come over to this table. Ladies, you're going to stand up. You're going to go to that table. Go, run.
The alcohol.
Been keeping score
See,
on
you're a
your
nerd
scorecards,
too,
okay?
Nathan.
You're going to find the pieces of paper on the table that correspond to the people you like. All right, go.
Wow. This is intense, bro.
All the giant blur right now. Thank God that they let you make notes because, like, it's just a lot to take in.
Yeah, 30
Joey
dates,
nails it.
30 different people. That's pretty crazy. He says, "Run, they all walk."
Every girl writes their number on his
funny.
paper. He came out swinging. He was given roses. But looks like he's pretty solid. to get a
Let's
perfect
go,
match.
bro.
Gentlemen,
Hell
you
yeah.
are done. You will have a
Every
seat.
girl. Well, look at what he has to compete with now. Just joking. I don't know. Hey, yo. I just realized I don't see no girls. Because of his mom, bro. He knows his mom has soft skin. That's why.
Okay, ladies. At this point in time,
That wasn't being mean. He said his mom, you know, he hugs his mom and stuff all the time. He hasn't, you know, been with anyone. So, yeah, it's probably from his mom. He knows that they have soft skin. So.
head over there and grab the pieces of paper that have your number on it. Quick run.
Bro is winning.
Please ensure that you have the correct piece of paper.
Damn. I actually put on 5. That's kind of crazy. I'm feeling pretty great.
All right,
Nice.
ladies. I kind of need you to spread out in front here. Now, this is a competition. You need to be fast. That's the key, okay?
Oh, that's funny, bro. They have to run to the guy. Imagine like 5 girls run to him. Oh, how good must that feel for him if that happens?
It's absolutely amazing and very
That would be
beautiful
crazy.
girl. Now I'm actually starting to get a little bit nervous.
Find your perfect match.
Bro, it took him so long to get nervous too. This guy's a Chad.
So, Joey got his eye on Doctor Who, and there's a good chance
Yeah, Doctor Who has big boobs. That's why Joey has a big
she
eye on
likes
her.
him. The problem is, every girl wants him. Whoever gets to him first wins. Go, find your perfect match.
But let's see how many people. Oh, half of them are walking. Aww, she actually ran for him. I hope it's the Wonder Woman girl. Oh, is this the Wonder Woman girl?
Quick.
Bro, look at his facial expression. Bro, he is not the nerd no longer. He's feeling weirded out by what she said. Look. She sprinted. She did. She's like,
Yeah, I run a lot.
I run a lot. Look at his face, bro. It says everything.
Quick.
He's like, okay, what?
Ew.
So you come here on.
Actually, yeah. So only my second time, but yeah.
Are they both stupid? So you come here often? Yeah. It's my second time. Definition of words are hard, I guess. He didn't know what step 2 was. Maybe. I do sports. I have a part-time job, which is near opposite form of weeb. I guess. He wanted the other girl? Yeah, that's right. Oh, maybe that's why he made the... You guys are smart. He wanted the Doctor Who girl. That's right. Seagull Mine? Huh? What does that mean?
I will say that I had someone else in mind, the Doctor Who girl.
Oh, there you
actually.
go.
But I also like this girl too. Maybe the Doctor Who girl was just the one who's got the best first impression.
Thought he was gonna say best first impression.
Like a perfect date for me would just be cooking and then sitting around like.
Wow, they're still there.
Mario Kart,
Everyone else left.
I completely missed the entire cooking part, maybe because I'm a guy. So I'm just kicking butts in Mario Kart.
No,
That's about it.
I like cooking. I don't get a feminist thing out of it. It's not like, oh my god, I won't cook for you. It's like, I like cooking, so I'll do it.
Right. She loves to cook, so yeah, that's definitely the 2 qualities that I think I'm looking for. A girl who plays video games and a girl who's domesticated, so I can bring her home to mom.
Oh, it's just the way he said that. I use that line as a joke at bars. Do you come here often? Do you actually? Oh, so you're... Well, let's be honest. Most people are awkward with pickup lines and all that anyway. In Finding Nemo, the seagulls all chant mine. Mine. Oh, that's right. But... yeah, he's a domesticated, bro. Like...
Well, I mean, if you're into video games and everything like that, I mean, like, I've got lots of video games back.
I've got a lot of food that needs cooking. My mom usually does it, but, you know, I'm trying to steer away from her. Like, I'm 25. She hugs and kisses me all the time. I need a woman that could do that and that could cook for me. Yeah, video games are a plus. Are you down? Like, that's so weird.
Back at my place and a comfortable couch. So how about this weekend?
Okay.
Okay. That's not really what he's saying. Damn. I paused at a bad frame. Bro has the most offensive vocabulary. I'm trying to steer away from, right? Yeah, like what? He's like trying to replace his mom with someone else. It's,
Video games. I don't know, it may seem awkward as a first date, but I'm actually gonna have her meet mom and come back to my place.
Okay.
She's gonna be so jealous of us.
Huh? She's gonna be so jealous of us? Is that what he said about his mom? No, listen. I think I know why he wasn't nervous for these dates. I think he was nervous. Excuse me. Because he was nervous for finding the right girl to piss off his mom and replace his mom with. He doesn't care about actually finding a girlfriend. Don't make me stretch. Don't skip. Gag.
Hello.
Hey.
How are you?
How are you? Good.
Oh, what?
Tired, but it's Comic-Con.
Hey.
Oh, she's cute. I don't know. When she was in the Comic-Con getup, she looked a little weird to me.
I'm not sure if this will be
They look normal now.
my
Okay.
most awkward first date, but
I say the guy wearing an avatar.
all
shirt.
signs say that yes, it
Yeah,
will.
she looks pretty, right?
But
Like, why does she?
if I'm actually, how about this weekend?
Okay.
Playing
Okay. Maybe it's just the faces she makes when she says stuff.
video game. Come back.
That light ass hug. Well, I have to see that again. I didn't see that.
How are you?
Good here.
Tired, but it's Comic-Con.
It's still awkward between them. Okay, she just I don't know if I keep pausing in bad timings or
Hey.
the hair.
I'm not sure if this will be
Yeah?
my most awkward
They both
first
have
date,
nice hair
but
actually.
all signs say that yes, it will.
You're bringing a first date home to your mom. Of course it's going to be awkward. Welcome back.
You too.
Oh, I didn't know you left. My bad. No one Comic-Con? Oh. Her hair? Yeah.
I'm Emily.
Hi.
Yeah, meeting your parents on a first date was a little bit weird, but you know.
That was
we'll
very
see.
weird.
Beautiful.
So you like to play video games?
I am a gamer, yeah.
Oh wow.
That's so funny. Bro, his mom is like not with it. She's like, bro, what is this shit? Oh, yeah, we didn't crash. Not yet. Don't pause on the faces, yeah.
I have some food here for you.
Just a bottle of water would be nice, actually.
A bottle of water?
Oh.
Okay, here.
Thank you.
Wow. That's so weird. Dad, don't you think this is weird? Dad, how did you get married? Was it an arranged marriage? Was your family there? Because you look like you're all with this, bro. You're smiling. You're judging her. You're looking at their relationship. That, oh, wow, seems judgmental. Yeah. Spider-Man cups. She doesn't eat any of the food. She just wants the water.
Emily, are you originally from New York? Or?
No, I'm not.
Oh, they are from New York, like you guys said.
I'm from Delaware. I'm just up here for college.
Oh, where do you go?
I go to Columbia.
Oh.
Oh, shit! Shit, she goes to Columbia? That seems a little creepy, but he may be... Yeah, he does seem a bit weird.
Great.
But he might be nervous, yeah.
Wow.
Wait,
oh,
what?
great. Ivy League.
Ivy League. Alright, listen. This might be a lot from a 2-second clip, but it's been 11 minutes of the video. Does it not seem...
Go to Columbia.
like when she says Ivy League and looks at her son, look.
Great. Ivy League.
Doesn't it seem like he's like, are you judging me because I didn't go to Ivy League? And because I'm still home with you? Are you saying she's better than me? Doesn't it seem like that's how he sees it? They have the Spider-Man plates and not real plates. Mom's definitely not his wingman. His mom doesn't like him. Or I feel like she doesn't like... I don't even know.
Wow.
We're actually just gonna go and play some video games. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's just go.
You never know.
Aw, okay.
Uh-huh.
They have like the same glasses too. Gonna head off PC and join on mobile. Hopefully it won't be too much delay. Yeah, hope so. See you soon.
Oh, you have the most sensual screech of a heartbeat.
She's cute. They look cute together.
Right? This would probably be a very easy way to get friend zoned to play video games on a first
True.
date.
I think video games are actually a great way to loosen up.
That's cute.
I am hoping, and I think it's going to turn into something a little bit more romantic, but, you know,
Tetris.
we'll see.
A crow is in your room? What's wrong with Tetris, bro? As a first date, it kind of... I don't know. What game... If you're playing a game with a girl or a guy that you take out, what would be the game you play on a first date? I don't know. I feel like Tetris is okay. It's competitive. You could yell at each other. She seems cool. Dinelle misses her. Replay that video and what I said. It will make sense. A crow is in my room.
I hope way to loosen up.
Oh, them
I am
laughing?
hoping, and I think it's going to turn into something a little
Nah, their laugh didn't sound like a crow. They're fine. Mario Party, something fun. Mario Party with 2 people, though? Yeah, maybe. She chased him, too. Yeah. Farther?
Very easy way to get friends
Ping, we
zoned
need to do this to you?
to play video games on a first date.
This is cringe. Oh, yeah, that does sound like a crow. That does sound...
I think video games are actually a great way to loosen up.
You're right. That does sound like a crow.
Hoping, and I think it's going to turn into something
Mario Party,
a little
okay.
bit more romantic, but, you know, we'll see. It's only the first date.
I want to apologize in advance for what's about to happen.
Oh, shoot. What?
Bro, just be like, do you want to Netflix and chill? You know, we could watch some Toy Story or some the Gru, whatever, or some Sonic. And she'll be like, yeah. And then you Netflix and chill. But not next to your mom. They are giving off friend vibes, right? Yeah, minions, yeah. Banana.
Yep.
How did that even...
Yep.
And they speak Spanish too, right?
You won second, and that's all that matters.
Out of 2. Yay!
You don't want an empanada off the road?
I'm good, but thank you. They look delicious.
Oh, you're leaving already?
Yeah, I have midterms to study for. I'm so sorry.
That's weird, man. Why didn't you go to a park, walk around, talk about what you like? Well, I guess because the show is about video games and how they're nerds, right? So they had to play a video game. That's weird. Hello, King.
It's great to meet you. Thank you.
Same here. Bye-bye.
You can come play.
Okay.
I don't even have to be here.
He makes good jokes. I like him. I like him. I like both of them. They're cute. But they do seem like friends right now. She has midterms to study for. She's responsible.
Take
Bye.
I guess, yeah.
Very pretty girl.
Forget.
Also, started as friends and they are on camera. Huh? What do you mean they're on camera? Like they're in porn? At least with games you can talk to get to know each other. However, with a movie and Netflix, boring. Yeah. I was making the Netflix and chill joke. Yeah, you're 100% right though. I always found it weird when people take people to like movies as a first date. Unless it's like a horror movie and you want their emotion and you're like trying to emotionally manipulate the other person to like, you know, share that experience with you. I don't know. Like maybe this is just a personal thing. I feel like movies, it's like, how do you talk about stuff with movies? So I guess, yeah. But I feel like walking in the park would be less. It would just be better. You're not going to be in front of parents the first day. I don't know. Watch 1,000-Pound Sisters. I feel like I've seen that a bit. That means they have no ideas. So they go, let's see a movie. Or they really want to see it. So it's for them. Right? I feel like movies are very... as first dates.
The old culture, whatever you think, this is United States of America, free country.
Okay. I don't know exactly what that means.
Coming from your father, it means it doesn't matter if she's a virgin.
What? Wait, I have to rewind that.
America. Forget the old culture, whatever you think, this is United States of America, free country.
Forget old culture. This is America, it's a free country.
Okay. I don't know exactly what that means.
Coming from your father, it means it doesn't matter if she's a virgin.
I'm kind of curious to know where his parents are from. Because his dad is definitely an immigrant, right?
I love watching.
For my first date, I went ice skating. Aww. You see, that sounds pretty romantic. Like, out of a movie. I don't like movie dates, right? I'd rather walk around at a mall and fall. That was funny. My first date was a movie. It was interesting. Okay. They're from Italy. Oh, okay. You went snowboarding? Nice. Damn, Timmy.
People connect. Just because they weren't fast enough during the perfect match doesn't mean anything. So Joey's playing the game
interesting.
Here. After the date with the perfect match.
Hi,
Bro, that's crazy.
Finds the Doctor Who girl's interested in and sets up another date.
You picked me. I picked you. You know.
I didn't like get over to you fast enough.
Yeah. No, I mean, if you're interested, like we can drink coffee or do something.
Why not? Definitely. I'd love that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I actually have a second date to come out of Comic-Con speed dating.
I'm Ari, by the way.
I'm Joey.
We're talking about first dates, yeah. For my first date, well, that didn't happen. I'm Airways. Yeah, that's fine. And hold her shopping bags, of course. Well, no, I don't hold things on first dates. Good idea. What? That's not weird. Is it to hold a shopping bag on the first date? You're joking, right? Why not? Bro likes them. I'm telling you. Yeah, he was just like, she has some nice assets. Or maybe not. Maybe it was a genuinely interesting conversation for him.
So I'm not really too sure what to expect, probably because never really had a date at Comic-Con. But I mean, what's more romantic than the Javits Center?
What the?
Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
The KFC guy that was like one of the Avengers.
I was too busy watching Spider-Man doing ballet. Did you see that?
No, I missed. One of us is talking, the other one's like, oh my god, this is the most amazing thing ever. We definitely.
Bro, it really looks like they're clicking better. Don't hold the date on your shoulders. For my first date, I did nothing because I got no dates. Okay. To go shopping on the first date and she's using your credit card.
Had a good time. She's still really into Doctor Who and whatnot. Like, I think she told me that she bought a plushie today that talks. I think there's definitely a very good chance that I will see her again.
Hey, how many people can say that?
I don't know. For you guys, I'm sorry for pausing this so much. I guess it's interesting enough for me to pause so much. Aqua always picks good videos. You have a content brain. I remember you changed up the videos you requested to kind of match more, like, this stuff. But would you guys? I personally am more interested in like having like deep conversations as opposed to like kind of the kind of like bullshit conversations of like short talk. What is it called? Small talk? Like, I don't like small talk, basically. How about you guys? Have you been to New York Comic Con? Is it worth it? I have not, but I have been to an anime convention, so I guess I am a weeaboo. And it was fun. His taste is impeccable. Aqua, a good human. Can I post a YouTube video? I think next is D-Now, and then one other person, I think. And by then, I think I'll go to sleep. So I'm sorry, but maybe tomorrow, you know? I want to go to MFF, and if you don't know what that is, you should search it up. I don't know what that is. Kind of want the conversations deep and meaningful than super, right? Isn't that like, it just gets to the point faster, and it's more interesting to me. What's MFF? Furfest? Okay, interesting. I honestly, I don't know enough about furries and all that stuff, so.
Like, one of my first dates, I went out with, like, Peter Parker.
Right?
How cool is that? You don't have the face mask?
No, I do.
You have to put it on.
You can't make me put this on.
Oh. Is she gonna make him put it on so she could go like this and give him a kiss? That would be ballsy. That would be ballsy. Yeah, Dunel's next, yeah.
No.
Slay.
Okay, only because you've got a great smile. I'm gonna try putting it on.
Because you're kind of cute like that.
Oh, thank you.
Oh.
I'm excited to get to know him.
Oh, okay.
He's really nice, interesting, super smart. And it kind of helps that he's cute.
I figure
She looks like she got her life put together much more than he does. Is that messed up to say? You said the guys are going to work with their costumes. She looks like she's going to work, so match in heaven. I guess so. That would have been cool as hell, though. Right? If she just went like this and gave him a kiss, that'd be crazy.
Maybe we'll go find crime and I'll put on my mask and you can watch me fight while you sit there and look pretty. I really can't say right now who I would choose.
It would be bad if he's like, but can you cook? If he said that right now, that would be hilarious. But that date seems yeah. I honestly, actually, maybe the first date was better because it seemed like they were kind of like actually, but it felt like they were more like friends. This, it felt like the awkwardness of a first date more so. So it has more, you know, with that forehead. It's okay.
Choose between two girls, but you know, gay club is great. It's the best thing to happen to my love life.
I'm a lucky girl.
I do it all.
It does. I don't know. It seems a bit weird. Do they have updates on this story?
Hey, it's me, Joey, and what speed dating at Comic-Con taught me was that, you know, it's very hard to bring girls over the house to introduce them to my mom or to hang out at my house if my mom's going to basically be questioning whether or not they're virgins or what their motives are with me or anything like that.
That does
so
suck.
basically what this entire experience taught me is that it's time to move out. And so I'm basically in the process of moving out into my own apartment, so that's exciting. Where I will be able to, you know, bring a girl over and play Tetris and not have to worry about my mom coming in and serving us Tang and snacks.
Bro, wow, he went so far as to move out to go dating. That is crazy. That is actually, wow, what an interesting guy. You see progression from beginning till the end of the video. I liked that. Yeah, Akko said, oh, when you said multiple episodes, you mean from this guy, from Joey, yeah? Oh, wow, okay. His forehead was shining, true. Watch the Generation Hope video on the couple that won't adopt the kid. I don't know what that is, but... Next is Dinel's choice, and then we could do that tomorrow, I think, because I think I will be heading to sleep soonish. Go Joey, right? I like the first girl, too. She seemed less fake, and she seemed more... cool, I don't know. There are different guys and girls for the show. Gotcha. Dinelle, what is your video? You're good, Rosie. Your video is the last video for today. No, it's real. They're just really awkward because of the cameras, and for this guys, it's his first and second date. True. Let's go look at these muscles. This is what happens if you work out, by the way. I will not end stream for sleepy times. A camera will be on me, and I'll have a Discord call open for those that want to talk, kind of like a modcast, and I'll probably have words on stream or something playing. Because that could be automated. Oh, what's up, Chudo? I just realized you're the one that did muscles. Man's got a touch of woman and instant change. It was... What is your video, Dinelle? Thank you for the hydrate. It is reassuring, right? Bing bong. Bing bong. High pitched bing bong. There it is. Last video
Evan,
of the day.
I can't believe I found
This looks great.
you, smiley face.
I do kind of need to pee.
LOL shit. You got hot as fuck. You were
The acting in that video is actually hilarious. Maybe I'll watch it tomorrow then. I like watching videos with you guys. I think every night we might watch, like, as a thing. I say every night as if this is going to be multiple nights long, but... Well, we have at least another 24 hours, so... Sorry, I'm lagged, I think. No worries. Yeah.
You were this cute little thing when you were younger. Haha, thanks. I mean, we were friends, what, like 2 grade through 8th? You were always adorable. Now you all sexy as fuck. Well, thank you. You're too kind. If I knew you were gonna turn out like this, I would have banged you in elementary school.
What is this video? Let's go! The video watch party is always a fun time. Yeah. It just seems a little like lazy content, but to end off the night, I think it's great.
Evan, that's a little weird. I mean, not if I was also an elementary schooler. It's normal. Same age. What's weird is that, and don't take this in a weird way, I actually looked at our old yearbook, and even though you were just a kid in 4th grade, your face kind of looks similar to now, so I'd probably
This is all fake shit, right?
If I met her right now. I regret this conversation very much. Why?
This is definitely fake.
Why? Because I'm attracted to you? I guess I realized why we stopped being friends. You can't take a fucking compliment to save your life.
That's fake, right? Nice guy says something creepy. Girl, you're creepy. Nice guy gets offended. That's why it's not a nice guy. But yeah, that was weird. Stop. He needs to stop. Oh, hats. Oh, so many chat messages. I am getting overwhelmed. No, I'm not. I'm good. This and garlic phone. Garlic phone are nice. What was that timing? He needs to stop. What's up, Doctor? Doctor came in for these nice guys.
Yo, this one's for all the nice guys out there. You know, the kinds of...
Obama turned my frog gay with chemicals. Nice. Donald Trump eating... What is this? I don't even know.
The guys who will act real nice to a girl, and when she doesn't immediately become his girlfriend, he gets really pissed off and calls her a bitch in hopes that she dies. You know, nice guys, like this guy.
I need a girlfriend soon. I hope I don't become a creep who ends up stalking and kidnapping women. Either some girl needs to go out with me or the world needs to end before I end up like that.
Oh, here's
anyone in chat, if you think like this is why you're not getting a girlfriend. That's not what you want. Night, Churro. Have a great night, and thanks for popping in, and thanks for the Prime sub.
Fat
and
Five Freddy
I think a
told
gifted
me
sub or
everybody's
some bits
fly
you gave,
DJ
right?
spinning.
Appreciate
I
it.
said my flash is fast, flash is cool.
Ooh,
Francois
Francis,
say
boss
pa
flashing,
flash
no
ain't no dude,
dude.
and you don't stop. Sure shot, go out to
the parking lot. So true. I have a feeling this video isn't meant for me to watch. Good night, Jimmy. How do you fill? Yeah, I fill with water usually.
Needs to go out with me or the world
I feel
needs
pretty
to end
good.
before I end up like that.
I feel
Here's
pretty
another
good.
nice guy.
Bitch.
Huh? Bitch, who the fuck are you?
Wow.
If you sent 10,000 subs, I would keep streaming.
Wow, that was the fastest response I've ever received from a girl. I guess people are right about girls liking assholes.
Alright, well now that we know what...
I don't know. I usually don't find this type of stuff funny. It's just like a guy voiceovering over like text. I'm sorry, Dino.
What a nice guy is, let's delve deeper into the idea that bad
I
boys get all the
apologize.
girls, and why that drives nice guys so crazy. Why girls like bad guys more than anyone? Nice, we got some good answers too. Cheers to that. Dude, without even answering this question, you should take a hard look at the type of girls who go for these types of guys. If a girl finds herself attracted to a pompous, disrespectful, arrogant...
You get in your car and you drive real far, then you drive all night until you see a light. Bars. There are some crazies out there. You're right. It's not funny, just concerning. It's just like for me, it's just not funny. It's not even the content itself. Like, if it was about something else, it's just usually for me, for some reason, I don't find them funny. Like, when they just voice over stuff. You like his comments? Okay.
Trouble-seeking adrenaline junkie.
I will say, like, a couple of weeks ago on TikTok, I found this one guy who was just playing this game in the background and reading Reddit posts. And for some reason, that was entertaining for me. For like an hour, and then I never watched something like that again. It comes on down and hits the ground, then it comes out the man. What song are you singing?
Unfaithful douchebag has got some serious issues, and you really don't want to get tied up with someone like that. She's an effing psycho, okay? Alright, well, I don't see
an effing psycho. Try to run, but
about
what are you
any
saying,
of that stuff in
Tyler?
the original question, so this guy might be projecting a little bit. Hey, I'm a girl and I love bad boys. I like when they show up on their motorcycles late at night, waking up my parents as I rush out the door. I love the way we kiss and he whispers naughty stuff into my ear like Donald Trump might do a good job. And even though I know he's wrong, it still makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up like a kite in a storm. Nice guys just don't do it for me. More often than not, they're scrawny little fucking weirdos.
Oh, I didn't realize he comments. I get it now. That's kind of funny. I get it, you know.
Couldn't get me off if they'd lived a past life as a sentient
Damn, why you
clitoris.
staring
Anyway,
like
hope
that,
that
Rosie?
answered your
Calm
question.
down.
Basically, just stop being a nice guy and be a bad boy instead. Though, since you're a nice guy, you'll probably fuck that up and just come across as rapey. And post. So now that we've established that bad boys rule and nice guys drool, let's break down the chemical components of what bad boys do right. And apparently a big part of that is this thing called negging. I don't know, let's check out a video on it. How to attract beautiful women, exploit flaws in her beauty, negging hot women by the 33 Secrets.
Oh my god. When was this video made? Jesus. That YouTube website looks different. I got distracted.
Want to do what most guys.
I was trying to look for the video. I already forgot what the channel name was.
Balls to do.
You love Spy Family? I think a lot of people.
Which is.
What is that sound?
Have you ever heard about sound before?
Oh my god, I don't like Video Game Donkey.
Exploit flaws in her beauty.
Anya, I have to watch that more. I've now set up an auto clicker to keep me in stream permanently. Jesus, that's crazy, G.
You can tell because he's.
Can you watch something for me? This is the last video for tonight, but tomorrow night, if we're gonna go longer, I think we'll do it again because this is fun.
So it could be her eyebrows being too thin, her teeth being too big, her stubby feet, her guy hands.
Yep. There it is. Just tell a woman she's got guy hands.
Most of all, you want to let her know that you're not one of those wusses in her life.
Hey, how much you want to bet this guy's going to use football metaphors to teach us how to put down women?
If you want to move the ball downfield,
sorry, Rosie,
you need to pass.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, so you need to throw the ball. You need to throw it deep.
This is what we need to do, guys.
Meaning, you need to.
Should do this in the morning. This is making me a
hold
little
up.
insecure.
I should have checked this earlier, but it turns out.
Do you feel like you have big hands? Do you feel like your eyebrows are too thin? I don't think I've ever heard of a guy who cares if a girl's eyebrows are too thin or thick. Well, maybe if they're too thick. I don't know. Womp indeed.
Comments are disabled on this video. That is
I should do this in the morning. Maybe.
Great comment, which now I'm just gonna have to go and leave on his other video. That video is called "How to Blast Through Her Bitch Shield." Let's just check that out for a second.
All girls.
Don't feel insecure. This is dumb.
Every single one walking the planet out there can be a bitch to a certain degree.
All right, well, let's see what happens when I neg this guy. Hey, I'm here from the exploit flaws in her beauty lesson because you disabled comments there, so bear that in mind. Anyway, damn, I didn't know dating coaches came in fun sizes. How many wooden boxes did you have to stand on to get in the frame for this video, you little blur elf night stalker? You've got.
He did look a little short, but come on, don't hit his shortness. I'm short too. No, I'm not. There are scammers pinning men and women against each other for content money, so I'm glad this guy's making fun of the fake coach, and yeah, that's good. Donkey is God in the Scott the Witz cinematic universe. Oh. I don't know. His videos seem so boring to me. Girls always tell me stuff like, it's okay, the big ones hurt.
You got more hair on your neck than you do on your face, which, as we all know, just screams pussy magnet. Then again, I'll bet the only screaming you hear is security right before you get kicked out of the club for harassing women about stubby feet. Guy hands. Hey, nice sunglasses. Did they come in men's? I mean, I know you do, but that's another story. All right, creepy Zach Braff, one love.
That was a good one. Do they come in men's? I know you do.
Salvia over and out. Hope your future daughter, which no woman wants to have with you, never finds this YouTube channel. And rocket ship of negativity and touchdown. Anybody else want to weigh in? Oh, yep. Why girls hate nice guys. This should be good.
Girls, why do you hate nice guys?
Woo from butter.
Woo for butter. Oh, that's why I said woo. Woo! Thanks, butter. Can confirm big ones hurt your front due to the weight. Oh, were they talking about big boob sizes? I don't know what was going on.
Why do girls hate nice guys? And it's because they're not being honest with the girls. On one second, you're there for her all the time, whenever she wants you to be, and then you just kind of come out of nowhere and expect a whole bunch.
Oh, look, this guy watches Bill Burr in Halo and Skyrim. Yeah.
Of things to happen, and that's just not honest behavior.
Okay, wait, this is actually
you know, like
kind of
saying
good.
I
This
miss
guy's making
people.
some solid points. Let's see what his constituency has to say. If you make a move, then they'll call you a pervert. If you chase her, she'll call you a stalker. Fuck them. I'm a good guy. I hate girls.
Like, if you ask her out and she rejects you, like, dude, that's fine. Don't take that personally. It just was not gonna happen.
I live near my crush. Sideways X smile. Also cry smile. I hate girls act like they like me, but actually they might use my smart-ass brain for their schoolwork, and they're spelled wrong. All right, well, I think I got a message of hope for all these sad people in the comments section here. I got a real good message.
This is weird. There are no girls. This is the men's den.
Not alone. That you know, maybe they could pull some confidence.
What a weird looking dude. Who, this guy?
Girls
rejects you like.
Nah, he looks fine. He looks a little creepy, but yeah, he looks fine. Now I can stop watching because I'm always watching. Nice. Have a good night, Chi. Or day. Day, Australia? I'm not sure.
Dude, that's fine. Don't take
there
that
are no
personally.
girls here,
It's
guys.
just not gonna happen.
He looks emo.
My crush, sideways X
He looks
smile.
kind of cool, but also kind of like he's hiding a lot of stuff. And like weird. But also, I have no idea who he is, so, you know, I'm probably wrong.
Schoolwork in the comments section here. I got a real good message.
Pierced ears
just
look
of hope
alright.
and clarity.
Yeah, they look fine
Let
to
them know
me.
that they're not alone, and that you know, maybe
I
they
just
can
wanna
pull
watch
some
YouTube.
confidence from someone.
Fair.
I think I got this. I fucking hate
I
girls.
understand
They don't
that
even
feeling.
see the nice guy I am. Like, I'm such a respectful guy, but these stupid bitches act like I'm kryptonite the second I tell them how hot I think they are. We all know it's common knowledge that women are less intelligent than men, but when that starts getting in the way of me finding a perfect prince
My brain can't comprehend what he's typing. I'm tired.
Test the shower with gifts and love.
Where's that Trump poster on his? I mentioned that, bro, right? Like, what is it? What is he eating here? I have no idea. It's 2 a.m. for me right now. Let's go, same time. Why does he look like Jacksepticeye in 2007? Does he?
Disenfranchised as a man since they turned Ghostbusters.
Looks like a normal
into
Jeff the Killer. Who's that?
I show how smart I am every day when I argue with dumbass women on Facebook. Anytime I see them trying to the smart girl argumentative my V bad. Huh?
All right, bro. This is too much. Jesus Christ. Is he that bored that you're just going to videos and commenting like, oh my God. Sorry, I'm shitting on your guide, you know.
Huh, we should have landed interesting. A different mask for that. Whatever. Like if you agree that women won't date you. And post.
Here, if anyone wants to read that. 3, 2, 1, 0. Oh, he was eating Biden? Oh.
Now here's an interesting video.
The emo boy looks like Jacksepticeye in 2007.
Why nice guys are really
see that
jerks
more.
in disguise. Women see through you.
All guys who are not successful with attracting women consistently, they all have some limiting
I love the music with this.
beliefs.
I call bullshit on
Enjoy,
everything you said.
Nathan.
What women want is money, so keep digging, bitch. That is not
Damn.
nice. You are incorrect. Most nice guys are honest. In fact, too honest. And that is precisely why modern, insecure, double-thinking
I don't know. The whole talk about nice guys is kind of boring to me. Anyone else? I'm sorry that I shit on some of your guys' videos. It's just, I don't know. Some of them are kind of to me. I apologize. Might as well watch those Reddit comment stories. Look at her. She looks like Momo from Avatar. Yeah, it's okay. We all watch different things. No way, there's a girl. She looks like a guy. Come on, guys. She looks fine.
jerks in disguise. Women see through you.
She looks fine. She's just saying stupid stuff. You guys are so mean. She looks like she did plastic. She doesn't even look that bad. Can I keep you up with one more video? Nah.
Guys who are not successful with attracting women consistently, they all have some
She looks fine, guys. Damn, good luck with you guys getting a girl. I'm just joking.
limiting beliefs.
Can I keep you up with one more video? No, I really should go to sleep. I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule with the subathon too, so. You would date that? No, but not because of how she looks, but what she's saying so far. Can you watch my video? It's like 4 seconds.
Consistently.
If it's 4
They
seconds.
all have some limiting beliefs.
I call bullshit on everything you've said.
They're not even nice guys, more like desperate guys. No one likes desperate people. Ping, did you want to date a girl who follows you? Everyone wants you to call. Yeah, I wouldn't want that. Yeah. Maybe that is what it is. A lot of people complain about nice guys and all this stuff, but maybe it's what you're saying. That kind of makes more sense in my head. Like maybe it's because they're acting more desperate. But there is a line of like, I don't know, like, are there nice behaviors that guys do towards girls that make girls, like, turned off to the guy? Like, maybe? I don't know. I'd have to think about that more. But also, to me, it's just like, it doesn't really personally affect me much. Like, because I don't think I've ever... Well, I guess... Yeah, I don't know. I just doesn't... I don't really think about that much. Desperate is definitely the better word. Yeah, it might be. I can definitely see that, though. Like, I don't think anyone really likes desperate people. I could definitely see that.
One is money, so keep digging, bitch. That is not nice. You are incorrect. Most nice guys are honest. In fact, too honest. And that is precisely why modern, insecure, double-thinking feminists cannot handle them. Go fuck yourself. Not a nice guy. That's not...
You see, people who say that, I feel like are just really... I don't know, it's weird. Most nice guys are honest. In fact, it's too honest. That's why feminists... Like, how does that track? I don't really get that. No one wants a desperate stalker as their date. Yeah, you can be nice and desperate? I'm saying, can you be nice and not desperate? And that could be a turnoff to girls. Like, is there an example of that? I would assume... Maybe? I don't know. I haven't really thought of it.
Modern, insecure, double-thinking feminists cannot handle them. Go fuck yourself. Not a nice guy. That's not a nice guy. Women can't handle honesty, especially not brutal honesty. Apparently neither can men.
You're giving, but you really want to get something back. You're not necessarily just giving altruistically, right?
Whoa, there's a pretty girl in there somewhere behind all the layers of fake. Oh, he's trying to neg her. Ooh. what I just said. The more I watch these videos of women demonizing nice men, the more I find myself believing...
Like... This is also kind of scary to me. The more I watch these videos of X, the more I'm convinced of why. Or like the fact that people can watch a video and it can influence their thinking so much is kind of scary. It's like, bro, you could find a video about anything you want nowadays. Just because the video is out there doesn't mean that majority of people think or believe in it, you know? Because it's all intention, because the action of being nice is based on the fantasy of getting a girl. I think an example could be paying for something for a girl. Like, could be paying for her makeup or whatever, and she might think, oh, he thinks I can't be independent or take care of myself. That could be one. That's just a scenario I thought of. Nice. Oh, yeah. That sounds like... Yeah, that sounds like a... That sounds like a good point. Same for a girl to a guy. There are some cray-cray women out there. It's all intention because the action of being nice is based on the fantasy of getting a girl. That seems kind of true too. But I'm sure there's people out there that are just purely like nice. That, well, if you're going on a date with anyone, the intention is of getting that person or whatever, right? I believe Ping Pong Masters was a guy at ping pong. Not was, is. And you will see that if we reach the sub goal for me playing ping pong.
That the vast majority of women have zero concept of virtue. Fair fucks to this girl, I say I mean that in the nicest way. Alpha males treat women like birches, then the nice guy finishes the job. Oh.
It just sounds like everyone's just watching the video but they already believe whatever they believe, and that just will push them further into what they believe, which is kind of sad.
Uh-oh, I feel my inner bad boy coming out. Yo, what's up? Bad boy Salvia here. Sorry I snatched up all your girlfriends. What can I say? They just like the bad boys. I think the main reason I catch more tail than this entire comment section combined is because I don't give a shit if girls reject them later. Whatever. Meanwhile, all it takes is one rejection and you pussy suddenly hate yourselves for life. Can a girl be too nice? Dude, I mean...
Probably. I will say personally, and this might be weird, I don't know, but if a girl, like... really pushes onto me that like she likes me, it's kind of a turn off to me. I don't know if that's messed up or not, but like it just is. I don't know why. Like I kind of like that. Well, I guess like if it's a girl I'm attracted to and she's attracted to me, then it's like that's probably the best. That's probably anyone, right? If you're attracted to the person and they're attracted to you, then it's good. But if you're attracted to them, they're not really attracted to you, and you're kind of like acting nice to them, and they kind of sense that you're like trying, you know, to hit on them or whatever, then they're probably turned off regardless of the gender, right? I never met a girl before. I can tell, King. I can tell. We will all meet a girl in our future.
I mean, would you date you acting like a little bitch like that? I wouldn't date you, and I've dated some dudes. What? I'm a bad boy who says we can't be progressive, brah. Yo, check it out. Wear sunglasses indoors and slick your hair back. That one's free. Next one's gonna cost you your crush, because I'm gonna take her up to Kissy Lake Lane, which doesn't exist. That's a metaphor.
Like when it's one way, it's hard. Yeah, I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Like when it's one way, that's what it is, right? Like it must be. But then there are some people that are just neutral, and if those neutral people are too nice, then sometimes it comes across as like too needy. And I personally don't really like that. Or not too nice, but like too pushy. I don't know. Yeah. It should always be 100% on both sides if they're truly into each other. Yeah. One-way relationships suck. Yeah.
Biggest crush. But hurry up, because as a bad boy, it seems like my main function in dating is for women to get guys like me out of their system before picking up a husband. Maybe that husband could be you, but only
Jesus, he writes like paragraphs every time.
Lift, which you don't, so you're fucked, brah. Not as fucked as LGBTQ rights in Trump's America, but still pretty fucked, dude. And bam! Yo, see if you can find the bait in that comment, brah. Let's see if I can find some nice guys out in the wild on chat roulette.
Oh, hey there.
Okay. I think that's enough for Twitch.tv. Sorry, Dino. The way I am is the way they're gonna get. If they meet me this way, I'll stay this way. I just go into friend mode when a girl doesn't like me when I try to hit on them. I've worked my way into being a pure friend. I don't know. Yeah. I think everyone is kind of different with that stuff, maybe. All right. I would say see you guys tomorrow, but Nah, you'll see me right now. Oh, this is weird. I don't think I'll be able to sleep much. This is gonna be weird. Knowing that your prying eyes are staring into my soul as I attempt to get some leisurely sleep. But before that, I'll set up the words on stream and the Discord if people want to join. Yeah. Balls deep. Would you give a needy girl a chance? Let's finish this conversation first, though, I guess. Would you give a needy girl a chance if she looks like a model, hoping she would change? Probably not. Probably not. I'm used to TTS. Okay. I did not know that was there. It's okay. Ping just looking up at the ceiling when he knows we're watching. I'm telling you, it's so weird. I don't know if people do this. How will you do it? Okay. Yeah, but I probably wouldn't. I think I'll be honest, like physical attraction for me, it's like a lot has to do with someone's face, but also like subtle like ways that they are before you even talk to them or whatever, because obviously like first impression before talking to someone. So like someone who's a model could look not attractive to me if they look really fake, if that makes sense. So yeah, I don't know, I think it depends. But generally if there's like a really needy girl, I think like the initial thing would be like a turn off, but I mean that I think I give people the chance. Kinda. I don't know. I haven't gone out enough to really speak on it that much, I guess. Why are you riding your dog? I don't know. I don't know why. But I am. The master of dodging the friend zone. Yeah. Gmail Gigabyte. I've never done a speed date. Speed date would be actually really good content, I feel like. And like weird and funny. That'd be good. Alright. So this is what we're gonna do. I don't know if I want to do words on stream, because then you can't see the face cam that much. So I'm gonna try to figure this out right now. We're gonna go to words on stream. .gg. We're gonna Twitch. Okay. I'm gonna start. And then we'll turn off the music. Copy the link for Mirror's link, which some people like, and I'm gonna turn on autopilot so people could just play. I don't want my head is not in the way like this actually, so I think I'll leave the webcam there. Everything else looks good. Not dodging, more like finessing my way into boyfriend. I just want to watch you sleep. Nice. You got a date in Japan and tell us all about it, but that would be so challenging if you fall for her being in different countries. Maybe date for friends. I do know that my brain is mush. Fair. I do know that my I had a friend who dated a girl in Japan, long distance for like 3 years, but they ended up breaking up because she didn't want to move to the States. And he didn't want to move to Japan. So that could be tough. I'm gonna put a playlist. Should I put 8 hours of music playlist? Should I just keep... Let's keep the music on from the game, actually. I don't want it to be too loud, though. I think that'll be good. Yeah. I'm gonna go poop and mute myself. And I'll join the Discord call if people want to talk. What's up, Timmy?
Yeah.
Not the music? Oh. What should I just put background music? Like Spotify music?
Yeah.
Alright. Do I have enough Well, I have like 3,000 songs, but some of them are pretty crazy. So, let me see. If I put a playlist, could put copyright-free music. I think I'll just put one of my playlists on.
I think everyone's brain is too mush right now.
Fair. I'm gonna head to sleep. You guys could head to sleep too. I'm just gonna be sleeping on stream, you know. All right, we got 129 songs in this playlist. How long is that? 129 times 3. That's like 387 minutes. Like 6.5 hours. I wonder if it'll just shuffle through all of it. I think it will. Do lo-fi music? Oh, that's actually so much smarter. I could just put on lo-fi music. I'm not gonna put Coco Melon. I feel like my music's pretty good, but lo-fi music makes sense. I think lo-fi music is good. Good idea, Rosie. You got a Spotify. Find a playlist from Spotify or YouTube. Yeah, I'm going on YouTube. I think YouTube is better in this case. Oh god, I hope I don't get ads though. I was gonna put everyone to sleep, but
yeah, facts.
But I mean, I'll be sleeping anyway, so I'll change the category to words on stream, I guess. Should I change it to sleeping or words on stream? Sleeping, uncapped subathon, day 1. There we go. That looks good. Too loud? Oh, I lowered it. It should be good now. Yeah, and you guys could just talk on the Discord call because I trust everyone that has access to it. And for those that would want to join maybe tomorrow night, if it's gonna go that long, then I'll give you guys access for tomorrow night. Yeah. This is live, so I think it's just gonna keep going.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
That stream's been going for like fucking a year.
No, this one says started streaming 20 hours ago. The lo-fi one got cut down and then it came back. Wait, yeah, maybe I should go for a different one because this only says 20 hours ago. Oh, here, Lo-Fi Girl. Yeah, Lo-Fi Girl is the one. Yeah, this is the right one. Okay. She got put, like, YouTube canceled it or whatever by accident, and then yeah, she was streaming for like a year or something. Yeah, Timmy is on. All right, I'm gonna go brush my hair. Brush my hair? What? Brush my teeth. And then I'll say goodnight to you guys and stuff. Tomorrow we're gonna wake up. We're gonna exercise. We're gonna speedrun Mario 64. Hell yeah. I'm gonna go to the city to tutor a Japanese girl in English, which I won't be streaming for like 3 hours, unfortunately. I might try to get a stream in the city because I think that would be cool. And yeah. I'm gonna go brush my teeth and possibly poop right now. I'll be back. This is hard, but I think people will start joining in because I changed the category. Alright, I'll be back.
I'll entertain your stream.
What happened?
I'll entertain your stream.
Thanks.
While you're asleep.
Wait, for 8 hours or 7 hours?
Yeah.
Damn. Alright. Yeah, I'll wake up at 9 a.m. Eastern and I'm tutoring at, I think tomorrow or today, I guess, is late. Yeah, 5 p.m. tonight. So I'll be leaving my house at around 4-ish and I'll be back around 6. Something like that. All right, I'll be right back. Bye. Entertain Timmy.
I need to refresh. Shit's so delayed. I don't know how you guys can still think this late. Imagine going to bed.
I
don't
am
know how people are
back.
thinking.
What's up? I am back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, this is my last round. It's bedtime for me too. Yeah, it's gonna be bedtime for me. Nice. Oh, this is a nice. Move your camera to the other side so we can see the. Too late. Never mind. Oh no, I just wanted to brush my teeth. I'm gonna move it for my bed now. If people genuinely want to stream throughout the night, if we have at least one person who genuinely wants to like stream gaming and stuff, just let me know and I could set up on Discord rather than having words on stream. But Timmy, you're not gonna stay up all night, right?
I might. I don't know.
Damn. I don't want
I
to.
have to watch my dog until my brother gets home, which I don't know when he'll get home.
Damn. Alright, well, I'll leave it on words on stream for now. Well, I guess I'll just leave it on words on stream. And, yeah. We can't see the score. Oh, shit. I knew my face would be covering something. Okay. Is this better? I think that's better, right? I could move the... Better? Nice. Timmy to stay all night long. Nah. Don't force him to. Where's the... We're gonna do some cool stuff tomorrow too. I want to try out the crowd control. I'm already feeling much better though. Thank you guys. You guys actually... I'm used to it, BB. Fair, Nathan. You guys make it easier. I don't feel hungover really at all anymore. Where's the thingy? Oh, it's here. Let me just... What am I moving? IQ scene. I'll just put this here. I'll see you guys in the morning. Have a great night, guys. Time to set it up. Okay. So professional.
Your stream is so delayed right now.
Oh, is it? Good night, guys. Good night, Aqua and Rosie and Nathan and Timmy and Doctor and
I'm surprised there's everyone here this late.
Oh yeah, a lot of people come in pretty late actually. God, this music is so good for making me want to go to sleep. That's good. Maybe not best for chat.
Stream.
Oh, nice, smart. Let me see. Let me just write this down. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I might have to end stream and restart it. So it's 12.
Why?
For the 12-hour mark. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I'm trying to make it so it's every 12 hours. Like I have 12 hours of footage to put it up as a VOD on YouTube. So I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop it and then redo it. But I'll wait for this round to be over, I guess.
Yep.
Yep. Should take like 1 second.
What, you think we're that bad?
I mean, if we're not doing too hot on this round.
To be fair, we're all sleepy.
Yeah. Alright, camera okay on my bed? This is weird. It's funny though. You guys will know me better than I know myself.
I'll at least be up for another 4 hours. I know that.
Appreciate that. Yeah, Nathan, I gotcha. Just don't say anything TOS. What's up, Nathan? Nathan, can you talk on the Discord so I could just see where your mic levels are? Oh, I'm gonna end stream and start it up again now since you guys lost.